Donbas Media.
Donbas Media Forum was founded by the IDP journalists in 2015. As of 2015, the forum has been visited by almost 2,000 participants. That's what is called in Russia television, but is propaganda in fact. The first online forum was watched by almost 25,000 viewers. Speakers and experts from more than 20 countries of the world visited the forum. This year we invite you to discuss topics, the co- and self-regulation. Donbas Media Forum 2021 on the 5th and 6th of November. Panel discussion on how the media landscape of Eastern Ukraine has changed in recent years. Good morning. We begin our second day of Donbas Media Forum for the 7th year in the row. This event is taking place, and every year we are talking about the relevant topics. My name is Alexei Matsuka. It's my honor to hold the panel discussion that is called How the Media Landscape of Eastern Ukraine Has Changed in Recent Years. And here with me in the studio, Anna Romanenko, editor-in-chief of 0629 Mariupol present, Olena Leptuga, editor-in-chief of Nakipila Media Group Kharkiv, Alexandra Yerlikova, senior editor of Vostochny Variant site, Kramatorsk, right? Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. And Andrei Romanenko, journalist and coordinator of the Center for Public Control Act Kramatorsk, and my colleague Tatiana Turina, Channel 5 I always want to say, but no, head of the Department of Information Activities and Public Communication of the Donetsk Regional State Administration, Kramatorsk. Thank you, colleagues, for having gathered here today on Saturday's morning. It shows that you are very motivated and interested in the subject matter. Clearly, the topic is difficult. We have 1 hour, an hour and 30 minutes maybe, and there is a lot to discuss during this time. And during this panel discussion, and all the experience of what has been happening in the East, we are going to focus on as of 2015 when the DMF started its activity. We have experienced participants to the forum. There are new ones. Greetings to those. Now you're also with us in one crowd. And our group here is very representative on the analysis of the situation in the East as for the media landscape. Here we have the journalists, editors, media activists in some sense. There are the representatives of the state bodies who communicate with journalists every day. It means that more or less, I hope, for our audience, we shall make not, this surface analysis of what is happening in our domain, but a deep analysis. Even if it's not very interesting to the thousands of the viewers, but it might be very interesting for tens or up to 100 of those who really develops or supports media in the east of Ukraine. So I suggest we start with the reply to the question, because we are no political players here to make statements near the microphones, just like in some famous talk shows like on Friday. But we are to start a discussion. So in your opinion, the main question, how the media landscape, or it's not only a television or printed press, but what is media landscape today in our two oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk, Kharkiv perhaps too, and maybe even the occupied territories of Crimea, for those who know, or near the Kherson Oblast. So those regions where there is a main signal of Russian federal media being popular in all this category. Let's start with Anna. I shall speak about Donetsk Oblast because yes, of course, it's the common topic is East. Yes, so from the positive I shall start because it seems to me that first and most important positive thing is that we have managed to deal with the crisis of the previous year, of this past year, and we are doing it successfully this year too, because the lockdown and corona crisis of 2020, it has hurt all the independent media a lot. Why independent? Because we have no financial support from oligarchs or political projects. And I'm not speaking about the media where I work, but all independent media. Especially us and other outlets were supported by the Polish Fund of Solidarity, because 90% of advertisers for 3 or 4 months, they just left us at all. And it was a powerful financial, blast. And I know the same situation was in many other media outlets. So the fact that we are alive and that we continue growing our potential and develop, that is a positive sign. Another thing I want to add among positive things, for the past 4 to 5 years, new media appeared that you could say decorate our media landscape a lot. It's the free radio, Vilna Radio. I'm following and I like everything they do. And Eastern variant that disappeared for a while, and you can say that it's a new media with a new breath. This is wonderful. They're doing very good quality content and we're following it, and we are trying to support them in social media and take some materials and place on our website. I think it's a very important support of independent media of each other. And now about something that is negative or bad trends that we are tracing. And first of all, that's a widespread influence of the social media, and I think it's a negative trend because information that is spread there, it is almost always not verified or not true, but we have no possibility to compete on the questions of the speed with the social media or in the influence involvement of the audience. And I can tell you also in the part of trust, because of this we are losing trust of part of our audience, and I think this is a big problem. And of course the problem of the human resources, and my colleagues will add on this too and mention this too. Maybe my comments will comment a bit more. Okay, thank you. So we have 1 hour for our work. We have 10:08, and at 11 we are to finish. Then let's do it in turn, in whichever order you want. Who's ready? Andrei or Tatiana? So I'm greeting all of you one more time. I'm glad to be here and to represent the Eastern variant. Yes, we have started 2 years ago. So it was the times of coronavirus, of pandemic, lockdown. So the Eastern variant exists for 10 years. But our team, headed by the editor-in-chief Anastasia Rudenko, we have joined 2 years ago. Why? In 2014, the Eastern variant stopped its activity. There was no financing, there was no opportunities. And up to 2 years ago, Donetsk Kazansky decided to give a second life to the Eastern variant. But they needed managers, they needed a strong team to help develop. And so here we are, we came along. We had experience, and Anastasia has also introduced the new chapter, and we have faced all of these negative aspects like coronavirus and so on, but we are an independent media because we're supported by international organizations. For these 2 years we managed to implement 5 projects, and we continue implementing big projects, and this is a plus or an advantage We don't have some guy who's going to come and tell us, I don't like that you're writing about environment, or no, friends, you're not going to write about this. You should say only pause something else. No, we are to raise some acute topics, and we are to talk about things that the residents of Donbas are bothered by, even if there is, a problem with the pipes and people are bothered by this. We should talk about it if the local authority doesn't want to comment on it. And it's a great um, bonus that we're supported by the international organizations. But there's a drawback also, because we have no business support. We don't have the advertising companies. Well, it's a separate topic. We're working on it. And another thing, I agree that social media are now prevailing, but we are trying to benefit from it, because during coronavirus, during the lockdown, where people don't have the possibility to see each other, to see some events with their own eyes, they go to social media. And that's when the state Facebook pages are developing very well. It's the Donetsk and Luhansk, the state administration, and you can produce nice content there, and the communication with the state institutions goes well if something is necessary. So we went back after a big pause. We actually we were counting on the social media to communicate with our audience, to know what the residents of Donetsk and Luhansk need. And we were successful. When we launched, we had 2,000, but now 25,000 of subscribers. And for the regional media, it's a big step. And I'm not even speaking about the quantity, but about quality, because one of the directions of the Vostochny variant is the communication with the occupied territory. So we did not just take the model of a Russian-speaking outlet of Facebook in the social media, and we are criticized for this, but we want to be heard everywhere. Are you criticized in Donetsk? No, some subscribers are criticizing us, and from Donetsk as well, and publicly in comments. Yes, hate in social media is something very, very regular. But the thing I want to communicate to you right now, that for these 2 years we have become the kind of bridge between the occupied territory and the temporarily occupied territory and the free one. But I was born in Horlivka and studied in Donetsk. Actually, we studied at the same university, but I'm a bit younger. Yes. You studied political science. I studied history. So people from the temporarily occupied territories go to us. If for the first year it wasn't so obvious, but now they're asking for the contacts of the human rights defenders, or they're asking, how can we join the program of Security Service of Ukraine? You're awaited at home. Even though coronavirus, has caused some problems for us, but it also has created new opportunities. And the new media outlet did emerge. And I agree that the free radio is really cool, and Ostrov is developing very well, and Dom that has appeared. We are watching it, observing it. A lot of interesting information you can get there. So the region is developing, and we shall try to make it go even better. I'm sure we will talk about this here, and we'll make a better, clearer model of media development that can be borrowed by other media outlets. Thank you, Alexandra. Now let's listen to the representative of the state body, Donetsk Oblast Administration. When you say it like this, I feel a bit confused or embarrassed. Okay, but that I'm very pleased, and I always want to say that we work on Channel 5 and this Radio Svoboda of freedom, but I'm very pleased that the identification goes as a journalist. I always promised myself that I will be on the side of the journalists. And what you just commented, Sasha, when you said, and you noticed that state institutions started, at least when speaking about media communicating, you cannot be heard. You're not heard without a microphone. So they started working.
We always say that we no longer have the need to file requests as such. As far as I remember, 1 week ago we got a request from 112 TV channel. That's true. But they are sanctioned, they are banned. Well, that's exactly why we got this letter. But we would like to work with starting where do you need the information and in which format. A lot has changed, and it's a pleasure to me that we are part of this change. I agree with you, Alexandra, that those crises, they have opened new opportunities to us, especially in the public administration. At least I mean my Donetsk regional state administration, where I work in the press service. We try to work online as much as possible. We understand that we do not need processed information. The media needs to have raw information, because we understand that our region is very big, and of course it's impossible for everyone to take part in different press conferences, meetings. Of course we do lack face-to-face communication. Yesterday we saw each other face-to-face, and we were so happy to see our colleagues and friends. So the positive thing is that the state administration becomes more open and transparent. What's bad about that? I understand how much we lack money in the media. I still haven't found an acceptable model to support those media, to support you, to support us, to support the media in Ukraine. Of course, we have a budget. We always organize tenders with project to support to support the media. However, uh, we mostly work with the same media outlets. However, we would like to have the opportunity to work as international organizations and just to allocate money for a particular topic. We would like to have a comprehensive program of grants. We undertook these functions, which is not very typical to us. We opened journalist workshop named by Yurko Matushchak. You know him very well. He died in Ilovaisk. Yes, he also graduated from the historical department. We studied on the same faculty. So I do invite you as a lecturer, as a speaker to this school. So I think that this media literacy school is very important. We targeted it to students, to high school students, and it turned out that all journalists need it as well, because we have the opportunity, we have the need to speak. Our media landscape is constantly changing. Well, maybe what I wanted to say that the we are losing the profoundness of this information. It's like a clip culture that we experience right now. When we started making video on behalf of the state administration, we wanted to make short videos up to 3 minutes. And now we make these videos 1 minute maximum, because even 1 minute videos are too long for our audience. And of course, it's not always about the quality of the topics. However, I do enjoy my job when, for example, Yulia, my colleague, visited us, and we wanted to discuss the topic of mines. So Abibok Yulia, a PhD student, a researcher. No, she's a journalist from Ostriv media outlet, and she wanted to talk about the mines. It was very difficult. However, Yulia was so experienced, and that is why it was a pleasure for me to answer her questions. We were so happy to cooperate with her. So it seems that she was genuinely interested in this topic. She just didn't want to hype on that. And that's really what we want to see. Unfortunately, we don't see such attitude very often. Thank you. Speaking of the media landscape, we are seeing two parallel processes. So first, while we are holding this media forum, a lot of media outlets has died, if so to say. There are a lot of other media with huge potential, with huge audiences. They couldn't survive themselves after the state administration lost the control over the media. It wasn't interesting to them to support the media. On the other hand, there are new media. There are a couple of very successful projects, not really projects, but media outlets. And I wish that these media outlets last long. We see that the role of social media has increased. I can tell Anya. She says that these media are not profound or they do not publish verified information. But in my opinion, why media doesn't want to go into social media? Probably that's the old school of the media when they need some kind of website or a printed newspaper or magazine. However, it seems to me that for real journalists who can write and who commit to journalistic standards, they can go into social media to convey information. There are also different messengers, and it's kind of a parallel reality that we don't often see. All this story with the anti-vax movement showed that all those jokes about chats of neighbors or chats of parents, it's a powerful weapon in this hybrid war. We have carried out a research of this media. However, now we must confess that we don't always understand what is happening there. And last but not least, which is typical for the Donetsk Oblast, that independent media outlets on the territory of Donetsk Oblast and on the territory of Ukraine can exist only using grant money, because we don't have an advertising market. The market that we have now is only emerging, and it has decreased within the past few years. So very often the media outlets have to compete with the media owned by oligarchs. And of course, when an oligarch can spend a lot of money just to run its media, to distribute it for free from door to door, of course, no commercial media can survive. And inhabitants of our cities, of our regions, are used to the fact that the media must be free. That is why they believe what is written in those free media. As for the landscape, it seems to me that there's no landscape as such. There are a couple of islands that try to fight for the freedom of speech, for the freedom of journalists, and the rest, these are channels in Telegram, in Viber, city groups, anonymous channels, different accounts that spread some kind of bullshit and disinformation. Yesterday we had a great panel discussion about the media draft law. Let me quote Alexei Pogorelov, who said that we need to change, we need to develop, and former editorials offices that we are used to, they will change. It will change. Thank you. An interesting thought. Okay, and now let's talk about the neighboring region, which is also part of the macro region within our forum, the east of Ukraine. Kharkiv Oblast. This is also a neighboring oblast to us. This is very important for Donbas Media Forum. Now, during the pandemic, we are holding this event online. However, we have a lot of experience working in Kharkiv, and Nakipelo Media Outlet was our general partner during all those years. So, as for the Kharkiv Oblast, do you see those trends that we are discussing right now in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. Are the trends similar or different? What would you say? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As for the media landscape in Kharkiv and Kharkiv Oblast, I would agree that everything is more or less similar. Independent media are trying to survive. As for Nakipilo, then I think we are very lucky because before the situation of the pandemic, we received institutional support for 2 years and it helped us survive. Institutional support, you mean? Yes, that's true. But it was minimal support. That wasn't much. We have a convergent media, we have a press center, we have a website, a YouTube channel, and we are also present in social media. To support our press center, when the pandemic started, we faced this problem that, for example, we couldn't invite people to, so they don't run the risk of getting infected. However, we needed to discuss, we needed to verify information provided to us, to verify those fake news which spread all around Kharkiv and Kharkiv Oblast. So what we did, and not only us, media from the Kharkiv region started finding ways not to let all the social media and telegram channels to get all the information. We always verify this information, we analyze them, so we do not repeat the situation which was typical to us at the beginning of the pandemic. Speaking of challenges, then I would like to say that Kharkiv is now going through one more challenge. So we had elections of the mayor of Kharkiv, and it was also like a litmus paper because these elections were the worst. I don't know, for many years. I mean, uh, judging the technologies used. So, what about fake news? What about prefabricated news? Will all the media publish press releases about Mikhailo Dobkin, who promises to do a lot of good things, or Mr. Terehov met teachers to discuss the heating season? By the way, it's a real video which was published, which was shown on Kharkiv TV channels. So it was like a quality check where the Kharkiv media committed to the standards. And of course, it turned out that not all of them meet those requirements, those standards. If we compare a situation during the past few years, I see that the media changes. The media becomes more professional in conveying information. In 2014 and 2015 in Kharkiv, I think the situation is similar in your oblast. New media outlets appeared. It was the period of flourishing of the civil society journalism when journalists and activists were working together, and now I can see that every year we adopt new approaches. We changed our editorial policy, our editorial values, the way we convey information, the way we talk to our audience. Not all those media who appeared on the local scene in 2014-2015 survived. Some of them were left as public channels in social media. Some of them
They were also focusing on the local elections, but they also were needed by our region to to bring in something fresh, because traditional media didn't give that volume of information. They were not as fast as the new media. Another change that took place, and I think it was in 2019-2020, that's the cultural media emergence. In Kharkiv, for example, it's the journal Look and the creative outlet Wara. So these are the startups. They are niche and regional, but there is a need in them, and I see how actively they develop. That is why, answering your question, it's a step to professionalism, which has been taken for this time, because challenges that make us stronger, and then they make us look for other ways, channels of information dissemination. Thank you, colleagues. So we move well. And if you hear these signs, that's when we get questions from our audience. So our audience is very active online as well. We have people also in the room who registered, and they can join to our discussion asking questions. But there are also questions from our online audience. So let's give them the feeling of their presence here, and so they don't have to wait for offline meetings. So the question: why on the local level more budget funds is spent to support PR of the local authorities and advertising their achievements, rather than supporting independent journalists? So you mentioned this, you commented on this, Tanya. Maybe you can answer this. Can you explain? See, this is a very frank question. I would probably argue advertising the local authority. Well, I will speak on my direction from that. I will speak about the direction I'm responsible for. I don't think. No, we are trying to build the work of our press service in such a way to give the refined information, like what, who, for how much, what for. We do not have, or thanks to the attention dedicated by the deputy head or the head, we give the journalist the tool, and this tool as information. And we are going to the social media, and we are working in the live mode. So our briefings, press conferences, they are always streamed. We ask questions the journalists right away. So you are saying these are the state communications, right? Public communications. You see, our we can, for example, divide it into three lots: internet media, printed press, and television. That's all. Who wins? He wins. They win. Which amounts we are talking about? Okay, so for this year, to support TV channels, 600,000 was allocated. But during the I think that 50,000 was won by TV7, then Donbas came. You see, the system Prozoro, you have to learn to work with it, also for the media specialists, because it is important who submits first and which steps they take. And the media representatives, they also have to do this, because roughly speaking, it's not that we allocate it especially for someone. Okay, we will encourage such ads, so the colleagues would submit their applications, because you said TV7 now is communal and Donbas is a private, and they all have the possibilities, right? The equal opportunities. I wanted to add the question of communication of the authorities and independent media and money is a difficult question, because on the example of Mariupol, the authority is PR not by the independent media, but by local municipal channels and the channels of Akhmetov, because it's the an example of it's a monopoly, information monopoly. They don't need to give money to somebody else to have their PR campaign, because they are funds is enough. But another thing is, do we need this money at all? And no, we don't. And we, any suggestions that we get, we are very careful with it. No, I mean on the local level. So what the city council is offering you or can offer you. Yes, because they used to, ask for placement, but we are very careful with this, because this is the tool of influence. Because it does, I don't know how it happens on the oblast level, because we never accepted such suggestions, but on the local level, it's always the tool of influence on media, and we're very careful about this. So we prefer to make money in other ways. And that's what I wanted to say, because in Kharkiv it's a risky, it's something that can doubt in our independence, or because our platform, our press center is open for almost all politicians, but support from the oblast administration or local authority, if we receive it, then it seems to me to some extent we would lose trust of our readers, because highlighting activity of the oblast administration and city administration, we are doing it because we are journalists, especially now in the time of pandemic, and we need to be always informed. But those media who received support from to highlight the activity of separate, how is it formulated, the mayor or the people's deputy, it's highlighting is specific and you can feel it. And even the media that name themselves independent, it's obvious they discredit themselves with such materials. And it's obvious that it reduces the trust by the community. So if we speak about the local elections, this was especially obvious when the Kharkiv Vesti, their all news bulletin was dedicated to the Terehov. Kharkiv Zvesti. He met this guy, he opened the kindergarten there. So, and they are financed from the city budget, right? Yes. And to stop the influence on the editorial policy of the city authorities, there are no such tools, right? Is it the choice of the editor? Yes, this is the choice of the editor. It's I'm speaking about a different thing here. When you said that it can be separate grants to highlight the topic of decentralization or the topic of vaccination, that's a different thing. But now you cannot order order ad of vaccination, right? Now we are implementing the project dedicated to decentralization achievements. But it's not about hooray, hooray, everything is great. But we go in Kharkiv Oblast and make small videos, text reports about problems, about successes, achievements. So cases in the format of constructive journalism, but it's not a grant of the city council or oblast administration. When there is just a separate topic where there is no space for manipulation, when we don't have to take a comment from the official, Okay, 20 minutes still until the end of this panel discussion. Yes, I think this was the question of the city media. And the best thing that is in the draft law on media, that's murder of the law about highlighting activity of the authorities. Which enables to conclude agreements on highlighting activity, but this happened in the framework of privatization, no? But this law has always been, and many manipulate this, because I think it's an absurd story when all media are to cover of the wide spectrum. They all cover activity of local authorities, but some of them do it for their readers and others do it for money from the budget for the authority. And there are a few problems. That, as Parfenov says, the authority turns into an expensive a dead person about whom you can say either everything or nothing. And the first problem, that the authority stops being alive. They stop getting some feedback, criticism, wishes, or reflection of the society. And second thing is that it all undermines trust to press as institute. So if we kill this wonderful, quote marks, law that gives directly possibility to get money for covering some certain activity, then a number of regional newspapers will die. Because I heard it with my own ears how editors of some regional newspapers said, do whatever, but don't touch this law. Because I go to the head of my regional administration and they say, you are to give me money for the next year. And some regional newspapers have it as the single source of financing. But if they die, the media landscape is going to get clearer. Because what they do has nothing to do with the journalism or press. So maybe it's again about self-regulation and our own regulation, because we all are here journalists. At least in our regions, we will speak about this too, about compliance with the standards. So I encourage all of the editorial offices to acknowledge our decisions, because it's an example of an effective self-regulation where these questions are considered. You may disagree with something, but that's what it is. The problem is, fortunately or unfortunately, we live in the material world, and in Kramatorsk there's a recent case when one man in his material gave negative comments about people with mental disorders, and the Commission on the Journalistic Ethics, they made the decision and they judged them, but his position didn't change. And he said, yes, maybe I am he said that yes, he is like a bad person, but at least he has money. But I think here the problem is that because of such judgment, we inform others about those who do these things, but nobody precludes us from thinking about it. And it's more that we are to be oriented on it in our regions. I have a question to Alexander. There's a comment. I will read the comment of Lech Jolas, who texted us. He is the former head of the Donetsk radio company, and now he works with the money went to the digital, but not only advertisement is the source of financing. Don't forget about the audience. People even in smaller towns, they're ready to pay for the good quality content and support those media who serve the local communities. So the media is to be bothered about content in capital letters. And the content will enable them financially. So tell me please, Sasha, how much do you get from crowdfunding? We haven't done it yet, but it's a really good idea and topic, and we are working on it. Yesterday we have completed training at Lviv Media Forum, they also did a good case program on the membership, saying how the membership program works in media. We are digesting now and think whether we have a capacity in the region to create this kind of a model to engage our audience. We have to, of course, research it a bit more to know what they want to see.
Not only business. Well, that's true. Not only business, not only state money. Now we are working on a new project and we have concrete results when we act as advertisers, when we advertise the audience. We have several cases. For example, we worked with the MOM, International Migration Organization. We prepared useful cases which were related to domestic violence. We are working with the platform of civil initiatives Teplitsa from Slovyansk. Within the past few years, well, they were founded 3 years, it seems to me. So, but they are growing now. They launch new projects, new initiatives, and they need an information partner. We do that for free. If they have a budget, then we can engage in a bigger project. So we give the opportunity to the civil society to develop contacts with the media. We also have an excellent project, Mariupol program, cultural program. They have launched an exciting cultural project which is aimed at the young people. So they reached out to us and said, let's make this project together. And we agreed right at once. It was a cultural project. We are writing about them. They are telling about how the young people take part in different projects. For example, they highlight different problems that the youth faces, such as, for example, loneliness. You have a lot of success cases. Yes, we do, but we need to develop in that direction. That is why we do respect your case, because you know how to work with advertisers. As far as I understand, working with advertisers is not always easy. For example, there were a lot of regional cases where it was not exactly an advertising. We just want to highlight different business organizations in the east of Ukraine. So it was not purely advertising, it was more like promotion of this important topic. There are small enterprises which are supported by grants. We write about them, about their success stories, and about recommendations they offer. We had a woman who is producing cheeses in Slovyansk, and it was so tasty. This article was so popular that it went viral. After this article, this woman told us that this word of mouth really worked well. A lot of people started commenting on her Facebook page. She didn't pay us any money. Well, she didn't give us any cheese, but I also really liked, and I ordered cheese made by this woman from Slovyansk. It wasn't expensive and she didn't pay it to us, but this article was very successful. So it seems to me that supporting small businesses is very efficient. Maybe if a business wants to advertise with us, we can help them. Sometimes we work pro bono, sometimes we can take money if they have any. We just know that there are a lot of trends, a lot of new developments in this area. Within the past 2 years, we have been learning studying our audience, analyzing whether they are ready to buy content. However, we must confess that our audience, especially in the regions, they cannot buy content because this region is quite poor, and plus there is the war. So people are not ready to pay for what they usually get for free. But we need to change that. We need to change that gradually, step by step. Last year, we wanted to work on it with trainers from Ukrainska Pravda. They explained us, they taught us several models of paid content. So we had a successful case of attracting money from the audience, where we studied the quality of fish, of river fish and sea fish. We wanted to research how bad ecology, bad environmental behaviors impact the quality of the local fish. But it necessitated money. We have launched our idea on a website, and we started collecting money to carry out this research on this particular topic, to study the quality of the local rivers, of the local fish, and we paid the journalist who worked on this topic. So I'm really grateful to Tatiana, who took an active part in it. So that's your personal issues. You can discuss that later. We had 1 month to collect this money. However, we collected this money only in 10 days. So I think it was a success story. It gives us hope that we'll be able to develop in that area. However, I'd like to say that crowdfunding, not targeted crowdfunding, but just crowdfunding to support our website is much more difficult. We know that there are also websites from the City Sites Network try to do that, and it wasn't efficient at all. It's not a sustainable approach. It's not this funding is not sustainable. Today you can get 1,000 hryvnias and tomorrow you get nothing. This is not a sustainable approach right now. I donate money to your website, and automatically there are allocations from my card every month, and I only remember about that when I get a notification. That is why this system works quite well. I would recommend you to do that. I'd like to say that the support that we have is on one hand quite limited. If we want to develop, we need to make more money. And this year we had another challenge. Our landlord decided to stop the contract with us, and we had to relocate. It was very difficult to find a new office. That is why we spent a lot of money to relocate, to equip our newsroom. It costed us more than 100,000 hryvnias. We thought, oh, that wouldn't cost that much to create a new newsroom, but it turned out that it was a huge amount of money, and we didn't know where to take it from. So for the past 2 years, and even before that, we have launched our commercial department. We are doing video production. We don't work with the authorities, but for example, we have carried out a couple of projects with the Consulate of Germany. So if you have any ideas how to implement what you want, you can suggest that to other stakeholders. It works. When we're doing something together jointly, it always has some kind of interest from the audience, because they understand that you are not alone, that this is a joint effort. That is why it seems to me that our panel discussion is very important in this area. We have 10 minutes left, and then we will continue speaking of such coordination. However, let us give the opportunity to those people who came here on this Saturday morning to listen to us, to ask their questions, or probably we have questions from our audience, those people who are present here. So please take your mic and speak up. Thank you so much. My name is Abdujalil. I'm a journalist at BBC News. It was interesting to me to get to know about the impact of the war in the east of Ukraine on the media, on the regional media in your regions. However, I didn't hear much about that. So can you please elaborate on that? I know that we don't have much time left. However, can you please elaborate on that impact? And how do you compare it with what happened in 2014 or 2015? So the question is, how the military actions impact your work, your audience, your daily activities in general? Nakipilo was founded in 2014 as a response to the so-called Russian Spring, which unfortunately came to Kharkiv. Since then, we have been working, and of course, the topic related to the war in the east of Ukraine is always reflected in our articles, in our videos. Our journalists go to the front line, and of course, we always treat those topics which are related to the military actions, and we also highlight topics which are related to the situation with that's with adaptation of the military veterans. We are telling about the rehabilitation, about the psychological situation of those veterans. I would like to say that within our project with Institute of Mass Information, we have carried out a research about how military topic is reflected in Kharkiv. It turned out that not all the media are providing their statistics of losses in the east of Ukraine, and let me be honest, a lot of people say that they are tired of this topic. However, we definitely write and we made videos on this topic. Maybe that would sound strange or even cynical, but it seems to me that for local media, the war was, if I may say, it was some kind of a nudge, a push forward, because local media became interesting to the capital. It turned out that people working here, they know all the details, all the hints, all the hues of the media landscape. That is why this is one of, positive influences on the local media. There is an increase in interest, but I must say that there are still a lot of expectations. Negative news, of course, are used by the audience, are consumed by the audience uh, much better. So the audience is ready to listen to something negative, to something bad, and we try to shift their focus to say that despite the war, despite the pandemic, something positive is there, that the infrastructure is development, local business is developing. We try to balance the negative and the positive, and we try to balance the interest of our audience. The website 069, where I work, is an old media. It was founded in 2006. In 2014, we faced the challenge which we hadn't known before. We didn't know how to work with this topic. We didn't know. We didn't have the relevant experience. We didn't know how to fight disinformation. It was a huge challenge to us. We didn't know whether we needed to talk to our Russian colleagues who attacked us in 2014 using our information to fabricate fake news based on what we published on our websites. And they used this information. We also commented to the Russian media. Back then, we didn't know that we just needed to cut our ties with the Russian media. So we needed to learn from scratch to work in this new media environment. In addition to something positive, there were a lot of downsides because we lost a part of our audience. The audience was split apart along the contact line, those who were for Ukraine and those who were for Russia. It was a huge loss to us, and we still try to rectify what has happened. Do we still have time? Can I please tell you about something important for our media and for the media that work in Donbas? The military topic is the most important. Since 2014 up until now, we have learned to work with the primary sources. We decided to work with the general headquarters of the Joint Forces operation. This is very important. this is a huge responsibility. We closely follow the developments, and just as Tatiana said, we are showing different aspects, military aspects, and life of the veterans after they come back home from the front line. We are writing about rehabilitation, about the new opportunities which they create in this society, about new communities which are created. So this topic is very important to Donbas. It has always been, it will always be. We will continue analyzing it. Donbas is Ukraine. The question is really important, and we can talk about this topic many days in a row because the impact has been colossal. Without the war, we probably wouldn't have our Donbas Media Forum. We wouldn't have this discussion. But unfortunately, we have what we have. The war is still raging in the east of Ukraine. Part of our territory is still occupied, and we do our best to fight our opponents. So, dear colleagues, it's 11. Let's sum up our discussion.
Let's sum up the results of our discussion, and I will give each of you a minute or less to sum up. And in my opinion, as for today's discussion, we have spoken about achievements that we have in the East. These are new media, new formats of these media, a relaunch of your project, and a radio from Bakhmut, the channel Dom, which is one of the projects which started broadcasting on the occupied territory more than a year ago. So some process is happening on shaping the media landscape. But there are those processes which have negative signs. It's the negative impact of aggressive rhetorics in social media. That's production for the clip content. It's the HR questions, because as you know, the Department of Journalism in Mariupol, only one left, and the Donetsk National Institute moved to Vinnytsia. So these staff matters, they are in place, and those people who go to work in media, they leave then after working here with us. They go to other regions because nobody wants to live in such constant stress all the time. The budgets, that is the advertising market that has decreased. In the process of privatization, we have pluses and minuses, and we don't know what it's going to be like in the long-term perspective. As for the broadcasting on the non-controlled territories, channel Dom, I personally did a lot for this work, but we will not mention this today because I cooperate with the Dom channel, and it seems to me that we are to speak about it, but not in this panel discussion. But here we are to speak about the needs we heard from our community. So I have listed them now, and each of you present here will sum up too. I have listened to you very attentive, then listened to the audience that was listening to us. So I suggest all of those present, everyone who has ever visited the Donbas Media Forum, all the new participants, all the media representatives in Oblasts of the East who are not part of our Donbas Media Forum, for us to start new common actions on restoration of media environment of our region, to unite around restoration of trust to media and overcoming the existential threat to our existence as media representatives. Because before this panel discussion, we said, what is it going to look like? What are we talking about? And I was thinking about what you said, Anna. It means that this is existential question of, because tomorrow they will tell us new social media emerged. The day after tomorrow, the video will be not for a minute but for half a minute. So where is the role of the classical media there? And a lot has been said yesterday about this. I understand, and we heard about it, that a lot help in the process of you know, and those are donor organizations. And it's important to name these organizations that they have been supporting the activity of media for so many years. So Nakipilo, um, Vash Variant, and Zero Six, and USAID, and the Intern Youth, New Project DJ East, and the media program of the Embassy of the USA to Ukraine. Also, European Commission that is doing a lot. You know, it's also a symbol of support. Anya is adding also the Polish Fund of Solidarity. This is important. I always have some ideas about not controlled territory, because we usually speak about the controlled territory. I always have some ideas of how to expand presence of Ukraine in Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea of Ukraine in the meaning of the existential dimension, not just authority, not just government, but our state. And I want to start working on this as well after the completion of our Donbas Media Forum, because the situation, in my opinion, because we gather, analyze, make audits, I think we can't postpone this process. You just can't, you know. You are making projects, programs, and we just can't wait not to make media projects on the non-controlled territory. It is really important. Dom is doing, but it seems to me today there might be the point of no return on account of non-controlled territories. For it not to happen, it's important to focus 100% of efforts on Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. That is in my personal professional plans as editor, journalist, and media personality. So as for Dom, by the way, I am confident that during this year they have obtained a powerful team this year and opportunities, and they will be able to organize broadcast even without my personal participation in the most of cases. But as for our colleagues' participation and our panel here, this can be a start for Donbas Media Forum, not to be annually, but for it to be all the time, so that we could have trainings every day on subscription, to arrange meetings, maybe not this large, but a few people together. So this is going, so for it to be a constant everyday's work. So thank you for visiting this panel today, because for me it is becoming the dimension of what is really important for us. What is really important, so that Ukraine is even present in the non-controlled territory of Ukraine, and us as media representatives, we can do this. These are my personal reflection on account of this at this panel, and I suggest that you have more than 1 minute to express your opinion. It's important, that during this Donbas Media Forum, we can generate ideas. This has been the foundation of this forum, and this has been always the idea of the organizing committee. I shall start. I completely agree with you, because indeed in the regions, media community is not so connected. We don't communicate that much. Now we have four different editorials that have met, and we noticed that we have some common questions, common ideas, and when we can gather together and solve some issues, we can find some new cases. We can take your experience, you can take our experience, we can find new solutions. And I completely agree with you, because we need to be together, we need to communicate, to stick together, because we are curious to know about your experience of communication, with the real people from the non-controlled territories. That's why we are promoting this decision. And so you can also check on the website some useful cases for the residents who, for example, who don't even know how to cross the checkpoint to have a job, even this, it is very important. Materials have to be useful, and media community has to keep in touch all the time. This is a really cool idea. I support it. If to speak about the conclusions and about what we are going to do next, we're going to work on grant programs for media. And my motivation was, when I came here, I want it very much for the journalists not to be afraid to speak about the state officials or state management well, but for the state management and officials to give many reasons to do this. So it has to be like a two-side movement, because we have to understand presidents come and go, officials also here they come and go too. We ought to have the state of Ukraine and trust in state institutions. Another 2014, when we were told that there's no more state and these institutions were paralyzed, we might not survive it. So, you see, when we are confronting and think whether we shall work with the state or not, we can lose the country. A big responsibility, to the state for it to meet these requirements, so people didn't, refuse to speak well about it. Okay, so first thing, I agree. Indeed, if it is a cooperation between editorial offices, and we have such experience with the Donetsk Institute for Information, we create content, the topics are selected by the editorial offices themselves, they approve them, and then these stories or texts are published. And it's not only about the eastern oblasts. Second, it's increasing media literacy. I completely agree about lack of human resources. It is a problem, and right now it seems to me that there are many programs which are aimed at increasing this media literacy and the professionalism of the media representatives, including Nakipila is with the Deutsche Welle Academy. They are holding a number of trainings on constructive journalism, and we have the School of Universal Editors. And before this, we have conducted, I'm a civil journalist, also training, but now there is no need anymore in this. So this is point 2. And point 3 is some maybe fighting with burning out of journalists, because it's a big problem, and it's about communication and around what we can unite. And we have spoken about constructive journalism today in Kharkiv. I hope, if everything goes well, on the 3rd and 4th of December, we are holding the Forum of Constructive Journalism. I'm inviting all. We have opened the registration. It's also a chance to see each other, to communicate, and to produce how to have a quality influence and overcome obstacles. It seems to be an important thought is about a constant dialogue, because it's no secret, when we prepared all of the panels as the representative of the organizing committee, I always wanted to include also some drama or conflict in it, but yesterday during all day it was interesting to observe that there was no conflict. There is no conflict, because from panel to panel during the dialogues, it turned out, when even if those were some enemies that couldn't make peace with each other, but they were speaking about the same things, they just needed to talk to each other. And I liked it a lot that we are capable of uniting around values, because values is the most important thing that exists in our lives, because without it there is no point in doing anything. And to go in Donetsk without values but just with the Ukrainian flag is not a good solution. Yes, democracy is our main value. I also support the idea of a constant communication, because we feel lack of professional communication. And Donbas Media Forum has always been for us this platform where we could meet with our colleagues and exchange our problems. So I think it's a really cool idea, and we support it, and we shall continue supporting it with all means. So I would like to speak about problems. I see a big challenge. Not only we feel not only lack of professional stuff, we feel lack of value with valuable journalists who share values,
who share by democratic values. We do feel that. And I think that this is a problem. This is a general problem because it is impossible to be a journalist and to be indifferent. Because indifference, this is what leads to what Tatiana has said and Alexei has mentioned. It leads to this clip culture. If there is this indifference, there are no normal news. I think this is a general problem that we need to tackle by joining our forces. Last but not least, I would like to say that I also part of the Committee of Journalist Ethics. I joined it last year, and I think that there are very few journalists working at this commission. I mean, because joining local media is to increase the impact of this organization. This is very important to tackle the issues that Andriy has told us about. When a person receives some kind of request from the commission, a complaint from the commission, but doesn't react, because for them this commission is not an authority, and it will become an authority when it will become very influential all over Ukraine and not only in Kiev and Kiev Oblast. Thank you so much for these important insights, dear colleagues. That was very important to hear. We have one more day to discuss all these issues here today, to start creating commissions, committees, and a lot of things like that. I cannot take your time. For the next panelist, I see that there is Lisa from the Commission of Journalist Ethics, and I would like to invite all of you here today. Thank you for organizing this excellent event, for supporting us, partners, donor organizations, and to our Donetsk Institute of Information, the organizing committee of Donbas Media Forum, for organizing this excellent event. So we have the opportunity for this dialogue. Thank you.
Война на востоке Украины забрала жизни более 13 тысяч человек.
Все взрывается, бахает, удары были, тынь-тынь-тынь.
Десятки тысяч были ранены, сотни тысяч пережили обстрелы и получили травмы.
Мы живем 5 километров от линии фронта.
Несколько миллионов жителей Луганской и Донецкой областей вынуждены были покинуть свои дома.
Проговорить, то вот это был шок.
Но война коснулась не только жителей этих регионов.
Військкомат прислав мені повістку.
Так или иначе, она затронула каждого.
За несколько месяцев полностью человек поменял свое мировоззрение.
Проект «Поколение Донбасс» рассказывает невероятные истории людей их словами.
И с этой пушки херяк! Я как четко помню, там было разделение, вот два флага вот так Украины и России растянули. Между ними стояли милиция, вот такая цепь.
Как и многие жители Донецка и Луганска, весной 2014 года Евгений не ожидал, что события будут развиваться так стремительно и начнется вооруженный конфликт.
И ты смотришь на это все и думаешь, что происходит вообще, откуда, что это такое? Ну как это могло вот так быстро вылезти вот так наружу?
Его бар в Донецке в это время только-только начал приносить доход.
И когда со стороны с российским флагом полетели арматура, камни, и ты понимаешь, что это начинается какой-то, реальный пи***. И украинская сторона была абсолютно не агрессивной. То есть они пришли именно с теми же посылами, с какими люди шли на Майдан.
Алексей до 2014 года занимался поиском останков солдат времен Второй мировой войны в рядах миссии «Черный тюльпан».
Захват города застал меня на братской могиле советским солдатам в селе Пришиб. Мы там убирали на памятники, красили его, приводили в божеский вид, и над нами пролетел самолет. Мы не поняли. И тут после того, как пролетел самолет, нам начали звонить по всем телефонам. Говорят, вот, типа, у нас город, там, захватывают городдел, там сейчас беспредел происходит. Там, типа, понаезжали, там машины, люди с оружием бегают по городу, собирают молодежь, раздают оружие, палки, щиты. В городе уже стояли посты, уже стояли менты с автоматами. Уже останавливали, уже машины полным ходом шмонали, уже смотрели паспорта. Это вот сразу вот произошло, буквально через полчаса после того, как нам позвонили.
В 2014 году мы еще успели в Карпаты съездить на небольшой фестивальчик. Звоню своей знакомой: Юлька, что у вас там? Говорю, по телевизору тут показывают вообще ужас-ужас. Она говорит, да ничего, говорит, ну просто стреляли вчера, говорит, в центре, а так все нормально, как обычно. И я в Карпатах увидела то, насколько это ненормально, да? И что оно начинает развиваться по какому-то очень странному сценарию. Когда мы вернулись из Карпат, оно начало накаляться, и когда, я помню, что еще мужу, давай, говорю, вывесим флаг украинский. Он говорит, а ты уверена, что тебя там человек с автоматом, проходящий на улице, не засечет и не постучится сюда и ничего не сделает? Я такая, не уверена. А потому что нет полиции ни на улицах, нигде, ни машин, ни в форме. Вот испарились в одночасье, тых, и все. Но я в тот момент у себя приняла решение, такая, пора валить. Мы взяли билеты, условно говоря, на послезавтра, спаковали вещи, отправили почтой, вот, и на следующий день сели в поезд. Я себе кладу 4 сарафана в Киев, на 2 недельки пересидеть.
В похожей ситуации оказалась и Елена, которая не подозревала, что покидает родной город навсегда.
Здесь, в Бобровом, был домик небольшой совершенно, и я ехала просто на свою дачу. Поэтому я уезжала в шлепанцах и ни о чем не думаючи, знаете. Это было 10 мая, и все, я думала, что я 12-го приеду, и все будет, как было раньше. Мне позвонили с работы и сказали, что мне уже не надо возвращаться.
Вот серебряный фазан, видите? Но это все с былой роскоши еще, как я говорю. Это было до 2014 года. Там павлины.
Когда я в понедельник поняла, что мне ехать некуда и уже ничего нет, и я остаюсь здесь, я не жила в селе, я не знаю, как жить и что мне делать, то вот это был шок. Просто холодный душ. Ты встаешь утром, и здравствуйте, село Боброво. В селе нет ни аптеки, ни школы, ни библиотеки никакой, ни клуба. Вообще ничего нет, кроме одного единственного магазина. В 2014 году он еще и закрылся. Вообще ничего в селе нет. Когда начались обстрелы, еще у тебя и света нет, то есть нет воды, и ты сложил 4 кирпичины, на которых ты можешь разогреть чайник. У тебя же, во-первых, и чайника нет такого, который ты туда поставишь. Бо на даче, конечно, был один единственный электрический чайник.
Алексей оставался в оккупированном Славянске и помогал доставать тела погибших.
Доброго ранку всім. Раді.
Good morning, all. We are happy to greet you at the 7th Donbas Media Forum. And today we shall speak about new ethics and how it integrates into media content. My name is Lisa Kuzmenko, and I...
Разом
Together we have with us Anastasia, who is a journalist at Hromadske Radio. She also coordinates Povaga, and Alexandra Korchinska, a journalist at Новое Время. Today we'll also have with us Angelina Karyakina, general producer at Suspilne. So, hi everyone. Hello. So our conversation about the new ethics, though the concept of new ethics, we are talking about new ethics, though the concept of new ethics is not new. This concept originated in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century, thanks to this women's emancipation. There was Helen Stecker who told some very revolutionary things, that love is most important and love shall be the single legitimate foundation of relationship between men and women. If we use these new ethics in the new format, we can speak of movement Me Too and how these moments influenced the new ethics of the media content. I would like to start with that. When I think what is new ethics in contemporary Ukrainian media, this is about using feminitives. If before Ukrainian media didn't want to use these feminitives, so they laughed at that, they were laughing at some of them. Now I see that more and more media start using feminitives. It becomes a new norm. I would like to ask my colleagues what they think about new ethics, what it is to you. Lisa, I would like to say that a lot of media are still reluctant to use feminitives out of principle, or probably they just don't think about what they use. Sometimes they use feminitives in one text and in another they don't. For example, last year people laughed at a message when, for example, in Zaporizhia, police officer with his husband. I mean, they needed to write with her husband, but they wrote with his husband, and everyone laughed. So that we still have these same-sex marriages, it is allowed in Zaporizhia. So we already have reached equality for the media. So, dear media, if you don't want to be laughed at, when your messages can be read ambiguously, for example, like in this case, then you need to use feminitives. So, Hromadske Radio at Povaga, do you use feminitives? Of course, definitely. Does Новое Время use feminitives? Angelina, what about Suspilne? We do our best to increase feminitives, to make it a systemic approach. I would like to say that there are some editors who use feminitives all the time. However, there are others who just don't care, and you need to show them that there is a lack of feminitives. That is why it is necessary to point it out to them. I wouldn't say that we are perfect. However, we are doing our best to do that. We won't call the names of those editors and journalists who do not use feminitives. However, do you think shall it be mentioned in the editorial policy of a broadcaster, or shall it be just an ethical question? And the journalists must choose themselves whether to use feminitives or not. In big media organizations such as Suspilne, UAPBC, some practices are possible only when they are stipulated in the editorial policy. It does work. When it is a top-down approach, it works. When you show a piece of paper to everyone which was officially approved, then it works. If it's not a whim of an editor. However, there is a flip side to this coin. Let me tell you honestly, if this is not a conscious approach, conscious practice or tool, language that most people use in the editorial office, then those policies which are stipulated in a document, they are still not used by everyone. If senior editors don't use these feminitives in daily life, if we don't hear that in the editorial office, then they won't be mentioned in the articles. If we say that the media is the reflection of the society, can we say that the society is more willing to use feminitives and the media reflects that? Let me tell you this way. With several speakers, we are discussing this issue. We have a number of experts that whom I really love. We've been working together in the area of human rights for many years. However, they don't want to use feminitives, and they ask them to not to use feminitives. Recently, we had a discussion with the press service of an ambassador who didn't want us to use the word female ambassador.
And she said they didn't want to say any feminitives at all. So it often happens on the one hand, but answering your question about the new ethics, it seems to me that feminitives there is visible, or at least some part of this problem. It seems to me for audience and for media, in the context of the new ethics, finally big chunks of problems have become visible, and they are now in our news bulletin, in our materials. Not only domestic violence, not only sexual harassment, and plus at some moment they have become visible for people who have never written about this, or have never thought about this, what is this terminology, and they didn't know that it had any link, to patriarchy or feminism. This was my next question. Yes, we started with feminitives, and clearly that new ethics, it's not only about feminitives. I'm also inviting our listeners to ask us questions on Facebook, and I have a tablet, so I will read them all, and I will give these questions to our speakers. And continuing the topic, what if not feminitives, what else goes into this new ethics? Well, it's the correct terminology. If Angelina mentioned about the topic of covering the topic of domestic violence, I would like to mention that it seems to me that many journalists, they perceive some terms which is always mentioned in the press release, like when there is a victim, when there is a woman or abuser. And it seems to me, taking some press release facts into our texts, we are to remember how it is perceived by the person who's going to watch or read our product. Because when we write about a woman who suffered from domestic violence and call her a victim, then that's going to be the perception that domestic violence is something that cannot be overcome, that it just happened. So it's like a victim of terrorist act. So if the person has survived, then it's a survivor, not a victim. And it's not only that, it's just about the perception of the format of what happened. So writing and saying a victim, we stop perceiving the act of violence as something that can be handled, it's something that happened. Well, continuing this topic about abuser, they call him like, and this way removing in the terminology the responsibility from him, because if he has abused someone, it means but you can do something with the abuse. But obviously the terminology is not frozen. You can't just come to the Department of Journalism and study some terminology and use it all your life. As an example, I would like to say I have recently found out we are used to speaking about, used to saying the people with disabilities, but it was something new to me. It's better to say not a person who's using a wheelchair, but a person who's using, a wheelchair, wheel carriage. Or before we spoke about national minorities, and that's what it says in our constitution, but now it's more correct to say national communities. Maybe you also have such things, in the new terminology. What has changed in the past few years? It seems to me everything has changed significantly, because when I studied at the university, my thesis was about journalistic ethics. That's for my bachelor degree. And I understand what I knew about journalistic ethics back then. I understand young people, everything that we can recall about us when we were 20. But nevertheless, it was not, something we were used to speaking about ethics. I was looking for protagonists or heroes, characters for my thesis, and they just looked at me with their eyes open saying, what are you writing about? So this is the profession. But when we stop perceiving our profession in that way, and to go through also the consequences, when we don't think of it as just of a craft, then we have another attitude to ethics. Okay, speaking about the correct terminology, I have the same question for Angelina and Sasha. What was like a grand opening for you, and why is it important for media? A few years ago, I have visited an online training by one of them was by Deutsche Welle. It was dedicated to the topic of migration, and the new term that I found that there was the person with migration background. And it's not only those people who have migrated, but also their children. They are seen as people with migration background. And there were journalists from Deutsche Welle there who write in Russian as well. So they use this term in Russian. But I haven't noticed that in our media. I was surprised. But I have developed the guideline together with the Alliance of Public Health about the correct language, and you can download it. It's free, or you can order the printed copy of it, also free of charge. I have collected many examples there, how it is correct and how it is not. It was about different segments, spheres of life, about people with disabilities and LGBT, and the sex workers, and about people having addictions, living with a drug addiction. There you can find some, specifics. And I also found some new things and I had to consult with those people who are working in this sphere about certain nuances. You work for the Новое Время. How is it important for you to use the correct terminology? Or does your editor correct your mistakes if he sees some incorrections? Well, before the guidelines appeared for my editorial office, I have prepared such a Google table, what is right and what is not right. So it's, this local self-regulation when the journalist himself wants to change these editorial policies, and they go not from the top down, but they go from the lower level. Yes, I try to do everything correctly, but I face that the colleagues might not just know something or not misunderstand something, but it often refers to the editors who are translating the materials, or who are placing some new or publishing some news on the website, and they might not know. But okay, right away, Sasha, there's a question for us from our listeners about where you can download this methodological guideline. Please give the link. And the same, they say that it would be good to create like a vocabulary of correct terminology, and such vocabularies have already been, created. You can just Google correct terminology for media, and I'm sure you will find a lot of interesting information. Angelina, are you here with us? Yes, of course. What do you think about the correct terminology? How important is it in the work of a journalist? And it's obvious it's not only about words, but about words having the meaning. A revolutionary for me, from the point of view of the new layer of sensitivity, was one experience this year. But for my main work at Suspilne, I'm also the co-founder of the lab of social interest. And this year our team, together with Новое Время, have published the special edition of journal where the Crimean team, having Crimean Tatar editors, and How Shall We Get Crimea Back was the title. It was the practice where about Crimea, the residents of Crimea were supposed to speak about it. We were supposed to give them the possibility to think about it, and the Crimeans were supposed, or Crimean people were supposed to decide the topics, the problematics, and when the running order, and when the team was okay, and the Crimean Tata, who was the cameraman, when she was thinking about such certain visual things, she said, let's do this in lavender color, because lavender is a symbol of Crimea for many Crimean Tatars. We told them a lot back then that it wouldn't occur to any of us, if we didn't give this project, or if we didn't engage the Crimeans and Crimean Tatars to do this. Of course, in our team we had lots of editors who would have done this job very well. And we had this journal, and before this there was a film. And there it was very important to involve people. So quite often the editorial offices tell about problems, they tell about some phenomena in their own words, using their own terminology, looking for some words. But in the editorial office, they either don't pay attention, and there are no such people who could say, well, first of all, don't speak about us without us. And secondly, it would be more comfortable for us if you spoke about us in this way. These words are unpleasant for us, or these words mean this and that. So this sensitivity of terminology and linguistic sensitivity is born from the real sensitivity, from the real inclusive principles in the editorial office. And it seemed to me that you could use some rules, right, and say that that's what we have now and that's how we should do it now. If you pay attention who approves the final decision in the editorial office, a man or a woman, especially on such questions concerning terminology and topics, or how sensitive is this man or woman to these problems, or how many in our editorial office do we have people who represent different layers of society, different communities? Do we have people of other nationalities or other religion, or maybe other people just with other specifics? It's a good practice for any manager of the editorial office, because when the editorial office has diversity and it's inclusive, it can be reflected both on the topics, on the language. Okay, so there was a small interruption, but yes, Angelina, I completely support what you say. When we speak about discriminated groups of people, we can use such a notion as nothing about us without us. That's what we always write about the Roma community experience. If we cover the rights and lives of LGBT, we are to speak with the representatives of the LGBT community. If there are no open representatives, if it's a small town, you can find the human rights organization, but you are to go to the first source. Anastasia, did you have also a comment? Yes, while Angelina was talking, I was thinking about the experience that I had for the past 2 months. I don't remember exactly when it happened in the Hromadske radio editorial office. I was just editing the story of our regional correspondent about a family where there's a child with this the child with a disease, and this child had the cerebral palsy, and the doctor of the child decided to give a comment what led to this. And this comment, I don't remember what exactly he said, but if I didn't read and it was taken out of context, I wouldn't understand what was the whole point. You know, you just read the story about the life of the family when it's hard to go on the 5th floor with a 5-year-old child with no elevator, how they go to rehabilitation, how the state is helping them to call a cab at state cost, and so on. So there are some like sensitive and useful things, but then this story ends in a comment that a pregnant woman is to take care of herself, and she is to think carefully of what she drinks, eats, does, and so on, and that's all. And I was reading this ending, and I realized that contextually we were led to the fact that this pregnant woman was guilty that she had a child with cerebral palsy. But it's no fact that that doctor did say this. Our journalist could have, you know, taken any quote from any part of her text.
I read it once again, and I become shocked how that could happen, how she could end this article with these words. You can Google it, you can read where cerebral palsy can originate from, and we cannot blame the woman that she did something wrong. Well, Nastya, you know, this is very typical to the media when, for example, a mother leaves with a child. Why we never speak of fathers who love their children? Well, you know, the thing is that later I suggested our journalist to join a training on this terminology, but he said, no, I don't need this training. I know how to write. I'm not sure if that he reacted to the same if an male editor would suggest it, because I always feel these gender stereotypes when you are treated like a girl who just wants to teach older boys. Gender equality, this is the new part of the new ethics. When we are talking about gender parity, gender equality, that the woman is not to blame. I would also like to say that this is an element of some kind of a general awareness and professionalism. If you understand that you know the topic well, or that you understand nothing in cerebral palsy, that you don't have enough experience, probably you heard something from someone, you just Google it, ask people. But it seems to me that this journalist reached out to a journalist. Yes, he did, but he didn't have enough experience to use her commentary, which would better highlight this topic. Well, speaking of different cases, I remember the so-called Kaharlik case when a woman was raped in a police department. It was interesting to get a look how the Ukrainian media wrote about this topic, covered this topic. It was something awful because all the highlights were shifted. People wrote not because our police was working bad, but because the woman was not very good. A journalist visited the city mayor, the village mayor, and he asked whether this woman is a good mother, whether she cares for her child. Back then, the Commission for Journalist Ethics called on the Ukrainian media to shift this focus from the victim of this rape to the perpetrator of the crime. Do you remember any cases like that? I organized a training a lecture on gender responsive journalism, gender oriented journalism. I made a presentation on this topic. There were such cases as the case of Oksana Makar. This was a young woman from Mykolaiv in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. An 18-year-old woman was raped by three men. Then she was put on fire and left to die at a dump because they thought that she died already. But she didn't die. She was brought to a hospital where she was conscious for a couple of days, and it was an awful case so that everyone wrote about. A year after that, in Mykolaiv Oblast, there was another case in Vradievka when Irina Kryshkova, who was going back from a club late at night, and a car stopped. She was forced into this car. She was beaten up, raped. You mean that the media wrote about it in a pejorative way, right? What unites all these stories is that in all those cases, the media wrote about what kind of woman was she. For example, with the case Irina Kryshkova, who survived this rape, I even found in a Mykolaiv local newspaper where a journalist just went around the village where Irina, or the town where this woman lived, and she started asking neighbors about Irina. There was a quote that Irina is a good woman, she's not a prostitute, and it was said by local women who were selling something on the market. But what about the situation today? Do you see developments into the positive direction? Well, not. I cannot say that. We wrote about the case which happened this summer. If I'm not mistaken, it was in Kryvyi Rih, when a local dance teacher was accused of raping his underage student. And we also analyzed how the media wrote about this case. And there were such awful things that I felt terrible because we are discussing this, we are discussing the new ethics. However, there are a lot of media outlets. Very often these are regional outlets that don't choose the right words to write about those vulnerable topics. They are writing about this story. They write that this dance teacher was very handsome, was young, and that is why all the girls were in love with him. So by saying that, they blame on the girl. They say that she was to blame because she was in love with him. That is why he raped her. So you mean that the regional media are not well informed? They don't want enough to write the right things. I think the problem is both lack of knowledge and lack of understanding that this is a huge problem. It seems to me the media understands that this is a problem when they are told directly about that during different trainings, or when people face such challenges in their own life, and they understand that victim blaming is a practice which can be sooner or later used against them in any situation. Angelina, what do you think? I would like to tell you a couple of things. I remember when I was starting as a journalist, covering topics which are related to human rights. When we started writing about new Kyiv Pride events, when there were more law enforcement representatives, police representatives than the protesters themselves, and people asked me, why do you care about this topic? It's of no use to anyone. But finally, we really saw that so many people can go out into the streets to protest for human rights of the LGBT community. I received from participants of these events of Kyiv Pride a lot of complaints about how my colleagues and myself used different words, the terminology. Okay, some people are confident enough, are confident that they know this topic to continue learning from their own mistakes, to make conclusions for their colleagues and to move forward. However, as for the others, they become scared that they don't know how to write about it, especially it happens in local media. So, Annalena, what would you recommend, for example, to a journalist who is afraid to cover this topic because he or she doesn't know how to write about that? Let me explain it. It's not only a recommendation to the media experts, but to all those topics who cover this topic, to NGOs, to human rights organizations, or organizations that represent a particular community. You just need to explain to journalists. I would like to support you. If you are speaking of civil society organization or LGBT organization, there is this term SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity, and a lot of human rights defenders they use this abbreviation SOGI, 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 and just general audience cannot understand what does it mean. That is why I would recommend to use simpler language. As for the journalist, if I would recommend, if you don't know how to name a person, you should ask him or her. Exactly, I agree with you. The basis for improvement is dialogue. I know a lot of people in different regions who attended, for example, an event and wrote an article. They were criticized because they forgot to use a feminative or confused terminology. And taking into account that as a person made an effort to come attend this event and to write an article, to write this article, to cover this topic in a small village, for example, where it's too difficult to work with this topic, then I would say that it's better to stay aside, to understand that we all have the privilege to live in the capital of Ukraine, to have your network, to have enough education, and to help those people to understand this topic better. Because if we help those journalists, they started writing more about it. They were no longer afraid how to cover this topic, because very often they cannot understand how to write when a far-right organization attended dispersed participants at, for example, protest event. They don't know how to write that because they don't know how to. They don't know even that representatives of national communities have the right to organize their meetings or screenings. So the balance in journalism is not to invite far-right organizations or representatives of the LGBT community or Roma community on screen and let them have a fight and to have a show. Yes, that's true. The conversation about human rights starts about explaining where this right is stipulated in the Constitution of Ukraine or in the legal framework of Ukraine. Annalena, it's like Hermione Granger who knows everything. I don't want you to think that all we do is putting the blame on regional media. No, that's not right. There are some awful situations that happen not in regional media but on large TV screen or TV channels. I wouldn't call the names. I don't want to blame anyone. And second, I just don't remember the name of this TV channel. At Povaha website, we were preparing for interview with Ella Lubanova, a researcher, head of the Institute of Demographics and Social Research of Ukraine. When preparing to this interview, I watched a lot of interviews with her at different online channels and TV channels, and of course, which topic is discussed with her. Demographics, for example, she was asked to discuss the demographic situation in Ukraine. They asked Ella, what shall we do? This demographic situation is very difficult, and then they show maternity hospitals, and they start saying that why Ukrainian women do not bear a lot of children. So they were asking about demographics. However, they put the blame only on women. So first, why putting the blame only on women? Do they just get pregnant themselves in a vacuum? I fully support what you say. However, this TV channel thought that women were to blame, that to show these maternity houses was good in this topic. You are right, not only original media, but big TV channels make mistakes. Let me remind you that you can leave your questions in the comment section. What can we do as journalists? Not to show our privileges. We can use the correct terminology. We shall take into account gender parity in our articles or news stories. We can react to situations when our colleagues make mistakes, use sexist language. We have an anti-award, which is called Це Яйце. It has been there for the past several years, organized by Women in Media, Detector Media, Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Institute of Mass Information, Zmina Human Rights Center. They nominate people for this award for sexism in politics.
And then they give them these symbolically such eggs. And last year, from the party of the servant of the people, they got this reward. Also, the candidate for the position of the city head, Irina Vrashchuk, and the now closed pro-Russian channel Zik, the sexism was also noticed there. And I encourage to also submit your nominees this year. You can do it on the websites of these organizations, and so that these candidates get their eggs. I just have a very emotional mimics. Sorry, dear colleagues. And Lisa thinks that when she speaks, I'm just sitting here and I'm just making faces. No. Angela, did you want to say something? Yes, I wanted to say something that our journalism and journalism in general lacks, humanism as an approach when the human being is in the center of the story. And often the journalists are working on the topics. They say that with some idea, let's prepare analytical material, but they often forget that any idea and any topic starts with a regular life of a human being, and whatever the topic is about some, I don't know, difficulty of access to education in villages or access to health services in some communities, or just the challenges of life of the elderly in Ukraine. When you go and speak to this person with your feet, not when you don't communicate with experts or politicians, but when you speak to this person, that's when you have the contact with reality. And if you give this person a voice, and actually that is the mission of the journalism, and the journalism oriented on a person, is to give voices to everyone whom we can't hear because of different reasons. And that's when the sensitivity is born. And if we take a look at what we read, what we watch, I lack a lot, some reports, and when you are trying to show to the journalists, that you can do this and that, when there is a live person in the center of the story, and it's not that their story is told for them. That's what I lack a lot. And that is a problem also, that we have this reportage, and that's what it is worth, to do. That's facing the main character. I completely agree with you, Angelina. This sensitivity and new ethics, gender equality, it exists on two levels. First, it's in the editorial office. When we take a look, who is the decision maker? Is it a man or a woman? And that person is in our media content. You can't just write the policies and trying to make the balanced contents in compliance with the new ethics, but only have men in the board of members, in the members of the board. We have announced that we shall speak also why new ethics can help the editorial offices on all levels, get trust of or gain trust of the audience. Yes, go ahead. I don't see Nastya's mimics. I'm just raising my hand. So if you don't mind, I can start. It seems to me that trust is born where people feel that they are not lied to, and when the real things are discussed, where the real things are discussed. But no matter how the politicians are manipulating, saying that Me Too movement is imposed by the Western world, but flash mob in Ukraine appeared earlier in Ukraine, before the Harvey Weinstein story that we heard, which still can be completely realized. The gender equality problems of gender inequality problem, then social inequality. It is in Ukraine in all the layers. So not to tell about this, that's already to construe some picture of distorted reality, right? And people can't correlate themselves with it. So the trust is born where the real honest talk is about what people really feel in their lives. And if we take a look at the surveys, social surveys, depending upon the formulation of the question, the majority of the questioned in Ukraine, they believe that men and women have equal rights. But when you ask them about some roles in the marriage, about load on men and women from the point of view of care after children, level of salaries, I would be very careful with this public opinion. They like to appeal to... No. Lisa, when more questions are asked to people, men also agree, saying that because recently it was said that a woman cannot be the Minister of Defense because this was not going to be well perceived by the society. Nastya wants to say something. Nastya is just very emotional, sorry. I just wanted to say about the trust of the audience. With the trust of the audience, it's a difficult story. And you cannot always, see it as 100% marker. Because I always ask myself a question, which audience? So my example, I have a program on Hromadska radio that I do every Thursday. It's Hromadska Хвиля or Hromadska Wave. And in the beginning of October, we spoke in the framework of Hromadska Хвиля about social project, a survey on the menstrual hygiene in schools, and those lectures given by the public organization Girls together with UN, UNICEF. They have developed the lectures plan. It's also sex education, and I get the letter from one of the listeners in which she says that she couldn't wait until this program was over, and that we are and she was saying that we were... So what did this letter mean? Was it She said that we're just spoiling the audience when we speak about menstrual hygiene. But everyone has, to be taught so that the boys wouldn't, take these pads stuck to their hands and scare everyone with it. If we don't teach them, they will still do it. And these boys will turn into men who, when being in the supermarket and seeing the human hygiene pads, that they are going to be scared of it. There is a joke. If the woman's purse is going to be, cramped with tampons, that the guard's not going to check it because they will be afraid to go through it. Indeed, it is like that. Another thing I wanted to mention, it's about trust of the audience and what Angelina mentioned. The more questions you ask people, the more you can get, some revealings. And we have discussed this issue also, that men don't see a problem in the violence and harassment until they have daughters. And when they are asked, do you want your daughter to be treated like this woman, for example, or like this, they say, no, not to my daughter. Of course, I don't want her to be hurt. So they start seeing more problems like this, or they don't. Yeah, well, it depends. Of course, not all of them. But for somebody, it can be an urge to change their viewpoint. And concerning the editorial policy, I wanted to add, I hold this phone in my hand because we have the editorial policy that is published on the website, and you can check it. I just opened it because we have a chapter denying any forms of discrimination, and it says the discrimination policy in the production of content, and it says that equal opportunities are given to the representatives of different ethnical groups or religious groups, and that we think it's inappropriate to have discriminating comments or any other ones. Inappropriate publication of material aimed at the hate and creating negative images of people on the basis of sex, race, and so on. So most importantly is that this policy works, and you now can go on our website, and if you have no such policy, then, and I wanted to say that we have 2 minutes left, so make very short summaries. Previously they asked, who do you think you're going to be in 5 years from now? And this was asked at the interview. So speaking about new ethics, what is your short forecast? What is it going to look like in a year or 2? I wanted to finish on an optimistic note because I have grounds for it. I'm looking at younger journalists, younger than me, and some of them are very young. They're not even 20 yet, and these are people who are very sensitive to topics of inequality and gender inequality especially. We can think that that's the trend that we have now, and a lot of pop content, mass content, mass culture content, and that's good that everybody likes it. But I'm looking at the journalists I'm working with, who are very young, who are just studying at the university, how their reaction to inequality or some remarks they get, then maybe me wouldn't feel as a remark, like coming to work with a naked stomach. Or so you cannot tell these things to them. When we were young, we would accept such comments or remarks, but you can't criticize them anymore. And Angelina, we'll have 1 more minute. Okay, so very brief. things that we are talking here about in Ukraine are still not popular. And if us as media representatives working with it, we have to be prepared that they will hate us on certain matters, and they will get some remarks editors, journalists, we have to be psychologically prepared for such claims, maybe. But it is a conscious movement. It's a conscious choice. So it's an inspiring summary. I also think that the journalism will look different in several years, but to our generation has an important mission on account of younger journalists. We have to give them, the backs. Because the story of Oksana Makarchin, those children who get internship in our editorial office, they don't know, but they are to know which path our journalism has passed in a short term, how it has changed, and which are the sensitive accents, because it hasn't always been like this. Sasha, do you want to add? Yes, in brief. My own observations, I see changes in journalism and in journalists who cover such topics, that more people get interested in these things, and that regional journalists become curious, and I hope they will keep on looking for places where they can get some new knowledge. And our task, I agree with Angelina, is to help and to give a tip of advice.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you for this conversation. Let me remind you that it was a 7th Media Forum. My name is Liza Kuzmenko. I had with me Anastasia Bagalika, Angelina Karyakina, and Alexandra Горчинska. And now we have a short break.
Дякую, до зустрічі.
Переломный момент для меня лично был, когда со Славянска колонна пришла в Донецк. И ты вроде как бы читаешь вечером о том, что Стрелков оставил там Славянск, ушел, а на следующее утро ты выходишь, и по Университетской идет вот такая огромная батальон, колонна, нескончаемая просто вот людей там. И ты понимаешь, что все, теперь эпицентр здесь, и сейчас военные действия начнутся именно здесь. И просто в твой город заезжает техника, заходят солдаты, и ты понял, все, наверное.
Из-за войны семья Евгения потеряла дом, который они строили в районе Донецкого аэропорта. Уже в оккупированном городе Евгений был вынужден закрыть свой бар и погрузить всю мебель и имущество в огромный грузовик.
В то время просто так машины не выпускали из города. То есть был перечень вещей, которые можно вывозить, и перечень вещей, которые запрещено вывозить вообще. То есть макароны, там какие-то радиаторы, то есть лампочки. Естественно, у меня все это было. И во-вторых, просто так даже пустая машина не может выехать, большая, тебе нужен пропуск. Пропуск ты можешь получить в министерстве каком-то, хер пойми каком. Было там уже масса министерств. Вот как раз мы были в исполкоме, стоим в очереди в коридорах, и в этот момент был один из самых больших взрывов. Взрыв просто сумасшедший, вот так вот, прям стены в исполкоме дрожат, это центр города. Кажется, что это прям вот в дом, вот. И начинается сумасшедшая паника, то есть никто не говорит, что происходит. Все начинают бегать, со всех кабинетов повыбегали вот эти все. Куча сразу военных, так, все кого-то прикрывают, там, я не знаю, уже взорвалось, что вы прикрываете там. Всех, кто находился в этот момент, всех в бомбоубежище туда. Я думаю, да мы выйдем отсюда вообще когда-нибудь или нет. Мы в бомбоубежище просидели, наверное, часа 2, и самое интересное, что я настолько устал, я там заснул. Прошло там пару часов, они выяснили, что произошло. Все стало на свое место. То есть все вышли, опять заняли те же очереди, где были в коридорах. И мы продолжаем стоять дальше, получать пропуск. Дождались своей очереди. Зашли к какому-то министру на собеседование. Он начал спрашивать, что мы везем, куда мы везем. Мы, естественно, рассказали о том, что мы вывозим пока к родителям свое имущество. Там Что он нам делает? Он берет лист А4, вставляет его в принтер, нажимает кнопку, и оттуда выезжает флаг ДНР с названием «Пропуск» цветной. И он нам дает бумажку «Счастливого пути». И я такой стою, серьезно? Ну, типа, так можно было? Ну, это, тупо. Он даже не ламинирован, ну, хотя бы, да? Не у всех есть возможность заламинировать. А он просто вот такой листик. Я думаю, ага, ну, хорошо.
Началась война. Это было, конечно, сурово, это было страшно, это было невыносимо. Мы впервые услышали, как бьют грады. Наш внук, сейчас ему 10 лет, при любом разрыве снаряда он скажет номер снаряда, какой снаряд рвется. Потому что вот мы живем от 5 километров от линии фронта.
Ирина переехала в Боброво еще до начала войны. В Северодонецке у нее остался швейный цех, куда они с мужем ездили каждую неделю и контролировали работу.
Когда шла бомбежка, обстрелы градом с той стороны, мы где-то недели-две мы не могли выехать. И неделю мы просидели в подвале, маршрутки не ездили. И когда приехали в Северодонецк, на обыкновенные, вот идет война, мы людей распустили. Узнали, что многие эвакуировались, уже уехали на Западную Украину, кто куда, кто в Киев, кто на Западную Украину. Ну, все отсюда побежали. Мы хотели забрать оборудование у Боброва. Ну, так как мы уже здесь живем, у нас первый этаж, мы здесь чуть-чуть порядок навели, поштукатурили стены и хотели, просто забрать оборудование, чтобы оно никуда не ушло, чтобы, если вдруг что, мы тут могли выставить швейные машинки и работать дальше, потому что надо как-то жить. По-другому у нас не получалось. И когда мы открыли дверь, как вам сказать, инсульт, не инсульт, инфаркт, не инфаркт, но, слава богу, мы это обошли. У нас был шок. Стояло три стола, 3 рулона ткани и штук 5 водолазок. Все, и цех был полностью пустой. Мы вызвали следственную группу, завели уголовное дело. А потом вызывает нас где-то месяца через 3 следователя, говорит, вы же понимаете, что это война. Это глухое дело. Вам никто ничего не может помочь.
Виктор прошел Майдан и ждал призыва, но, не дождавшись, поїхав воювати добровольцем. Його служба почалась з трагедії.
Ми, коли заїхали вперше на наші позиції, був туман. Ми мали заїжджати вночі. Перша частина колони заїхала на позиції «Маяк», повернула туди, куди треба, а друга частина колони заїхала прямо на позиції бойовиків, на позиції терористів. І загинув цар. Позивний цар, наш старшина, якого я дуже добре знав, і ми напередодні з ним спілкувалися про його пасіку, про його мед. І тут його вбиває снайпер. В тому ж бою гине герой України Усач. Мужичок інтелігентний, надзвичайно інтелігентний чоловік, який вчив нас стріляти з РПГ. Який передавав нам досвід Іловайська. Він в Іловайську підбив там 2 одиниці бойової техніки.
Наталья, у которой сейчас свое бистро в Мариуполе, переехала из Широкино. Именно там она стала свидетельницей страшных ночных обстрелов.
Так ежедневно же были эти обстрелы, а потом нас накрыло вот это 12 февраля. И мы в подвал. Очень были сильные обстрелы возле нас. Мы чувствовали, что это прямо рядом. Мы сидим, обнялись, и я понимаю, что мне нечем дышать. Вот знаете, я не знаю, с чем сравнить, просто не было такого никогда в жизни. Вот как газовая камера, как вот в каком-то фильме, что вот такой вот пыль, дым, не видно друг друга. Муж открывал вот так пальцами открывал банки с компотом, и мы запивали. И когда так, знаете, оно долго-долго-долго оказалось, и потом так раз тишина. И он говорит, сиди тут, а я выйду посмотрю. И он при этом включает телефон, снимать. Там ровно 2,5 минуты тишины, и нам удалось прыгнуть в эту машину и еще соседку забрать с собой, пожилую женщину. Мы когда выехали в Мариуполь, мы выехали до знакомых в чунях, в шубах, все грязные в земле, и документы на дом, на магазин. Но мы выезжали, когда уже с Широкина, не по трассе, вот трасса просматривается со стороны.
Dear friends, hello. This panel discussion is divided into 3 sections. First section will be dedicated to the topic of money and money in the local media. We will speak about the human resources and about advertising, because it seems to me that in 2020-2021 we understood how important advertising in media is. So probably you have a different opinion. However, it seems to me that the media decided to make money. They understood that they have to do that. And now I would like to start with the problem of human resources. We call this panel discussion. I relocated to Kiev and I joined an IT company because a lot of people, former journalists, they start working in the IT industry or PR communications because they can make more money there. That is why I would like to ask you what the situation is in the regional media, how do you fight the problem, and where do you find people who are willing to work? Hello, my name is Valery Harmash. I am from the website 6262.com.ua from Slavyansk. You are right to say that we are starting from scratch and we employ people who have a huge potential and then we help them develop their skills. We do that not because we want it, but because we cannot do otherwise. Unfortunately, there are not enough people who have relevant experience or skills. We cannot have enough journalists in Slavyansk or in other cities and villages around our city. Probably in the future we will have them, but now we don't. We don't say that there are no absolutely good sales managers, but we need to develop their potential. We create jobs for them, we employ them, and we develop their skills and knowledge. Next question to our speakers. For example, you grow and develop a person, you spend a lot of time, you invest a lot of time to teach this person. However, this person says, sorry, I need to go because I want to do something else because it's very difficult to compete and the salaries are low, of course. When you ask the person how much do you make and when you say how much your editor makes, it looks funny in comparison. Good afternoon. Well, yes, so you're absolutely right. At Nakipilo Media Group, we have been working for 7 years and a half. During 6 years, we worked as a team, and then after the pandemic, the people experienced burnout because there were not many news, so the work changed a lot. We can compare that to 2015 or during the election time. That is why two journalists left our team. These were those journalists that came to us very young. One of them went to work in IT, another went to join a press service. However, the situation is that they really went there as qualified experts. Nakipilo prepares good experts, so at least we can be happy that we are experienced in helping others. What do we do with that? After that, we started thinking about how we can pay more to our journalists, to our team. Because our funding, our key funding, these are grant support, and of course, this is the minimal salary that we can pay, which we can pay on a sustainable basis. If we want to employ a new person or to buy new equipment, of course, we need to make money to do that. Speaking of money, Nakipelo is into production, video production. We make the best videos in Kharkiv, and I hope everyone knows about that in and out of Kharkiv. This is the income that we really generate. And of course, we're creating community around media, including with civil society organizations that reach out to us for informational support. Probably they sometimes ask us to record a video or to create some kind of content in a new format. That's how we work. I would like to ask my next question to Anna. Anna and I, we have a story because I became a journalist thanks to Anya. Anya employed me at first because in Luhansk it was difficult to find a job. So how many people do you have now? Now we have 7 people. This is quite a stable team. We haven't changed for the past 10 years. This year a new employee joined us. She came to us from Sumy region. She started in Kiev, she worked in Kiev, and she came to work in the region. And to us it was so good. It's not a trend, it's rather an exception, but I hope that in the future it will be replicated. I'd like to tell you about this problem with the new jobs with the human resources in our region. As far as I remember my career, I see that all over the regions of Ukraine there is a so-called negative selection. When a person comes into the profession, a young person learns something and then moves somewhere else. Why? Because for many years there was a superior attitude from the central media to the regional media. If some of our colleagues have worked 5 or 6 years ago in the regions with colleagues from the central media, then they most probably have faced this superior attitude. Very often it happens then, for example, a celebrity comes to a city and takes part in a briefing together with regional journalists, and then later he or she writes how stupid those local journalists are. It all led to a situation that young people saw their career as there in the center of Ukraine, in the capital. For many years we faced a lot of challenges that the best people relocated to Kiev, to the capital of Ukraine, and we were forced to find new people. However, in 2014 a lot has changed. It turned out that information from the regions became more interesting. A lot happened there. And there was a huge demand on behalf of the central media to information from the regions. It turned out that we had no people to work with. A lot of people ask from the central media, Anya, can you please help us find somebody? Can you please find us a special correspondent in Luhansk or in Donetsk region? That is why it seems to me that this question is hugely important. situation which happened within the past 2 years, where there was a high demand for the regional context, it improves our regional media. It has changed within the past few years. It changes our work. It makes us become better. You were right saying that there was this superior attitude. However, we see that there is a popular public channel in Telegram which is called Regionality, and each piece of news is something very funny. So our attitude is to say, prepare 7 news stories. So you try to find 5, and then 2 are left, and you're looking for some kind of a trash story. This happened before. So let's ask our colleague from Bakhmut, what's the situation in your region? I would like to say that I'm of those journalists who went from the center of Ukraine to the regions. I was born in Kharkiv, then I studied and worked in Kiev, and then I came back to Bakhmut. I taught my team from scratch. As for the news report, we discussed a lot, so we tried to learn and grow each and every day, because people don't want to join the media because of the salary. However, the market is not very competitive in the regions. We were happy to find a couple of students. Some of them were heads of the territorial centers, some of them worked in other areas, and now they wanted to join the media. Our website works as a separate media, I would like to say, and we have a radio station, free radio, in Bakhmut. And when first we tried to find professional journalists with proper diploma. However, we couldn't get on the same page with those people, because we all had our different vision of the final text, of the final version. That is why I do understand that it's very difficult to find people. We've been looking for a new employee for 6 months, and we're looking for 2 people for the past 2 years. When I talk to my colleagues from my Luhansk Oblast, very often there is a problem of cooperation with the local government. So I think it's easier to do that in the regions. They experience something like that in Slovyansk, where you offered anything from the part of the authorities, because we all know that some corrupted media, they can make this prefabricated news. And the case with the car accident of Truhin, MP who got into a car accident, and a lot of media removed news about him because they were paid. So we are speaking of independent journalism. My approach to independent journalism, I think that only financially independent media outlets can be really independent. If we have enough money, we have the possibility to refuse the authorities to publish what is convenient to them. If we have money, I think we also have our own principles, our own strategy, that we do not publish prefabricated news. There are different options. For example, people in local media, they try to write those prefab news ordered by a political party or by the local government. So that's exactly what I was asking about. For some people, this is quite an easy business model. You are right. If we go the easy way, then of course we can get in touch with the authorities and to be the mouthpiece of the authorities, and someone might call it journalism. However, I cannot tell it journalism. That's exactly what happened in Kharkiv before the elections. There were a lot of new websites. For example, one of them was called Первая столица, or First Capital. There was a lot of information about Mikhailo Dobkin, who pays a lot of money to his followers. So my question is, do you cooperate with these people, and who are those people who publish those prefab news? I saw your face. What do you mean? Well, I don't know what to say. It seems to me that you could see my reaction on my face. Well, of course, before the election, newspapers such as Время Dobkina, the time of Dobkin, appeared, or this Первая столица, or First Capital Media. I don't know whether they will survive. As for the Первая столица, they have a new story that Terehov has won. I have already told you that Kharkovsky Izvestia news outlet, there was information about the campaign of Terehov, that he was visiting a school or a kindergarten, or that he was present at dog competition. So is it journalism? I think that kind of news won't persuade anyone. We all understand that it's prefab news. It's not real journalism. If I listen to inhabitants of Kharkiv who wanted to vote, they didn't know whom they would vote for. They knew that, for example, Terehov was not very good. However, people said, well, but the media write a lot about him. And it was a negative side, because they didn't trust a person who writes too much about himself or makes other media write a lot about himself. So I don't think that this is a sustainable media outlets, because I doubt that, for example, advertisers will advertise on this website. Yeah, so that's true. Now a lot of advertisers don't want to associate themselves with politicians. So there is this myth, if you advertise in a political media, that you will be successful. People do not understand that you just advertised. My question is to Anya. It seems to me that there is a high demand, a need for fixers and for special correspondents in Donbas. Probably you have your own vision. What shall be done? Maybe we shall create a kind of a hub in Donbas, journalists who will help find new teammates. We were thinking about that. We even tried to organize a school of journalism. We aimed to possibly engage people who would get through this school to join our team later. We organized this event twice, however, to no avail, because people who joined this school, probably they didn't have understanding of what a journalist profession is. Many people imagine it differently. For example, girls want to be beautiful and to be TV presenters. That's how they imagine a journalist job is. And some boys say that this is a relaxed work. When you just write an article per week, you get a lot of money. But it's totally different. You need to really get to work in the regions. You need to write a lot of articles every day on different topics. There is a lot of routine work, and some people are not prepared to do that, unfortunately, especially young people. Sometimes graduates from Mariupol State University, a man came to us, a graduate from this university came to us. He worked there for a couple of weeks and said, I'm sorry, I can no longer work 8 hours per day every day. I cannot do that. And he left. Unfortunately, we see that quite often. I don't know how to explain this attitude. That is why I'm quite pessimistic towards this harbor incubator. I don't know what to do with the human resources. We really need people who share our values, not only those people who can write, but those people who share the values of our profession and the values of a democratic society. These are not just words, these are the realities without which it is impossible to create high quality media. That is why this problem is still relevant. I don't have answers to this question, unfortunately. If I may, I would like to share my experience. We also had a school, a journalist school. We have been working with Deutsche Welle Academy for a couple of years. First, we had a program for civil society journalists, which was aimed at students of journalist faculties or civil society activists who wanted to cover activities in the regions. And then later, we organized a more professional school. Now we have the School for Universal Editors. It's not big. We have 8 students there. We train them. We have 4 sections, starting from basic journalistics, how to write, how to edit, how to make sure that your work is secure, digital security. Second section is about media management, including budgeting and so on and so forth.
And now we have the digital module. So I would like to say that even for previous last year, graduates, some of them have changed their place of work. They believed in themselves and initiated some media outlet. For example, Drohobych City, it's our Natalia Kindratev who has finished SUR. And these mass schools, they can be productive, but in fact people genuine per their values and they understand how to build or how to change their media outlet for it to be of good quality. That's the case that we have. I would like to, if speaking about personnel, I would like to, and if we already agreed that we have to compete, with for salaries and so on, I will have a question for Anna. Can media be business? Do we need it to be like business? Or should we say, okay, we can't make money on it, but we carry the values and the international donors can support us? Because in fact everyone started including or doing ad, and it seems like it looks okay, but such a high competition for it and such bigger resource invest in it that not so much can be earned on it. Do you have some kind of model? How do you do it? Well, we exist thanks to grants. We have been studying for a year, and we have been studying to make money for a year. We have the ad department communicating with the business. And when we say we have a cool idea, let's make an image project and we'll make the video, we'll do it this way and that, and they ask us how much. And they say, okay, clear. And that's when it's over. That's where it ends. So far, it is fighting for business to believe that these are not just jeans materials saying that Vasya Pupkin is good boy, but indeed they say he's a responsible employer, he does something. I think it just works this way. So it's hard to earn on ads, but this direction has 2 components. As a representative of a website, I like our representative. As a representative from the Rodia, I look at our colleagues who are, damping, then do it again, because then we just cannot survive at all. Because it's difficult to set some good prices, because there are all Ukrainian radio stations said we can make money in Kharkiv because their business pays, but in Bakhmut we will have such a price that is just minimum one, because it's something additional. But when it's only the local one, it's difficult to have a dialogue with a local business. Now we have to, combine to communicate with grant organizations, take pro-international projects, and partly have some profit from business. Another question. Do you think the regional journalists can be saved if they stay close to their audience? And secondly, how and where do you learn information about your audience? How do you communicate with your audience? Because we have spoken about community, and I like these titles: Club of Friends of Ukrainian Pravda. Do you have a thing like this? I'll start with question 2, how the interaction with the audience is built. It's easier to do it with the regional media than national, because here you can really write about the neighbor everybody knows, or about the man. We have, for example, when I have a nice story, it's about the Olympic Games. So the man who won in swimming, and he's from our city, and many know him, and when they read about him, it's easy to build that communication around this topic. Right now, we are constantly interacting with our community on account of what kind of article they would like to read, or if they think we give them the choice of 3 articles. It's a good promo for the future article, because when people can vote for this article to be written, and then when they read it, they say, cool, we had an impact on content that's on the website. And I think that we should communicate with our audience all the time, because we don't just write it like for everyone at once. We write for specific people. We have 8 portraits of our audience, and each material is issued for a separate portrait in the audience. So this is Christina, for example. She's 29, she works there, and so on. So there is such problem. Maybe it's not only my point of view. We all think that democracy, value, standards, we all need it. And then you go to some outlet, and there we have the title like with your genitals in the sand. And then you understand that, okay, and what am I doing then? But it's just someone's opinion, somebody's thought. But you can't call it journalism. Well, let it be. Well, somebody says genitals with the sand, and somebody is actually working. And on the one hand, we shall see lots of reviews, but that's not journalism. It's a totally different thing. A question for you. Okay, how we did this? There were 2 specialists and told us, if you want much traffic, we will give you the guidelines. We read the guidelines, and we had to do 3 recipes of cherry pies, a horoscope for the week, and what you shouldn't eat, some conditions. And a lot of mass media are following this, because they have to respond, to the cover. And because the marketing department says your text has been viewed by 700,000. But then when you go to the website, you see there's an interview with Zelensky, and here it's about pies, and they only care about coverage, then it's not clear what the site is about. Have you dealt with this? About 700,000 views? Okay, but who are these people who watched it? What is their quality? Well, let's say that this business article will be written, and what will it do? They will go and buy, they will become customers. We cooperate with one IT company, and we have the native ad with them, and they tell us, we know that you're not top 3 in the region, but we know your audience, and our audience and your audience overlap. So they have analyzed and they prepared these circles and they say we have this cross section, and we know that you will produce a good quality content, and we know that our employees read you too. So this is about trust. That is why it's about, you can write about a pie, but what is the aim? Is it to make it useful for the audience? Well, perhaps. But our audience will be very surprised if such material is placed. We work, with our heart, and we know some of our audience in person. We have a circle of audience with whom we interact, and we also have the offline interaction. Before pandemic, we held such events. We called the Media City, where we invited representatives of NGOs who come to our press center, or about whom we produced materials, and we invited the musicians and invited guests. And so we showed them there are NGOs. These are no abstract people you don't know, but here they are. You can communicate with them. There are these journalists. You can talk to them. It's not only about telling about your problems. You can just discuss something. And it was really cool. It was about this, crowd that is not only on the screen. I have a question from the audience. Experience of media of Donbas is unique, but how do you stay faithful to your social mission and to still be, profitable? So please tell me, did your audience change for this entire period as of 2014? And how do you research it? Is it like a core audience or not? Of course, the audience question that splits up our audience, and we lose trust too. So periodically we face such challenges. How do we explore it? Well, Google Analytics, of course. In 2017, we had another cool experience. Thompson Foundation, we went a grant, and they helped us. And we did a real social survey. The Kiev agency did it. And we realized very well, we actually came to know our audience very well. We knew about the quantity and how well our website is recognized. So those were positive results, and I thought it was gonna be worse, especially after the 2014-2015 crisis. So we managed to hold our audience, and we monetize it because we make money on the views. And these are good funds. How do you do it? The contextual ad, and the more views we have on our website, the more of contextual ad that we can sell. And what is the percentage of the budget covered by this from your office? Well, our ad, it's 100%. Because there are different kinds of ads, but we have no other financing. I can't also say grants and say that they are the source of our financing, because it happens from time to time. And these are small grants for production of some certain content. So you earn money and you produce the good quality content. Yes, but we can't refuse, that's what I say in titles. We're looking for the balance between the professional standards and how to attract the viewer. How do we make them look a bit further than what it says in the title. Well, let's say we get some big topic and there are many questions, so the journalist went for briefing and he heard, so it's like example, he heard about vaccination, that the new Moderna vaccination batch has been brought in, and we collectively decide which questions is the most acute, which one we have to pull into the title, and this is our everyday's work. That's how we are trying to hook them. Another example, once I was in the press tour visiting the enterprise in Lviv Oblast producing juice, Galicia.
When I got back home, I thought, who would be interested in that, about that in Mariupol? Okay, the enterprise was really cool, the owner was great, but I don't think it would be of an interest to Mariupol. So I wrote a headline that in Lviv people make more money than workers of a local factory. That was true. It was a fact. And it was the top article. I wanted to say that we are looking for a balance of how to stick to the standards of journalism and to ask provocative questions. We are always learning the interest of our audience and try to balance. A question to everyone. Don't you think, for example, that our media has an income? We pay our staff, and what's next? Shall we develop because we cannot do the same all the time? Because we start thinking that you are in decline, so it's like a swamp. You do something, but it's the same all over and over again. So probably you want to employ new people and you don't have money. Do you think what are the next steps for our editorial offices? In our situation, we have worked for 7 years. And last year we had this glass ceiling situation. We reached our maximum, we reached the ceiling, and we did what we planned. Although at first you wanted to work until Slavyansk was occupied. Nobody thought that you didn't think that you'd be doing that for 7 years. Yes, it's true, I wanted to work there for 1 year and then leave. But everything changed. We sat together and had a strategic session. We thought how we would like to develop. We had our team, we developed a strategy and an action plan, and that is why we are now moving forward. So I would like to say that in any case we need to develop. Even if we don't change, the world changes, and we always need to run as fast as the world. And it's even better just to run even faster. In my opinion, we need to develop, we need to build up our potential, and we need to find new opportunities. Thank you so much. Nakipela, what about you? Are you going to develop and grow? Yes, we are growing already because we receive grant money. We now get support for creating a radio station. Because let me remind you that in our city with 1 million inhabitants, we don't have a Kharkiv radio. That is why no radio stations. Of course, we have Suspilne here. However, we don't have our local radio station. By the way, that's a real problem. I would like to comment on that. Several years ago, we worked with the Christmas radio. However, it's a seasonal radio, and now we are about to launch our radio station, Nakipilo radio station. We will discuss different things which are related to our region. We will also discuss local Kharkiv music. We understood that the newsroom team won't be able to do that. That's too much. Otherwise, we will just die off. And of course, after the elections, we were so tired. It seems to me that they already have a lot of tasks to do. We are working quite actively, to put it mildly. So we found new employees, a new team. Of course, we will integrate it into the work of our editorial office, but still we needed new people, new blood. I understand that without support or without further monetization of this project, I don't think that we will be able to last long. I cannot forecast. However, these are the plans for the next few months to come. As for the widening our newsroom, I would like to say that we work in Trello app, and we have a special column for topics that we don't have the time to cover, because of course we have a lot to do. One way to go is to work with those topics, to work with freelancers. Not necessarily freelancers from Kharkiv. Sorry for interrupting you, but our time is left. Thank you so much for this discussion. So the conclusion is we can make money, and if you do make money, it doesn't mean that you publish prefab news. Thank you so much for discussing this topic with me today. Thank you.
Так мы даже...
Мы вызвали следственную группу, завели уголовное дело. Ну, а потом вызывает нас где-то месяца через 3 следователя, говорит, ну вы же понимаете, что это война. Это глухое дело. Вам никто ничего не может помочь.
Виктор прошел Майдан и ждал призыва, но не дождавшись, поїхав воювати добровольцем. Його служба почалась з трагедії.
Ми, коли заїхали вперше на наші позиції, був туман. Ми мали заїжджати вночі. Перша частина колони заїхала на позиції «Маяк», повернула туди, куди треба, а друга частина колони заїхала прямо на позиції бойовиків, на позиції терористів. І загинув цар. Позивний цар, наш старшина, якого я дуже добре знав, і ми напередодні з ним спілкувалися про його пасіку, про його мед. І тут його вбиває снайпер. В тому ж бою гине герой України Усач. Мужичок інтелігентний, надзвичайно інтелігентний чоловік, який вчив нас стріляти з РПГ. Який передавав нам досвід Іловайська. Він в Іловайську підбив там 2 одиниці бойової техніки.
Наталья, у которой сейчас свое бистро в Мариуполе, переехала из Широкино. Именно там она стала свидетельницей страшных ночных обстрелов.
Так ежедневно же были эти обстрелы, а потом нас накрыло вот это 12 февраля. И мы в подвал. Мы в подвал. Очень были сильные обстрелы. Возле нас мы чувствовали, что это прямо рядом. Мы сидим, обнялись, и я понимаю, что мне нечем дышать. Вот знаете, я не знаю, с чем сравнить, просто не было такого никогда в жизни. Вот как газовая камера, как вот в каком-то фильме, что вот такой вот пыль, дым, не видно друг друга. Муж открывал вот так пальцами открывал банки с компотом, и мы запивали. И когда так, знаете, оно долго-долго-долго оказалось, и потом так раз тишина. И он говорит, сиди тут, а я выйду посмотрю. И он при этом включает телефон, снимать. Там ровно 2,5 минуты тишины, и нам удалось прыгнуть в эту машину и еще соседку забрать с собой, пожилую женщину. Мы когда выехали в Мариуполь, мы выехали до знакомых в чунях, в шубах, все грязные в земле. И документы на дом, на магазин. Но мы выезжали, когда уже с Широкино, не по трассе, вот трасса просматривается со стороны ДНР, а по улочках, то сзади так падали, мне казалось, прям за машиной падают снаряды, что нас вот так закидывало. Я просто молилась.
Эта машинка нас вывезла, девочки. Спереди даже там есть чуть-чуть, она такая как
Вы
бы.
вообще на такой древней машине ездили, нет?
Да.
В это же время Виктор был не просто свидетелем боев за Широкино, он был их участником.
Обстріли були надзвичайно потужні. Так мікро-Сталінград. Стільки вилито було заліза на наші голови. Ну, ми розуміли, що Росія просто вистрілює по нас свої старі боєкомплекти. Це хороша утилізація, насправді. Туристичні будиночки для відпочинку смугою йшли на узбережжя. Там юрмились собаки, вони грілись там. І це нам, українській армії, було дуже класно, тому що як тільки диверсійно-розвідувальні групи ДРГ хотіли нам зайти в тил, собаки гавкали, вони спрацьовували як дзвіночки, і ми були насторожі. Чеченці, коли зайшли, вони всіх їх порізали ножами там, ми чули скавчання.
Ну, еще в 2014 году мне просто были слезы, обида, и там был твой дом, куда съезжались все равно на выходные, приезжали дети, понимаете? Мы собирались все вместе, у нас все эти были обеды, и вдруг на тебя этого ничего нет. Сын в Днепре, дочь в Одессе. Все.
Только в 2015 году Алина решилась поехать за вещами в оккупированный Алчевск. Кроме того, в городе остались ее пожилые родители.
Я понимала, куда я еду. И вроде бы что же, как психолог, вроде же понимаю, как психика устроена. Но что я настолько буду ошеломлена, ну, в принципе, ошеломлена – это очень культурное слово. Едешь по Луганску, и тут в дырках, снарядах, обгоревшее, разрушенное. Машинки, видишь, что они военные, без номерных знаков ездят. Люди в форме с оружием наперевес, и ты не знаешь, они кто. Полиция, милиция, военные, ополченцы, еще кто-то. Мужики одетые просто с оружием. И я помню, что я приехала на квартиру, я вообще никуда не выходила. Вот, когда референдум этот организовывали, я помню, как мама потом мне рассказывала, говорит, ехала в маршрутке, и говорю, люди, вы куда? Какой референдум? Она такая, говорит, я думала, говорит, меня забьют в маршрутке. Говорит, я вышла. Такая позиция была на тот момент, когда мы выезжали. Когда отключили украинское телевидение, месяца через 4, через 5, мама говорит, а что Порошенко войска сюда привел? Я такая, мам, ты о чем? Мою страну, мою родину. Ну, они ж оба родились в России. Я такая, о, говорю, а что это ты? Говорю, про родину вспомнила. И когда я съездила в 2015 году за вещами, и 3 дня там побыла и покурсировала около телевизора, я поняла, почему буквально там за несколько месяцев полностью человек поменял свое мировоззрение. Я помню вот эти обрывки из новостей, когда я уже на второй день понимаю, что очень даже и я бы могла хорошо ненавидеть Украину благодаря всем этим, там, удивлению тому газетам местным. Я такая беру, думаю, ой, господи, прям совок. Молодая республика накосила столько-то тонн зерна. Я вот просто, я читала газету, такая, боже, это реально? И я помню, когда я приехала в Киев после той поездки, я понимаю, что у меня тревога поднялась, со мной происходит что-то не то, я быстрее на личную терапию, и вот это напряжение за 3 дня там, ну там за 2, дорога еще там что-то заняла. Я, наверное, его прорабатывала еще месяца 2. Но вот я приняла для себя решение, что вот все. Это последний раз, когда я еду только по крайней необходимости и нужде, туда буду ездить.
Ну, я бы хотел бы приехать хотя бы походить. Мы там жить уже не будем. Я не смогу там жить, но хочется же походить. Просто пройтись и назад уехать. Все, мне больше ничего не хочется. У меня папа с мамой там похоронены.
Good day. Today we have gathered in the studio for the discussion how the work of journalism, also communication specialists, is united. So first question I have, how is it possible to unite communication and journalism? How do we differentiate between what work of journalist and what is the work of the PR specialist? Let me start. I don't think that to differentiate is the most important task. It seems to me that most importantly is to do your job well. If you think that your obligation is that your activity to be known about, you're looking for the mechanism. I can speak about my work. Since I'm from the journalism and now I uphold position in the press service of the Donetsk Oblast administration, and journalists come to me and I understand that I have to provide them information fast and quality and fully so that they could work with it, all per journalistic standards. To add with another opinion, so to analyze the facts, this is my reply. That's in brief. I would discuss even the title of this topic. I don't think it is necessary to differentiate between these things because they stay very close to each other, and I will tell you a few stories. I used to be a journalist and now I work in the communications, and on a certain stage in the meeting of in the PR agency, when we were discussing how to build the communication campaign, how to create the informational messages in the way they are clear for people, I realized that I am receiving something that I haven't had for a long time. It was a meeting of people who are thinking about information, because it often happens when people don't have time to think and analyze. That's how the market works these days, and the communication campaign representatives, they replace these things. And in many ministries and administrations on the local self-governments, there's a lot of information that would otherwise cost a lot for the editorial office to understand it, to analyze it. And so it is content. That's what people need. So if you do everything per rules, and rules are very simple, as the commission, there is a commission of journalistic ethics, there are rules which are difficult to fulfill, but they're very simple. If you perceive communication as content, then you won't have this question at all. Everyone does his part of the job, and people get what they deserve for that is good information. I want to say that we all came from journalism, and we this way or other way work in communications, and we want these topics to be, connected. But if they are not completely different, but these are completely different spheres per its essence, because the objectives, well, they're not completely different, but they differ much. For a communications officer, for him it's most important to cause certain action at the end use of the information, and that action is to lead to positive changes either in the company or in the institution that he represents. And he tries to achieve this objective in certain ways, defining the target audience, defining the messages, the speakers, channels, and so on. The journalist, as far as I can judge, he has another aim. He doesn't have a specific action objective. He only cares about the public interest. That's what the politician is to care about. And the journalist, by his work, creates the discourse around social problems, producing information per certain standards. On the other hand, he creates this public space where this discussion is possible. The discussion of people who think about coexisting and their individual life, and they can exchange decisions, information, some reflections, but space is needed to do this. If we go in the theory of media sphere and of journalism, that's how it all started. Media created conditions, possibilities for people to commonly act, think, and reflect on issues that bother them on the daily basis. But there are different directions in the media, different directions of the companies, and I think the most difficult especially now, it's not about social campaigns, it's not about public or political communications, it's about business ones. Because when I used to work, there were a lot of business media, even business newspapers. We wrote a lot about business, economy. But now, many media outlets take content. If it's business, so it's maybe something about advertising. Because how do we find the balance? Because the task of the communication officer, of course, there's a marketing task when you have to take some action for somebody to buy it, to call. But how do we achieve balance so that it not all is like ads? Because there are many socially important topics, but not to have also a lot of labeled ad. How do we stick to a balance? I would like to argue with my colleague, yes, but there are a few things which don't work which work differently. I'm not convinced that the journalists are creating the social discourse today. They are the participants to this process. But the time when the journalists did this, fortunately or unfortunately, has passed, because social discourse is created by a big number of players today. There are bloggers who will never call themselves journalists, and they don't want to be called journalists. And you discussed this yesterday. There is Russian propaganda that generates these things also in a very good way. And then when the journalists create something on their own, only the best of them, but they are only one of the players. And secondly, what do communication officer wants? If he works in the black PR, you don't even have to look for the balance. You have to defend yourself against it. But an open question. Last year there was a survey that showed what people expect from the mass media. So then exposure of corruption, 39%. Clear, and a lot of journalists do it. And covering the positive things that we have in the country, also 39%. So is the task of the journalist to give what people want? Will he do this? We know the examples. The video says we're not going to work with the authorities because let them do their work. Is this the correct approach? I'm not sure. Can we? And here's the question: if people want to know what's happening, Internews, they prepared one interesting study on perception of media, and that was an interesting thing. When people were asked, "Have you heard anything about reform?" They said, yes, we heard. And they asked them, which reforms have you heard about? Let's say Rotterdam Plus. What is Rotterdam Plus? Nobody knew what it was about. So if people want to know a bit more, then we can unite around these things, because journalists have access to the audience, and they are also fighting for the audience, because the key task of the journalist, for him to be seen by more people, and the communication officers, they have information. The bodies, state bodies, regional bodies, they also have information. If you find the common points for people to give this information, why to look for the balance? But it's better to look for the ways to cooperate. I completely agree with you. It doesn't contradict each other. The journalist now is the co-participant of this common discourse, but they carry this creative charge, and they to feel this creative energy and to feel responsible for it. On the other hand, I do not contradict to say that these spheres, they can coexist. This demand for positive stories, what we call today as constructive journalism, or what we, together with our colleagues in Internews, are trying to develop the direction of trend like journalism of solutions, then here there's the best unification of the communication officer who work in the authorities or in business who carry the social element. Apart from that, we see this combination in clarification, because a lot what the authority does on any level, local, regional, it needs to be explained, because we have a historical bias or critical view concerning the authority. One is connected with liberal model, saying the authority is something that is corruptive, and that's back from old times. For Ukrainians, the authorities are always something that is estranged. That's why they are biased, because they think that it's just some passerby who's administering us here and wants to colonize us there. So, but there is this bias in the society, plus this bias creates distrust right away. And here, cooperation of the communications officer and media is to explain there are policies and what it means for people and why it was done, either to change the rules of the game or to make these rules more comfortable. Roman knows the topic of the energy sector, like for example the multiple choice of the gas suppliers. For us, it's a big shock. People didn't even notice in their budget, when they get the utilities, receipt, but now they see that it's a big item of expenditure from the family budget. And now we're shocked to know that gas can be taken from different sources, even though it goes to the same pipeline. So such things which are obvious to specialists, which are obvious and positive for policymakers, but for the end users of certain information or public services, they need explanation. They need to be explained. And there's a big field for constructive cooperation here. It seems to be that explanation, it's a story that the state bodies find difficulty in. So as for the trust, I'm really grateful that you touched upon the subject. If we sorry that I'm speaking from the point of view of the practitioner, but if we speak about internal motivation and your task that you see in your work, then first of all is to be noticed as the state body and to be of good quality. Because today media has spoken a lot about lack of budget. They don't know where to find money, how to develop, how to be compliant with the standards and also to have some good financial level. But the state has money for everything. There's a budget. So to use it effectively is the main task. In our press service, we have people working from the field. So those people who know the basics of the profession very well. They know not just the basic, but all the details of this profession. We have the internet specialists, the TV specialists. So this explanation, this, we are trying to, we know how the journalists are to speak with the audience. And I think in the territory of Donetsk, we managed to communicate with our audience and to discuss interesting things with the press, and even to ensure each other. We can always count on our journalists without breaking any standards, without crossing the line, or maybe of some, something that is misspoken. As I already said, that explanation, we are lucky that a lot of you has worked in the media and you know the importance of it.
The task is, as I always say to my speakers, to my colleagues at work or top managers, if a journalist doesn't know anything, it's your fault, not his or hers, because you didn't explain it enough to them. It's very important to have this advice, because communication managers can provide enough information. On the other hand, the authorities don't always like to explain something to a journalist. We as communication experts understand that sometimes we want to correct journalists, sometimes we ask them to correct information written in the article. So what do we do to help tackle the situation? There are a lot of people moving from the authorities, from press services to the communication departments. How do we make this cooperation professional? That's true, it's a problem. It seems to me that it stems from what you said before. It stems from the historical mental lack of confidence to the authorities. So the authorities are also afraid of the journalists, because they are persuaded that they will write something bad about them. Our news feed at the Oblast administration, a woman, a journalist, came from Austria website, and she asked me, what shall I do? And I explained to her, just use your judgment and to make the best you can. That would be our task, to explain this to the audience without using the official terminology, abbreviations, statistics, and so on and so forth. I wouldn't say that it's perfect. Sometimes there is huge misunderstanding. However, we try to do our best. You started looking for a recipe of what needs to be done. If a journalist knows what to do, they will do it best. If the communication manager knows what to do, everything will be okay. Nobody will have to say that I know it better, because they know what to talk about. There are other cases. Several years ago, people from a small town came to us and they said, we record a video, 5 to 7 minutes. Each minute costs 1,000 hryvnias, so more minutes the better. Of course, it doesn't work properly. We also had a mayor from a small town who said, we provide our information to the local journalists because we have a contract. And can you imagine what they write? They write that we are the best, and I'm sick of that. I don't know how to work with them, because I'm sick and tired of all the positive things that they write about us. So it doesn't really work. This approach is not good. It doesn't work when the state says write this or that. I know that it's necessary to explain. I know an excellent case of an information campaign in a local territorial community. The journalist wanted to explain to the audience that they can change the provider of gas. They spoke to the head of this territorial community, to local people. So nobody joined. the protest action when it started, because people looked at those video reports. It means that in this case, the local government worked very well, explaining local population what would happen. So what we now do is the strategic for economic development of the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. This is a policy which was developed with the help of international experts, Ukrainian experts, of course, which was adopted by the cabinet of ministers, and it is a high-quality tool which is based on the simple foundation that local people in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast want to develop their own business. If they continue doing that, they will get more investments and it will be better for the entire region. Is that the entry point for anyone? Obvious. What if something goes wrong? What if someone would use that? I'm not sure, because I think it will work in both directions. If all journalists are on the same page, if they understand that they need to speak of this economic development, then it will be impossible to do something bad to this information. We must remember that communication managers are not liked by everyone. For example, they send a lot of requests, and sometimes the authorities are also tired to provide all information to them. As for your question, what we do so the authorities feel this balance, it seems to me that now it changes. Of course, we see a lot of information. Recently, there was information that there are gag orders or guidelines, that there are some speakers. Of course, this is an element of communication policy. However, in general, we see that the trend is reversed now. The government, the local government understand that this explanatory component is really important. That is why they reach out to journalists and ask them to help them to spread this information, to spread those explainers, or they suggest to do something together. We at Internews work at the intersection between government and journalism in such information campaigns. And we see, for example, we worked on a project dedicated to privatization of small enterprises privatization on behalf of the Fund of State Property. We saw that there was some kind of misunderstanding. They wanted to persuade people that privatization, this is not about stealing, that it's not what happened back in 1990s. They wanted us to share this information. So a businessman in a concrete town sees that probably he can buy this building and to turn this liability into an asset, that they can make an investment into their business and into their community. The same goes with the decentralization reform. Now there are a lot of attempts to share the best practices, because this reform has obviously been very successful, and people feel that they became more successful, that they can use the money allocated to their communities. So they now see that they have a mechanism of spending this money. There is a huge need to collect and spread those best practices. Vaccination is another important topic. Some people say that the phenomenon of motion is true, so others say that it's a lie because they distort the statistics. However, this is one of the best cases that we needed to distribute, to show each and every person, just to show how some policies work. As for the balance and crossing the lines, it seems to me that everything that is related to explaining what is called policies, decisions, which influence daily life of citizens, this is okay. when we cross the line and start promoting a concrete person, then for journalists that's not okay. It seems to me that this watershed is very important. We can have this line and try not to cross this line. As for Roman has said, whether we need to answer the request of the audience, then yes, I can say that we can do that, why people want to get more information. Probably I look at the situation in a very simple way. First, they want to get information because they want to get entertained, or they want to get useful information for their daily life. If we convey information by showing people that there are such and such rules of the game, or innovation, or a service or product which you can use, then it's okay. Or when journalists show there is a decision, it can negatively impact you. You will feel it in your daily life. Then I think there is indeed a demand for such news. And journalists have to respond to those demands, because I think that's the core of the profession. It seems to me that the most important here, what is professionalism? Not always communication managers are enemies of they don't always understand that they shall not lie. Some of them think that truth is so varied and there are different truths. When you provide information, it needs to be verified, it needs to be truthful. If it is a lie and you say that it's truth, the journalist will dig up and will say that you were not right. It seems to me that it's important for everyone to understand. We all saw the story with the famous bank, Ukrexian Bank, communication between the journalist and the CEO of the bank. However, professional communication managers would know how to end this conversation without attacking the journalist. So we need to discuss these standards, professional standards of communication managers. I don't want to say that they need to be friends with journalists. However, they need to cooperate with them. There are must haves, must do's, and what they can do, what they cannot do. This is a key rule of all the communication experts, especially in situations like ours. It's impossible to hide the truth. You need to explain. And a huge challenge is to explain this. Who has to do that? Those people that you work with. I agree that people need policies, they need to have those policies explained. However, it seems to me that it's about personal connection. Most of these things is about personal connection, networking. If you follow the Instagram of Joe Biden, then he personally explains policies, for example, related to healthcare, because it's very important to explain that. It's better. Do you remember how Uliana Suprun explained very personal, very important things personally? But she did have an excellent team of communication experts. And however, a lot of people didn't like her. Well, that's true. It's when you are a popular person. Some people love you, some people hate you. The key thing is to tell the truth. And you need to dig deep into the information, especially when you make new stories in interdisciplinary manner. Once we worked with very famous media, we created an explainer. We provided all the necessary information, and the media said, okay, we will just use the information. And we asked them, why don't you adapt this text for your audience? And they said, why don't we need to do that? It seems to me that the biggest problem for anyone, for the journalist and communication expert, is to treat what we do as a formality. This is what they call such a news story, which is not interesting to anyone. I think we we won't need to tolerate that. It's about professionalism. If the policy is of high quality, if it is done to change something, it will be interesting to the audience. However, people will watch you. For example, decentralization has its pros and cons. There are territorial communities that every year try to use money, a lot of money, to build similar, for example, playgrounds. The system in our country is built in a way that it's very difficult to control this.
Because you know that people don't only want to know the positive things, but they also want to know how the fight with corruption is happening. People say that they want something interesting, even if somebody wants to have something useful, but they still want to have fun. That's the specifics of perception by people, and you have to remember about it. As for the explanations, it's also one of the sides that needs to be explained. That's what I spoke about policy. There's a decision. Yes, you can use it. It can be a positive or negative perception of you. But how can you participate? You can participate either in co-production or at least in, correction, and check if it is correctly done or if these budgets are allocated fairly. Any policy decision has the component of co-action with the consumer or with the viewer, and you have to explain this co-interaction component too. Roman mentioned that it's impossible to lie and that all communication officers, they follow this rule. Well, they have to, the professionals, because they, as a rule, there's a different longitude. If you take a long run, then trust is very important for you, and this trust is going to be built. It's going to take some time to build it, and if you lie or deceive someone, you will be exposed, and everything that you have been building for months can disappear in a blink of an eye. If you need a short-term result, here other logics can work, and then everything goes. But if we speak about long-term, then trust is necessary. But we all make mistakes, and there's a nice trend here. By the way, the one we had it a few years ago in Ukrainian Dome, there was the fuck-up night of the reformers who would tell about mistakes. Any fuck-up of yours can be put in such a narrative that you don't lie about it, saying that no, that didn't happen, but to show it in such a way that it's going to be beneficial for you, because you do not only admit your mistakes, but you analyze them and you share this experience with others, saying that, dear friends, like, look, we did this, we wanted to achieve a positive result, but we didn't. We have learned our lessons, and we want to share this with you for you not to repeat this mistake, because we Ukrainians like to repeat our mistakes. I completely agree with my colleagues on the part of professionalism and verification of the facts, but I would like to put emphasis on the dimension of Donbas, of Donetsk, of the audience we work with. If we speak about decentralization, how the reforms are communicated in the places of reforms, then we should understand the reasons such resource. We, using our efforts, have divided Oblast into 5 regions. We have 5 regions on the free side of the Donetsk Oblast, and we hold meetings with people who, in amalgamated communities, are working on these topics. And sometimes to integrity and professionalism, we also have to add patience, because you have to babysit with these people, because they were all doing different things. And we have to understand where is the bottleneck. why doesn't this information get to them? And we can see that in the amalgamated communities, there's a big necessity for the communications officer to also get to this level. 2 questions from the audience. In your opinion, how can the mutual respect be enhanced between the communication officers and the journalists? It seems to me when the law appeared about the access to the public information, I know that the state bodies are trained. So in brief, what should be done? I don't think there are some, magical recipes. From my experience of communicating with different state institutions, the best communication is not where there are only good communications officer, but when the manager understands that it's important, because an institution is managed by its leader, and as the minister says, and as the head of the administration says, and that's how it works. So if there's understanding, the press service works correspondingly. I think it's Machiavelli who said that good consultants appear, or good advisors appear not in good managers, but good managers hire good advisors. Yes. And since I have a feeling those people who are now doing the public management, they understand the necessity of cooperation with public opinion and take into account public opinion, then I have a feeling that because of this, this situation gets better and better in the ministries. I would like to defend here the authorities. I think this attitude is changing, and almost everyone is saying that communication is important and necessary. And if it's central level or regional level, nobody will say, let's move away from this and let's not pick up, the phone or whatever. There are many inquiries of this nature, but they just don't physically manage to do it. Just like the journalist has many deadlines and he's like a unique soldier, especially on the regional level. And there are 3 persons in the editorial office, so they have to do it fast. And the same refers to the system of the state bodies, that sometimes they have lack of time. Maybe here there must be this double movement. I'm sure if the journalist who really needs information, he'll find the way to find it, to get it. At least he can publish the material as it often done. He can say, this is our analysis of the situation. We have inquired the state bodies for their reply, but they didn't give it to us. We will keep track of the situation. If the representative of state bodies sees that he needs this interaction or friendship, he will set the communication with press, media in such a way that is going to be mutually beneficial. I want to add, speaking about inquiries, here are 2 important components. First is to satisfy this inquiry, and no single structure can afford to ignore this inquiry, because it's an open document circulation, electronic circulation. It's very serious, it's very important. But the question of the quality of the reply, that's the question of respect. State bodies, representatives of authorities, if they understand the necessity, if they respect the journalist, then they will never give, something just to give. So the question of quality still remains. They like to use these passages like the state bodies are to act in the way that is defined in the constitution, articles, this and that. But unfortunately, we cannot satisfy your inquiry. But I agree with you as well. If the journalist really needs information, he's going to find the way. And perhaps sending an inquiry, it's only when they have tried all of them. There is also a matter of technologies. Many people understand if they don't send an inquiry, then all of this data they will leak out from somewhere. So it's better to write and explain. Another thing I remembered during this question, the colleague said, speaks about thematic, something that gets into the message boxes to prepare comments. These are different documents. And some message boxes for preparation of comments, these gag orders, so that people spoke clearly and so that different representatives of any political party or the ministry didn't say different things. This is also part of respect, but they all call them gag orders, and it's not, for those who remember, it's the kind of the document where it said what to say, what not to say for the editor. And everybody mentions it because anything that's something to do with the power or politics, it's definitely something that's vague, and they're definitely hiding something. And so if you want to understand something, you have just to go through these gag orders. Few minutes left, and I would like to introduce our guests, and this is Roman Vybranovsky, head of the communication component of the DETS project, Donbas Economic Transformation Strategy. This project helps explaining what is the strategy of development of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts. Tatiana Turina, head of the Department of Information Activities and Public Communication of the Donetsk Regional State Administration, and Andriy Kulakov, who is the program director of Internews Ukraine. And the last question, we have still a few minutes. Please tell me, how does the communication differ from the work of the journalist in business? We spoke a lot about state bodies, state communications. How do they differ from the business ones? Or they don't? They don't. Normal business, good business, just like a good state bodies, they explain what's happening around, and there's a lot of information. Good business works with the communication as well. Things that occurs to me, it's the example of Donetsk Oblast, powerful enterprises. Business is more closed. There they have very weighed decisions and no interpretations possible. I'm just, as a civil servant, is trying to be speaking very correctly. Andriy? It's difficult for me to give you a reply. We work more in the sphere of journalism, social communications with the representatives of the authorities. I also have a formula, maybe it will not serve for all, but it's that there are two distances. If it's a short distance, you can that people can do whatever, but it seems to me that now, as the society and the state are developing, we don't have these short distances anymore. They used to be in the 90s, to do something very fast and then to take off. And now the globalization is everywhere, no matter where you go. Panama Papers or other papers, all of your paradise that you have created for yourself will ruin it. So we see more and more business building long-term strategies, perspectives, horizons. We have spoken recently about certain companies already having the horizon in 50 or 75 years. Even though our world is so turbulent, it seems unbelievable. But if it's like a futurism, yes, but if you even, that a lot of things can change, but you have this intention to build these many generations strategies, which means that you're not going to act fast, but you will build this systemic trust to the brand, company, institution, state, community, and so on. Thank you for the discussion. In the beginning, we said that we had 1 hour, but this hour we ran out fast. And we've decided that the communication officers are to tell the truth. They are not to lie and to be professional and help the journalists to look for information, find information, but not just use them.
Я думал, меня поддержат. Ну, конечно, все с чистого листа. Я знал, куда шел. Я шел за свободой.
— 354 жителя села и 54 ВПО. Знаете, сначала смотрели на нас, как понаехали тут. Посмотри, какие в них машины, и какие они тут все модные приехали. А потом это все стерлось, понимаете, вот эта грань. Когда мы вместе пьем чай, вместе убираем во дворе, мы все делаем вместе, нет этой грани.
Вот эти картины, которые на стенах, это ж все девочки рисовали.
В 2017 году, когда Карітас открыл здесь проект «Зміцнення соціальної згуртованості населення», меня просто взяли как бы на работу для реализации этого проекта. В этом проекте были и тренинги, всякого рода семинары.
Нам УВКБУ ООН, вот это они нас балуют картинами, это они покупали нам картины по номерам, и сейчас пообещали еще купить нам к Пасхе вывезенные яйца. Да.
Вот первые встречи начинались вообще очень удивительно, между прочим. Знаете, приходит одна, назовем ее так, бабулечка, приходит, я говорю, ой, вы знаете, а вот вчера, и я знаю, она с вами по соседству живет, а чего вы с ней не пришли? Так я с ней не балакаю уже 18 год. А чего? Что я помню, что я не балакаю, мы не здороваемся уже 18 год.
Девочки, масочки во всех есть? Да.
Она не здоровкається 18 лет, она уже не помнит, что она не здоровкається, но це воно так. Все, сейчас этого ничего подобного нет.
30 сентября на Луганщине прошла волна массовых пожаров.
Но вот пожар вообще показал, что эта громада, именно сгуртована громада.
Практически одновременно вспыхнуло более 30 населенных пунктов. Среди возможных версий – умышленные поджоги.
1 числа у нас начался пожар, Муратова начала гореть на сутки раньше. 1 числа тут уже были женщины, мужчины, которые спрашивали, что будем делать. Что будем делать? Будем готовить и кормить МЧСников. Мы когда видели, что случилось с Муратова, с Капитанова, то просто это был шок. Я звоню в МЧС, она говорит, ваше село стоит на эвакуацию, все эвакуируйтесь. Я говорю, милая моя, в 2014 году я уже эвакуировалась. Меня государство не защитило от войны. Я приехала сюда. Теперь вы хотите сказать, что оно не может меня захистить від пожару? У мене остання хата, я нікуди не поїду, мені їхати нікуди. Я буду в цьому селі і буду до останнього вместе з МЧСниками боротися з пожежею. Беда показала вообще то, что это нужно делать, это должно быть в каждой громадице. Вот это как раз згуртованість, вона повинна бути в кожній громаді, іначе по-другому не вижить. Окружение моих людей, и вот окружение, вообще вот моя работа, я говорю, да, о том, что оно мне дало возможность вообще выжить даже. Говорю, может, должна была война начаться, чтобы я изменила вообще свое отношение к жизни или изменила свое мировоззрение. Я никогда не общалась в таком количестве времени, честно вам скажу. Вот никогда с людьми я не проводила сколько времени, никогда.
Вернуться к пошиву постельного белья, вопреки продолжающимся военным действиям всего в нескольких километрах, Ирина решилась только в 2016 году.
Делали здесь, поставили столы. Столы, кстати, мы собирали на помойке, чтобы сделать свое производство. Реставрировали их, красили. Вот это классное. Мы продали машину, закупили машинки, закупили ткани и начали работать. Так начинали шить.
Выигранный грант помог Ирине выйти на новый уровень производства. Свою продукцию она продает на северодонецком рынке и отправляет почтой во все уголки Украины.
Этой весной до ковида мы хотели сделать вот там вот в гараже, снять гаражную дверь, поставить туда металлопластик и сделать там дополнительно цех для пошива женской одежды. Но у нас этого не получилось. Ковид нам помешал, но остается это все равно, остается в наших мечтах. Так, буду я собираться. А так вообще я как оловянный солдатик. А мне 18 лет умерла мать. Отец от нас отказался. Брат учился в институте. Пришлось учиться и работать, чтобы помочь брату отучиться. Брат на 6 лет старше. Но мы же женщины. Мы должны помогать мужчинам. Но по-другому никак.
– 2020 год по многим причинам был сложным. Алине снова предстояла поездка в оккупированный Алчевск.
9 декабря мама умерла, и мне на похороны. И там же правило, не раньше 30 дней ты можешь в следующий раз приехать. И я помню, когда я выходила через блокпост ЛНРовский, мне такие, в следующий раз, мол, типа, через 30 дней только можете попасть. И я такая, папа, пожалуйста, вот давай не раньше, чем месяц, чтобы к тебе на похороны приехать. Ну, почти месяц. Через 27 дней он умер. 6 января умер папа. Да, меня пропустили, зато когда назад, там 17 числа я выезжала, мне такие, а мы вас не выпустим. У меня слезы накатываются, мне же много не надо, в принципе, отец-то недавно умер, да, мама недавно умерла, а до этого что же у меня брат 29 октября умер. Я в Черновцы ездила на похороны. Получается, я на блокпосту такая, я начинаю реветь. Идите, говорит, ну, чтобы 30 дней вас здесь не было. Говорю, я уже всех похоронила. Говорю, до свидания. Вот если сравнивать там с 15-16 годом, люди научились пользоваться, условно говоря, тем положением, которое есть, да. Теперь, получается, Министерство республики, оно же находится вот в 40 минутах езды. А ты знаешь, что там Леша стал замминистра такого-то? Я говорю, да ты что? Говоря, был выученным менеджером снабжения. Вот. И ну, люди сильно повзлетали, да, там, кто был более-менее активный. В январе плюс еще, получается, там поездила по инстанциям, пока там эту справку получила. Перестала возмущаться бюрократией Киева и Украины. После того, как попала в Зазеркалье, да. Вот, честно говоря, если бы у меня произошла такая вот козьба смертью в прошлом году, я бы не знаю, как я бы справилась. Потому что в прошлом году у меня еще было вот это ощущение, блин, а деньги будут, а мы заплатим за квартиру, а, блин, не придется ли возвращаться туда? Даже для меня возвращение туда, это ужас-ужас.
Восени з'явилася оця перша організація гуртом «Слов'янськ», громадська організація. Це не було там якоюсь структурою, яка себе заплямувала, а це люди були об'єднані єдиним бажанням щось змінювати. Але ніхто не знав, як і що ми маємо робити. В нашому парку, цей парк наш, який вже будується, до речі, досі будується, от це був перший взагалі у Слов'янську реалізований проєкт. Ми там оце побудували волейбольний майданчик з нуля. USAID гроші надали, знайшли в Харкові фірму, яка забезпечила нас матеріалами. Тобто USAID давали гроші цій фірмі, фірма нам матеріали давала. Оплатили там пісок, привезли. Все це робилося нашими власними руками. Є купа світлин, де ми тут з возиками, з лопатами. Кілька вихідних витратили. Не кілька, а достатню кількість. Для всього Слов'янська це було дивом. Ось щось воно бац, і ось воно з'явилося.
В 2020 году Александр решился выдвинуть свою кандидатуру на пост депутата городского совета Славянска и выиграл выборы.
Коли оце 7 років тривала вся ця боротьба, так би мовити, різними способами ззовні, то прийшло розуміння, що ні, лише ззовні неможливо. Я раніше казав, приходив в кабінет, зробіть, владний кабінет, зробіть ото, і вони ставилися до мене, та прийшов з вулиці хтось, активіст цей прийшов. То я так само зараз буду заходити і казати, зробіть ото. І вже від них залежить, чи в них залишилося ставлення до мене як до активіста, чи тепер будуть мене сприймати як депутата. І я так розумію, що це більш ефективно спрацює, бо вони зобов'язані вже, їх закон зобов'язує вжити певних заходів. Я скромна людина, я ні з ким намагаюся не сваритися, якщо зі мною поводяться чемно і поважають мене. Я не був прив'язаний до партій, я не був відвертим там, як то кажуть, ботом чиїмось. Тому і люди, мабуть, я їм не брехав ніколи.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, off we start our discussion. Social polarization, media polarization, how to prevent it. Altogether we'll try to think of recipes to fight this problem of polarization which journalists can use. This discussion we called non-debate because we plan not to argue with each other, not to try to prove our point and try to disobey our opponents. Altogether, we will try to analyze this topic of polarization and find ways to tackle this issue. What can we do in order to combat it? This discussion is part of cooperation of the Office of OSCE and Commission of Journalist Ethics. Thank you so much to Donbas Media Forum for helping us becoming the platform for discussing this important topic. I would like to tell you to those who are watching us online, now a link to opinion poll must appear on your screen. It covers the problem of polarization for the media community. So please fill it in, and later we will get back to discuss that after the end of our discussion. We will discuss what you think about it, what the conclusions, what are the conclusions, what are repercussions. Let me present our speakers. Today we have with us Katerina Sirgatskova, editor of the website Zaborona. On my right-hand side, I have Ivan Antipenko, a journalist and media literacy trainer from Kherson, because we wanted to take a look at the national and regional dimension of polarization. And we were joined online by Oksana Romanyuk, executive director of the Institute of Mass Information. Off we go, and first question: what are the root causes and reasons behind polarization? So these are the cases where society is polarized and there's no one in the middle, and it's very difficult to try to be neutral. So polarization is what splits up the society. Why? Katerina, let's start with you. I would like us to take a look at a wider picture starting from 2013, because this is very important. 8 years have passed. The Revolution of Dignity in 2013. In a short several months, we will celebrate 8th anniversary of the start of this revolution, after which Ukraine has changed a lot. And let us remind ourselves why journalists and media experts protested on Maidan. Back then, our country, the majority of the money was concentrated in oligarchs' pockets. As many of you understand, it means that oligarchs control politicians, public officials. They have their own channels, TV channels, own media, where they push their agenda. In 2013, most TV channels belong to oligarchs or big business groups, and they dictated their own orders. They had censorship and so on and so forth. Back then, journalists created Hromadske, so we are located here at the studio of Hromadske, which was created back then, because we wanted to tell our audience that independent media can exist in Ukraine. Independent media must meet the interests and needs of the society, and that we don't have to be a so-called pocket media. That is why we protested on Maidan every day to demonstrate that we as journalists care about what is going on in the country. It seems to me that now many of us forget about it. That is why we need to remind what happened back then. Since then, 8 years have passed. And still, oligarchs control the majority of the money in the country. We still have oligarchs-owned TV channels where they push their agenda. Of course, there was an increase in independent media in comparison to 2014. But in any case, it's very difficult to us to be independent media in Ukraine. It's still a huge challenge. We have to find not only to look out for money, but also for support. We need to build trust to the media. So as far as I see, you see this polarization in different media. There are media that belong to the oligarchs, and there are independent media, and this is the polarization we're talking about. We'll proceed to that. 8 years have passed. A lot has been done since then. Many reforms failed, many reforms were successful. However, those people, those journalists that went out in the streets during the Revolution of Dignity, we all argued with each other, we all stopped talking to each other. A lot of journalists went somewhere else, they switched professions, and I think we need to discuss that, because that's part of the problem. In a situation where oligarchs push their agenda through the media and control the media, it forces us to spread this agenda which is based on the attitude to independent journalists. They often bullied. People try to find something wrong with us. They always criticize us. They want to prevent us from conveying truthful information to the society. Or if we manage to convey this information, they try to discredit and marginalize us. I see the root cause that we still have the system according to which we are told what we need to do. So you see polarization as a manipulation of truth or independent views. That's what you mean by polarization. This is what shapes our information space, right? Yes, okay. This situation exists not only in Ukraine. We are not unique. However, we must have safeguards. There are specialized organizations. We will discuss a bit later, so let's first speak of polarization. And now I would like to ask Oksana Romaniuk. Oksana, so how do you see this issue? You have a lot of research at the Institute of Mass Information in social media and traditional media. So where does this polarization stem from? Oksana, we cannot hear you. Can you please turn on your mic? We can hear you. I see 5 root causes for this polarization. First, one of the key causes, this is populism of the politicians.
Who, especially now, even though we have some time before parliamentary campaign, but this campaign has started even now. And now it's a manipulative polarization by politicians on the oligarchic channels. It's even difficult to watch it all. Second reason is that media in our country didn't become independent, and I mean TV channels. That's why I encourage citizens to watch and support Suspilne. And as for other TV channels, for 3 years, no media reform was conducted. We did not see the new law on the media. We did not see establishment of the new independent regulator, the one that exists in Europe, which on the one hand is defending rights of the citizens, the right for the information, and also freedom of speech. Third is the basic design of social media. Many researches have been conducted which show that expression indignation gets this position higher. That's why negative emotions are rewarded in the social media. Shares, likes, that's what they get. And there is also the research that shows that a closed community, even if it's very calm in this closed, and then in this closed community, polarization will be promoted by the basic design of the social media. You know, some emotional posts will be shown more, they will get more likes, and even the most quietest, community will be polarized through the algorithms of social media. It's worth talking about it. It is a big problem because as a result, the result we see in the real life. Another reason is the quality of media. Yes, we have the problem with the independency, but also media often makes up news instead of, telling the news. So they just, create some title to attract attention. But that's also polarization. And the last reason is the social reason. Because we are the new democracy. We are on the... So we are moving from here, from one edge to another edge. And now it's a social polarization when the part of people who has supported policy initiatives of the acting authorities, it reduces, but the share of those who has expressed some criticism or has a negative attitude, the politicians are using it to divide the society. So we're like a pendulum. And other two wonderful factors is war in the East and coronavirus pandemic that also escalates emotions and makes citizens take care of their safety and make decisions because of fear and negative emotions, not logics. So polarization situation the situation with polarization is going to get worse. We did not hit the rock bottom yet, and unfortunately we'll see its development in the society. Thank you, Oksana, for such analysis of different reasons which are in the society, which on the one hand are political, on the other hand are emotional and technological from the point of view of social media. So I wanted to select out of the list of those, those you listed, those emotional reactions which are raised in the social media, and ask Ivan, as the media literacy trainer, do you see any other reasons when you teach or when you prepare for work, for your trainings? What polarizes? Indeed, things mentioned by Oksana are true, and at our trainings we talk about it a lot. We give different examples. And we go through different cases where media become not the ones who are to reflect reality or be based on facts, but they become the sources of negativism. Even though, of course, if there is something negative, that you have to speak about it, but using different emotional hooks, media, they can also add to the escalation of the situation. And some tough topics are often not explained. So they just, throw some information on the surface. And going back to what Katerina said and the comment by Oksana, I wanted to add, I ask myself, when at social surveys they ask you, do you think your country is moving in the right direction or not? Or is it most likely correct or not? So my response in the media domain, I think we are moving in the correct direction. Despite different problems voiced by my colleagues, we are in the open process. We are discussing it. We can speak freely about it today and in general. I absolutely think that we can speak freely. And even though there is bullying, inside of the community, and the society is sometimes aggressive in relation to media, but I think we are moving in the right direction. It's an optimistic realism. I have it. I wanted to clarify. You said bullying. Do you see it on the regional level too? What does it look like in the city, for example? On the regional level, the reasons for polarization and bullying often become some leaders, personalities discussed by media. My experience and the region where I worked as a journalist, bullying and harassment, I didn't notice it much because local media are not often watchdogs. Frankly speaking, they don't have. There are no strong media. People would be so angry with to get to harassment. I cannot give you some bright examples now. So if the journalist or the media does not publish some very bright or tough materials, raising some painful topics for the community, then no polarization takes place. Unlike independent media, I have recently returned from training in Poltava. We worked with regional journalists from different regions. I don't want to offend anyone, but there's a question about quality, what Oksana mentioned. The quality of media is under question mark. If they often cannot ask some, sharp questions after which people can go to the dead end, and then these materials with such interesting questions will be interesting to read, then I don't know. Bullying or harassment, what they are loyal, so there is no bullying or harassment. So loyalty as a recipe. But why do we need such media then? Yes, interesting question. It's about the balance. On the one hand, of the function of media, which is to inform about painful and complex topics, but also it's a kind of a threat for the journalists. Do you have anything to add? Yes. Even a few things I would like to comment on in response, to the comment that we're moving in the right direction.
I will tell you about my view of the situation with the media in Ukraine. It seems to me that we don't fully understand that. So take a look at 2013, when everything started changing. We had 2 or 3 camps, so to say. The first camp was with oligarch-owned media, which were pro-Ukrainian. This word was very popular back then. Second camp was pro-Russian media, and third, independent media, independent journalists who were trying to increase the quality of information. Since then, this oligarch-owned media hasn't changed much. They were living in their own bubble, where there were no standards at all. Those research that the IMI is carrying out show that there is no standards. On the TSN channel, you won't find balanced news. In 2019, there were a lot of people belonging to the biggest oligarch-owned channel in Ukraine. They went to join the authorities. They became MPs, ministers, public officials. A lot of those people, they started as journalists. They are former journalists or former PR managers. These were people who actually created those 2 channels. For example, the Minister of Culture, he used to be a journalist. Our president, he also used to be a showman. Today we see that those people understand how the media works. That is why they ignore independent media. No matter how it sounds strange, but they try to marginalize them. And as a result, we don't get accreditation to press conference with the president of Ukraine. We don't have replies to our information requests. I'm not only speaking of myself, but of many independent media that we cooperate with. So we all share the same problem. We are ignored because they don't see any sense in us. Those people who had worked at oligarch-led TV channels before. And that's a problem. It also leads to polarization. We are ignored or we are bullied. The problem is the same. People leave the journalistic profession. Very often, highly qualified people go somewhere else because this is quite toxic. It's sometimes dangerous. If you raise important issues, then you get a lot of bad feedback, or you are bullied, or there are attacks on you. There is a threat to your life and health. It's a long answer. However, I have one more answer. I would like to say that from the point of view of conflictology, polarization is related to the question where it is dangerous to be in the middle, to be neutral. The risk of polarization leads to the situation where people who are neutral, who are in the middle, are forced to take a position, to take a stand. This situation might last for long, even if the conflict topic has already been resolved or the conflict has already been resolved. Polarization can last for long. We are not only talking about the social bubbles, because there are no bridges between those groups of people. I would like to ask our speakers, how do you see the consequences of polarization for the media, for journalists? Katerina has already answered partly this question. It forces journalists to leave their profession. Now I would like to ask Oksana first. So, in your opinion, what are the consequences for journalists? The consequences of polarization, I mean. Microphone? You said a very important thing. Polarization. Negative attitude. This is what forces us to choose one of the sides. This attitude of the government, of the administration towards independent journalists who just try to do their job. If they don't get accreditation, or if they get gag orders, or if they are attacked, they just push these independent journalists out, and therefore these journalists become an opposition. If the state would create conditions for work of this journalist, the state does its best to create a new movement of journalists. This is what we experienced in 2011 and many times later. We have many former communication specialists in the current authorities. As a media expert, I don't even know. I always wanted to say them, what are you doing? This is once again communication failure. Why do you try to inflate this scandal through bloggers? You just force people to choose one of these sides instead of solving a concrete issue. Instead of reaching compromise, instead of creating conditions for favorable development of independent media. Nothing has been done in that area, and now we are seeing the consequences. Yesterday there was a Schuster TV show at Akhmetov TV channels. There was a tectonic shift. For the first time in many years I saw where that Poroshenko, Avakova, and many other representatives of the opposition camp went to take part in this program. This became the result of the policy, because there are no conditions for independence of the media market. Now our Suspilne TV channel is still independent. They are not pro-government, they are not pro-opposition. They are really independent, they are neutral. And we need to do our best so it stays like that. Let me sum up what I wanted to say. First, journalists shall not use social media as the sole source of information. Don't support one side of the conflict. Support your colleagues who are in dire straits. As and we are just approaching elections, and it seems to me, of course, it will also have an impact on the media sphere. And I don't exclude kind of a new union of journalists in a new format. Thank you. I would like to ask Ivan and Katerina, what are the potential consequences for journalists, for independent media, when the society is split up in half? Do you think that the media community is also split up in this case? I think that in any case it doesn't make an injustice to the situation. What I want to say is that this process is a long one and there are no clear answers, no recipes. What I didn't like in the media community, in regional media community and national media community, maybe I don't know what is happening in Kiev or in media community of the capital. What I disliked most, these were constant bad quarrels, which didn't lead to anything as a result. They just worsen the relationship between the editorial offices, between the journalists and the society. There's nothing. There's no truth, there's no quality based on these arguments. The media is polarized as participants of this conflict. So what Oksana says, that we are nearing elections and we will have new topics. However, there are still a lot of topics to cover. What can we do with that? I don't know. I haven't found a single answer to that question. One of the consequences is a worsening of the interpersonal relationship between the media, the journalists, the editorial staff, but there is no way out of the situation. There is nothing but a shitstorm. It seems like we are lost. We are repeating ourselves. It seems to me, when Oksana said that we need to unite our forces, I think it's quite difficult when inside the community we are also polarized. There are the good media and the bad media. There are pro-Russian media with pro-Russian narratives. There are pro-Ukrainian media. There is Suspilne, and that's it. The IMI has this ranking or anti-ranking of such media, and it also has an impact on the community. I just want to say that these standards also has an impact. We have a lot of feedback from the journalist who helps us develop journalist standards, and personally I see a trend in the media community where there are challenges. We join our forces despite our personal likes or dislikes. It has always been like that. If there are global challenges, of course we are united despite personal views. Oksana, I'm sorry, I would like to end with. Sorry. But we have consequences because of that. I remember very well when you started creating those rankings. So one thing is when we are talking about standards, about violation of those standards, it's a normal procedure. We can talk about that. It would be great if there would be trainings for journalists. If there would be even more trainings and communication between journalists and trainers, with journalists not from the so-called independent community. Journalists are constantly working. They move from one media to another. These anti-rankings, in my opinion, they put a stigma. I am sorry, I would like to end my speech. Oksana, let us give Katerina the right to finish what she wanted to say. I would like to say that polarization happens when something is used as a label. For example, if it is mentioned in the rankings, or what is something taken out of context, if it is used as a labeling, and then nobody cares about the content. Nobody sees what hides behind those labels, because some kind of a position. We no longer see what was the root cause. We don't take a look at the arguments. We don't analyze what caused this conflict. Very often, this might be adequate to the programs or news stories. However, there might be a mistake, and when we are polarized, then opponents blame each other, and
If you allow me, I shall comment on it. We are making evaluation of media per 3 categories. First is compliance with the standards. Second is presence of hidden ads. And third is transparency of media property and editorial guidelines in place. And according to this, experts and lawyers give score to this media. This is the international practice, the world's practice, and this adds to the media literacy of the population for them to understand which media gives the verified information, checks it, doesn't manipulate with it, does not use hidden ad or jinx. And the same refers to the journalists themselves. They have the understanding of certain situation in the media market. These ratings are very objective. It's not anti-ratings, and it's a pity I will be happy to talk to Katerina after this session. So I'm encouraging all of you to use this information surveys. Oksana, I meant that you can make ratings, but they can start using them to label this or that media, and such material is clearly defined, placing media per some positions, and others can use just for labeling. Yes, that's what they do. I just wanted to add, when the community started speaking about good media, bad media, and I'm not speaking about my rating now, but about these discussions, this ping pong is happening all the time. Who's the bad guy, who's the good guy, which influences a lot, not just the way we communicate with each other because we just stopped communicating, but it influences the safety of the journalists, because somebody from the minister of the interior, for example, some information approaches him that this media outlet said something about him, that there was something wrong with him. So he will think they will not investigate attacks on the journalists of this media because they don't deserve it. This is a dangerous situation, and the preventive mechanism for such situations are very little left. And it's connected with a number of effects, and Oksana can tell a lot more about it. But I think for years, a slow but slowly we start living not in a safe situation for the journalists. I think now it is necessary. It's not just about building some solutions, but it's about recovery of those mechanisms we used to have, because now they have very little. I also need to comment on it because I'm sorry, I haven't seen any applications now from the law enforcement agents that we shall investigate this media because it's a good media, but we shall not investigate this media because it's a bad media. Of course, they will never say it. They just don't investigate. But we demand equal attitude to all. Speaking about the analogy, human rights violation, let's not speak about it. Let's not say that this media using hit pieces not to do what, or that this is a paid journalism. I think that independent journalism is to be based on the journalistic ethics, on the journalistic standards. It shouldn't use hit pieces. And if it makes somebody angry, this indignation for me is when media consciously spreading fake news, disinformation, hit pieces, and we speak directly about this. Whether we like or don't like this media, we are also criticizing media which are in the top. It's not a subjective approach. This is the approach based on international standards. You have to speak directly about it and not to be silent about it and not to be afraid to speak about it. Thank you. It's not about speaking or not speaking about ratings or that journalists or media are violating some standards. It's just that in the polarized society, people cognitively easier respond to such things. Ivan, I see you're holding the microphone. I wanted to go back to the regional dimension again. As for the ratings, evaluation, there is the monitoring project in which we monitor local media for the manipulation, fake news. And we were kidding with each other among our colleagues that whose is this project for? It's for the three of us, for those who monitor it. But it turned out, because we communicate with each other, and it turned out that the majority of those that we monitor, they read these digests. And then they ask, what was wrong with these titles? So it's the basic stuff. But if we, don't quit it, if the media is going to spread hate speech and will not think about it, both in titles and not only in titles, this will facilitate polarization even more. And as a result of these monitorings, these digests that we prepare, not all, but partly, because some of the media are oriented at other tasks, but partly they are changing. So they come to us, they write what is wrong. We tell them that we're not above them. We are not some, messiahs who's going to monitor and tell them which way to go. But we want to advise you. We want to tell you what we think about it. If you agree with it, then let's adopt these standards and let's base on them. So it does have a result. So one of the tools of teaching is an involvement and encouragement. You said training. Yes. We openly said that this training and similar projects is not about teaching, because everyone is already an expert and a professional. But in this case, this project that we are doing has a small success. We have 6-7 minutes left to add. Oksana, you started speaking about this. And Katerina, what to do? What can the journalist do with polarization if he sees it on his, Instagram? line. And did you see the positive example of decreasing polarization? I can say that any conflict situation deserves objective and unbiased coverage. Use of opinions of the sides or of the parties in order to explain what is happening to the audience. Often, as media experts, we see such a problem in media as a false balance. When instead, so what is the aim of the standard of balance? The aim of this standard is to show the truth for the maximum to cover the situation. We often see when on the one hand there's an opinion of the expert and on the other hand there's an opinion of the users of the social media. It can be 10 different posts in social media. It will be a rough violation and way to polarization. So my recommendation number 1 is to use journalistic standards. Use and remember about the code of ethics. And remember about the mission of the journalism, which lies in truthfully inform the society. And the second recommendation is probably move in the direction of unification, looking for common points, values, to unite around values and standards, mission of the journalism. I think it is possible and I believe in this. And the third thing, I really would like for us in Ukraine to have a new media legislation which would help the media sector to develop so that media could earn good money and not to depend upon, this redistribution of the market that is dictating the editorial policy. 3 key things. Thank you. So the truth helps people who are not that emotionally involved in the conflict to understand what's happening there. So unification around values and the new legislation that would give us the chance to develop. Katerina, your recipe? I'm very pessimistic about this. Well, at least for the nearest future. Because I think that the majority of mechanisms which could have precluded from polarization, we have run out of them, and we are in a complex situation now. Social media and that direction which they move, they don't add to it, or they contribute, or they only make it worse, including us having big outflow of professional staff from journalism. It's also a challenge that is connected with polarization, for sure, because people burn out because of the toxic atmosphere. So we have not just support each other, but we have to find new people, new generation, build new connections with these people, teach them the standards and how the independent journalism should work. We have to drag them out of those places where there are no such standards yet, and to create the culture of communication. This is the part of the solution. And also the part of the problem, because if we can solve this, it will help a lot to perhaps get some, stuff back in the profession. And money, that our sphere is very devaluated, and it's difficult to look for funds. So it's a big story about the economy of media. But I think if we can, fix the culture, it'll help us. But that's in the long-term perspective. And we need the conflict specialists. So we are to look for the new generation to rebuild the culture of relationships, and after all, we are becoming the solution to this problem, not just part of it. So this is the shift that can change with all of us. We are to look for opportunities to become part of the solution. Thank you, dear speakers, Katerina, Oksana, Ivan. Thank you, those who were watching and listening to us. We wish you all to renew your connections if you broke them.
Я звоню маме, и мама говорит: Аля, у нас появились блокпосты.
Масштабы людей, которых затронула эта трагедия, они огромные, они исчисляются миллионами.
Війна насправді змінила, війна поділила.
Це була катастрофа, я взагалі був не готовий, враховуючи те, що я не служив.
И, в общем, это был последний мой приезд в Донецк.
Меня просто вытеснили, меня просто выгнали. Я это не выбирала.
Ми зараз живемо як на пороховій бочці, ми не знаємо, що буде завтра.
Ну, до войны я занимался разными культурными проектами. Жили в Луганске, на улице Луганской, 69, возле реки Лугань. Я работал в газетах, верстал разные газеты. Была такая инициатива «Луганда Хаус». Мы устраивали кинопоказы, мы устраивали концерты, выставки.
Мне очень нравился мой город, мне очень нравилась жизнь, которая у меня там. Но я занималась воспитанием своего ребенка, заботилась о том, чтобы у моего мужа было хорошее настроение.
Я жил и работал в городе Алчевске. У нас был медиацентр. Мы выпускали там газеты, в общем, как информационное агентство работали. Жена тоже была журналист. У нас 3 детей. Работали потом и с обкорами, и потом свои проекты запускали, вместе работали все время. Она критиковала власти, как бы мы никогда не были там провластными.
Мы когда устраивали вообще Майдан, один из девизов, наверное, его был, это ненасильственное сопротивление. И мне всегда, наверное, в жизни было там сложно ударить человека. Вот это во мне поменялось.
Идите отсюда! Не кричим, не кричим.
Там заливали зеленкой экран, заливали чаем ноутбуки, пытались спровоцировать нас на драки. Свои идеалы, их нужно уметь защищать. Иначе ты станешь просто жертвой и потеряешь не только там себя, но и своих родственников, свое имущество. И сейчас я понимаю и готов давать этот физический отпор. Бить, при необходимости убивать.
Моя мама не до конца понимала, что такое Майдан. Мои соседи до конца не понимали, что такое Майдан. И я как бы почувствовала, что мне нужно ехать в Донецк и рассказывать. Это вот мой собственный архив или такой музей. Я нашла потрясающее пространство, дизайн. До сих пор я дружу с этим человеком. Вот просто написала. Может быть, я у вас это сделаю. В темной комнате про Майдан, приехавшая из Киева художница.
Почти все.
Почти все, да?
Я туда приехала в марте, потому что я увидела все эти пророссийские митинги. Я просто туда помчалась, прямо в Донецк. Я хотела это сама увидеть. И мама моя приехала. И было очень тяжело, потому что ей не нравилось, как закончился Майдан. И мы пошли с ней в кино, и мы пошли с ней в Donbas-арену. И это было так важно, что мы с ней увидели эту Donbas-арену вместе. Мама мне тогда задала этот большой вопрос, самый главный. Она мне сказала: разве можно бросать камни в милиционера? И я сказала: нет. И она тогда не могла понять, как же ж так, я с одной стороны поддерживаю Майдан, а в то же самое время я так отвечаю на этот вопрос. Когда человек задает так вопрос, он хочет меня спросить, вы враг или друг? Ну, когда я ему скажу свое мнение, да или нет, тогда мы и останемся в этой парадигме. Я его друг или враг. Но я на самом деле не хотела бы такой полярности. Мы не будем тогда друзьями. И врагами мы будем очень странными. Казалось, я уклоняюсь от прямых ответов. Но это не уклонение от прямых ответов. Это потому, что реальность очень сложная. Для того, чтобы ответить на этот вопрос, почему камни полетели в милиционеров на Майдане, нужно очень много времени. И я понимала, что на этот вопрос нужно ответить нет, конечно, нельзя бросать камни милиционеров. И, в общем, это был последний мой приезд в Донецк.
Ближе к весне такое повисло ощущение того, что в городе небезопасно. Ну вот даже сейчас чувствую мурашки по коже, когда вспоминаю это состояние.
О, пошли, пошли.
Знаковый день, 3 мая был захват областного военкомата. Там стояли ребятки из Черновцов, если я не ошибаюсь, которая занималась охраной облгосадминистрации. Позвонил их командир, говорит, тут какая-то движуха нездоровая собирается, приедь, посмотри. Мы приехали посмотреть, ну, собственно говоря, я вышел из машины, меня узнали, потому что я был достаточно публичной персоной.
Звонит незнакомый номер, я поднимаю трубку, и там говорят: здравствуйте, меня зовут Наташа. Мне мой муж сказал, что он видел вашего мужа. Ему завязали руки сзади, приставили автомат или там какое-то оружие, увели, посадили в машину и увезли в незнакомом направлении. Номер машины такой-то, машина такая-то. Возможно, в сторону СБУ.
Проси у народа прощения, ты, козел!
У меня вывалился этот телефон из рук, разлетелся на части. Я его дрожащими руками собрала, сама там оделась, села на маршрутку и поехала в сторону СБУ сразу же.
Связывают руки, накидывают петлю на шею, но у тебя руки привязаны к этой петле, поэтому их поджимают вверх, и когда ты их там опускаешь, то ты сам себя душишь. Держать руки вверх за спиной очень неудобно. Поэтому ты в таком состоянии удушья постоянно.
Ну, я провела незабываемую ночь под СБУ. Череда звонков. Мы связывались со всей вообще страной. Дошли до ИО президента тогда.
Ты думаешь только о том, как в данный конкретный момент времени выжить. Чтобы тебя перестали бить, там, чтобы дали тебе одежду, потому что с меня просто срезали. Такой был театрализованная постановка там, со срезанием одежды, с избиением цепи, плеткой там, и так далее. То есть ну, такие очень неприятные болезненные вещи, не только физически, но и морально унижение.
Я следователю этому говорю: вот он в СБУ, он там не хочет находиться, его взяли в плен. Он говорит: ну как же, почему вы пишете заявление? Вы же знаете, где он находится. Писала заявление, и вдруг Леша поднимает трубку. А я звоню при этом, пишу и звоню. Леша к тому моменту уже был избит сильно, и по голосу я это поняла. Говорю: ты в СБУ? Он говорит: да. Все в порядке? Он говорит: да. И все, положил трубку.
Там были моменты, когда все готовились к штурму, и было достаточно сыкотно в этот момент, потому что обещали использовать в качестве щита. Ну, все, собственно говоря, там переночевали, потом на утро, часов 12 нас отпустили.
Доехала домой, там Леша не поворачивается. Говорю: Леша, как хорошо, как ты нас напугал, не могла вообще сказать ни слова, хотелось рыдать. Но я так молча, а потом думаю, что он так стоит ровненько. Снимаем футболку, поворачиваю, а спина вся синяя, вся шея, руки, и вообще все в побоях.
Ну и первые 2 дня я вообще просто отлеживался, да, после этих буцаний. 4 мая вышел, 7 мая я уехал. Когда мы выехали в какой-то город на въезде в Днепропетровскую область, в котором уже были развешаны украинские флаги, и вот там именно такое моральное расслабление И я позволил себе даже заснуть в этот момент.
Сегодня, 2 мая, на здании Алчевского городского совета будет снова поднят украинский флаг группой алчевских патриотов. Мы повесили флаг над городом. У нас была там стычка с местными ополченцами, как они себя называли, там народное ополчение. Немножко потолкались с ними, потом мне начали звонить, говорить, что вы засветились, вам теперь тут в городе не жить. Вот он мой дом. 4 мая мне позвонил один мой товарищ, сказал, что будет формироваться батальон, там, что надо выезжать на Сватово. Выехали на Сватово, там начали разбивать лагерь, принимать всех желающих. Так начал формироваться батальон Айдар. Я возвращался в город еще 11 мая, я буквально приехал там инкогнито, чтобы меня уже никто не видел, потому что я уже был в батальоне. Собственно, семья моя не знала, где я. Сказал, что уехал по делам. Я надеялся, что мы очень скоро вернемся домой. Я посмотрел на референдум, как он проходил, проехал по соседним городам, посмотрел и вернулся назад в батальон. Дальше был путь в составе батальона Айдар. Там тоже видел много разного, в том числе отношения к пленным, совсем неадекватные. Меня даже комбат закрыл в подвал. Я там заступился за одного пленного, который все-таки умер в результате чрезмерных пыток.
Вітаю, продовжується Донбас.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We continue our Donbas Media Forum. It's 7th edition. We are holding this event for 7th year in a row. This is a global event, very important for Ukraine. And now I would like to announce our last formal format of a discussion. So the thing is, if you take a look at the announcement, I'm not here mentioned as a moderator. However, all of our participants of this panel are located online. They join us via Zoom. My task now is to give the word over from the studio of Hromadske, where we are located right now, where the Donbas Media Forum is taking place, to Natalka Humanyuk, who will moderate this panel discussion. She's co-founder of Suspilne Civil Interest Journalism Lab. Natalka, I'm happy to see you online, and I will be happy to see you offline as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Alexei, shall I start? Yes, I suggest that you start, and then you will give it over to me at 4:10 p.m. At 4 p.m., okay? Then you will give it over back to the studio. Thank you, Alexei, for the introduction. Today we will discuss the tolerance, sustainability of media, and what unites Ukrainians from Luhansk to Lvov within the past 30 years, within the past few years. Today we will discuss with all people who are interested the key research which ARENA program has carried out. The head of this program is Peter Pomerantsev, and the laboratory of interest of civil society journalists and other people that I will present you here. This research was focused on focus groups which were held on the non-governmental controlled territories of Ukraine. We asked the opinion of people, their attitude towards different events which have happened in Ukraine within the past 30 years. We wanted to understand what unites people and what sets them apart. In this case, we would like to focus on research. It is called Ukrainian Turns 30 from the Independence to Correlations. It is available online. You can read that. and we are focused here on discussing what is related to Donbas. We have a lot of research about what has happened to the myth that Donbas feeds the entire Ukraine. Today we have with us Peter Pomerantsev, director of the RENA program and senior fellow of Agora program at Johns Hopkins University. We also have with us Angelina Karakina, editor and co-founder of Public Interest Journalism Lab. Angelina is also an editor at Suspirna. However, she's also a researcher of this program. We also have with us Yaroslava Barbieri from the University of Birmingham, Oksana Lemishka, an associate researcher at the Center for Sustainable Peace and Democratic Development, and Denis Kobzin, director of Kharkiv Institute for Social Research. The topic of this discussion is from Luhansk to Lviv. I would also like to add that we are located everywhere. Denis is Kharkiv, I'm in Uzhhorod, Angelina is Kiev, Oksana is in Ternopil, Yaroslava is in Birmingham, and Peter is in Washington. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this discussion, so we are happy to have it. Now I'd like to give it over to Peter and to ask my first question. What was the idea behind this research? Why do we need that? Peter, over to you. Natalia, thank you so much. I will speak Russian. I'm very sorry, my Ukrainian is not very bad. However, I do understand, or I think that I understand everything. However, I don't speak very well. It seems to me that at first it's necessary to explain why Arena is doing what we do, because we are not a sociologist. We are cameramen, editors, directors, journalists, writers who wrote a lot about propaganda starting from 2014. My colleagues and I at Arena, we have started noticing that something strange is going around the world, in the US, in Russia, in Ukraine. As journalists, directors, and writers, we understood that we don't understand our audience. We understood that all our theory of change, our theory of success is built on metaphors which are difficult to understand. It seems like we need to produce, to generate this positive information, and it shall be more successful than bad propaganda. However, that's not the case. If we want good positive content to reach people, we need to understand these people better. There are a lot of approaches to do that. It seems to me that in journalism there is a shift towards the audience. This is an important shift. There is so-called engagement channels, engagement movement in the US, where the idea is that not journalists choose the topic, they just follow the audience. They try to understand what is important to the audience. And there is this approach which is more sociological. We try to understand at least something about our audience in order to engage in a dialogue with them. So this is an intro to our ideological approach. We get together sociologists and content creators, journalists and writers. These two areas have always worked in different spheres, in different directions. We are not only sociologists, so it's not only a sociology researchers which is needed to understand the country as a whole. It is very targeted. It has a clear goal. We need to understand how journalists, not only journalists, but also people who create TV series, create entertainment, how they can strengthen democracy and unity in Ukraine. The 30th anniversary of Ukraine was a good chance to tackle those issues, to raise those important issues. For example, why people believe in conspiracy theories. These were the questions that we asked before. And here we have a wider topic. What unites and what separates Ukrainians in the past 30 years? How we can create journalist content, and how we can create entertainment content which might strengthen some of the central dynamics in the country. So that's exactly why I did that. We really hope that people will read our research, not just an interest in sociological statistics, but also as kind of a roadmap which they can use when developing a strategy to create journalistic content. Was that the right question, the right answer? Thank you so much. I think that Denise will take it over. I think that most of us are interested. So, have you carried out this research on the non-governmental control area? Can you please tell me how it happened? What was interesting to you? What were the challenges to you as a sociologist? Well, first, I was extremely happy that this project became possible because there are a lot of activities, a lot of projects. However, there are no projects related to what unites Ukrainians on both sides of the contact line. I had the opportunity to join this research work which will unite people. I think that we selected the best methodology to dig up this topic. These were focus groups, because focus group let us learn
because focus groups allow to study the internal, mechanism of human beings and make them talk up and talk about those problems and events and themselves in these events. So that's why we had the focus group on controlled and non-controlled territories of Ukraine. Any studies on non-controlled territories is always a challenge because a number of aspects, safety aspects including, and also the selection of people who would reflect some ideas which exist there so that we could have a true picture. But I think we succeeded because we dedicated a lot of attention to it. Plus, we had different categories. Those were inhabitants of big cities like Donetsk and Luhansk, a life of whom has changed, but not as radically as lives of small settlements when everything was upside down. And also we had a separate group, focus group, held with people who move from the controlled to non-controlled and back, and they are in these two worlds, and they don't just do their tasks, but they are the kind of means of mass media for the wide circle of people telling there what's happening in reality. I think it's great that there is still a possibility to do such, surveys on these territories, because working in Crimea, it shows that this open of opportunities is actually closing. And on the non-controlled territories of Ukraine, in Donetsk and Luhansk, it is still possible. In the temporarily occupied territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, it is still possible. And these people have reevaluated lots of things like independence, peace, security, how the local myths have debunked, what they're proud of today, and what they used to be proud of, without whom we couldn't have found out a lot. I would like to add that there were 20 focus groups, and 4 of them were on non-controlled territory, and they are also held in Zoom there. And Yaroslava Barbieri, who is one of the key authors who wrote the report. Yaroslava, the floor is yours. Please tell us which are the main, achievements, and what have we found out of this whole scope of information. Thank you, Natalia. I would start and say that, the title of our panel discussion, as you can see, that it's tolerance, stability, and dignity. So how did we decide that these are the 3 pillars that unite Ukrainians? So the cliche in Ukraine and out of Ukraine is that Ukraine is very much divided ethnically, linguistically, from the side of the party policy. But in our focus groups, we found out that Ukrainians think that the politicians are responsible for the polarized polarization in, for example, use of language. But they think that they have the tolerant attitude on the languages. So, and then another is stability. Why stability? We found out that Ukrainians feel, united around the experience of disaster. And our respondents expressed a feeling of pride when they found out that Ukraine showed itself as a stable nation that is capable to go through certain challenges connected with different periods of process of gaining Ukrainian independence, just like in 1990s, which were very difficult from the economic point of view. But in fact, Ukrainians perceived positively their individual behavior in that period and dignity. There was a consensus among our respondents that Ukrainians are very proud that as people they are ready to stand their own ground, their own position, their rights during such events like the revolution of dignity. And what was also interesting that it was expressed by those who actively supported revolutions and those who individually were not very active. But nevertheless, this was the feeling of pride to stand their grounds. It was a common opinion of people from different political orientation. And another positive aspect of our research is that Ukrainians are proud when they are seen as Ukrainians, as a separate nation with their own culture, language abroad. And that was on the level of individual experience at the airport or during some school Olympiads, wins, victories, or when people see on the TV that Ukrainians win the Eurovision or in sports competition. Of course, I presented the positive aspects, but I have to also mention some negative conclusions we made during our focus groups. First thing, there is a weak feeling of interdependence between different regions. But what is interesting, this point of view was expressed by the older age groups, but the younger respondents who probably had more possibility to travel in the country, they expressed positive, saying that different corners of the country, they are interdependent and they need each other from the cultural, political and economic point of view. And indeed, this feeling of weak interdependence inside of the country was also perceived on the level of the international. Among a lot of our respondents, they said that the independence of Ukraine equals to, independence from any international liabilities. They do not want to be dependent upon Russian gas or any international, money. But it is necessary to promote that interdependence is the key ingredient of independence and the driver of development in the 21st century. And what about Donbas? What did you find? Speaking of, in the format of Donbas Media Forum, this was the last item I wanted to speak about. The majority of our participants from the temporarily occupied territories expressed the feeling of being abandoned by Ukraine or Russia. And there was a consensus that they were seeking to go back to some certain form of normality from the point of view of peace and also knowing their political status. These people feel isolated from all. They are abandoned. And because of the long-lasting situation of being in this non-defined status where they feel like hostages, it's difficult to understand the feelings of belonging. And this must be addressed. And we had to show why we need each other. That's what I think is the key challenge that is in front of us. We shall speak more, and each has something to say. Oksana Lemichka used to work as a sociologist for a long time, including the project Seeds with the topic of Donbas. And you had the possibility to take a look at the previous research made on those territories. What has surprised you now? What is already perceived as cliché, but we found out some things that were unexpected. Oksana, turn on your mic. Natalia, thank you for your speech. A lot has been said what has surprised, but I shall repeat myself maybe. But I want to be well structured. I was surprised the most by absence of interdependence on the personal and international level. My favorite quote, where I repeat that potatoes grows everywhere, and people don't understand why one oblast needs another oblast. And another thing that surprised me, that we have several oblasts. Everyone is discussing Kiev, Odessa, Lviv. And other oblasts seem to be not on the map of Ukraine. Even youth that is traveling, they don't tell about other oblasts. And we understand that even on the mental map of Ukraine, a lot has to be done locally and nationally for Ukraine to flourish in all colors. This is the first thing that surprised me. The people don't even mention other oblasts.
I was also surprised by the tolerance that Yaroslava has told us about, because we were very tolerant towards the languages from our respondents. From the east to the west, all people tried to support each other. When we asked about Bandera and many others, the respondents in isolated groups, they understood this question, which is related to history. That is why I think we need to use all these results for the future. People are very tolerant. We even researched the so-called Soviet nostalgia. We say that we need to talk about the past from the point of view for the future. And it turned out that people were quite tolerant. As for the independence and codependence, we had warm-up questions, when people ask questions just to cheer people up, so they feel more comfortable. So we asked them their thoughts on happiness, on the future. For me, this was a know-how. It was what I really like doing after seeing that people don't feel individual responsibility for their own life, for their own happiness, and for their own future. This paternalism, this is what prevents them implementing their potential. So you are speaking of national paternalism, because we are speaking here of Donbas Media Forum, and there are thoughts that paternalism, this is something which is typical to the East. No, that's definitely a national thing. It's not only relevant for the East. When we ask the senior population what are your goals in life, what happiness means to you, what do you think about your future, we were shocked with the answers, because we saw that they felt this individual lack of responsibility for their own life. It seems that they were not responsible for their own life. That is why they couldn't take responsibility for the life of the community. That is why we need to work on an individual level, so people understand that we are codependent on each other, that a lot depends on us. Last but not least, when we asked what you are proud of as a Ukrainian, in addition to international recognition, there was nothing. No Shevchenko, no Lesa Ukraina, no Ivan Boychuk, no Ivan Marchuk, no contemporary celebrities. This feeling of being proud of Ukraine is related to international recognition. It means that there is a vacuum in the society. We need to discuss that. We need to discuss what Ukraine means to people without international recognition. Probably Denise will add to what I started. I really loved our focus groups on the non-governmental controlled territories. Let me tell you the truth. According to our research, there are two groups in Ukraine. These are that people are suspicious of. These are politicians, because if you become a politician, you change at once, and Ukrainians try to distance from the authorities. And second group that people are suspicious of, these are people from the non-controlled territories. We have several excellent quotes from our research. People from the non-governmental control areas who started getting disappointed with the local authorities, started being disappointed with this myth that Donbas feeds the entire Ukraine. We had respondents who were speaking of democracy as the foundation for a contemporary state. I understand that people are listening to me and they have a lot of questions to the methodology. I understand that the effect of a sample. However, I am happy that this contact line that we are speaking of doesn't differentiate people that much. And the results of this research were quite promising to me. But we'll get back to that. Angelina, now I would like to ask you, because in our research we also provide recommendations. As media experts and journalists, especially those journalists that work with the topic of the conflict of the war, how they can use the results of this research? You asked our speakers what impressed or surprised them. To me, as a person who works with news, it wasn't rather sad or disappointing. Well, it was a little bit disappointing, I must tell you the truth, to see once again that people are looking for entertainment, for celebrities, for pop culture. There is a huge potential for changes. Largely, when we spoke to people who were watching TV, who consume entertainment, YouTube channels or social media, people are looking for entertainment. So this might be travel blogs, entertainment materials. They were looking for consolation. Unfortunately, there are very few competitors in Ukrainian content. It seems to me that we need to fight for the attention of our audience, to provide them enough entertainment materials. As for the results of this research, they makes us think of many different new formats. And now I will get back to the question of codependence. So this was one of the key questions in our research. We recommend to think about different formats, media formats, from a talk show to documentaries or TV series of different formats that would tell the audience how Ukrainians from different regions of Ukraine, with different background, social status, education level, how they build together something, how they are joining forces, how they, for example, develop a business or reach a goal. These narratives are very easy to use in entertainment genres, so I think it's, for example, we can make a TV series about how people are joining their forces to reach a joint goal. We also recommend to those who are working in the news journalism is to use new methods of engaging the audience, because sometimes we hear that people mistrust the audience, mistrust the journalist. They feel that their voices are not heard. That is why I'd recommend to use a couple of tools which would help those people feel they can make an impact, they can influence the content produced by the media. These are the practices of open doors, open meetings, opinion polls, calls, hotlines. There are a lot of methods to engage the audience, and I think that each media outlet can use a tool like that. Let me also reiterate, it is very important to tell stories about Ukrainians uh, who achieved success, who, for example, work in big corporations, who win medals in Olympic Games, who achieve success in a particular area. Such stories give people inspiration, they inspire them. It gives people consolation, and they also are proud when they read such stories. I'd like to ask Denise, because at the beginning of our conversation, you said that you had very concrete conclusions as sociological conclusions about the myth. So I give it over. What do you think will be useful for journalists? What I deem interesting is not always interesting to others. However, I do suggest to read our report. It's very interesting. There are a lot of interesting quotes, which, when I was speaking of the non-governmental controlled areas, what is important to notice is that decentralization, which is seen by the governmental controlled Ukraine as an achievement that have been there during all the years of the independence. For example, people who lived back in Soviet times, they say that before, to solve an issue, to tackle a problem, you needed to do that in Moscow or in Kiev, and now I can go reach out to the head of the territorial community. So they think that this is a great achievement over the recent years of independence. As for the decentralization of the non-governmental controlled territories, it became probably one of the most traumatizing events. So first, the Soviet Union collapsed, and miners who lived quite well in Soviet times, they lost a lot. They lost their jobs, they lost their money. And then 2014 was seen by many local inhabitants as a step to decentralization. And for these people, it came as a shock. And we need to take that into account. We need to discuss that. Second, there is an increase in information isolation of this region from both sides, from the Ukrainian and Russian sides. Those people want to get to know more how people lived on the occupied territories. They don't know how to do that because they mostly use cliches which are not interested to the audience, and something similar happens on the non-governmental controlled areas. Journalists use a lot of cliches, so these people don't know how Ukraine lives right now. So of course people want to know how their neighbors live, and the people from the occupied territories, they want to get to know how people from the mainland Ukraine see them. Can you please explain us about the myth that Donbas feeds Ukraine? Because we started talking about it at the beginning of our conversation. This myth was debunked. There is no this myth. Now there is kind of nostalgia for this golden period when Donbas fed all Ukraine. For people, this is a depressive factor. On the other hand, this is an excellent opportunity to build something new. Ukraine can use this vacuum, this gap. Ukraine can build something new. Explain why Ukraine needs Donbas. I see that as a positive sign, as a potential opportunity, because those myths, some of the myths are not myths. Part of the national identity is that people in Donbas are very hardworking, they are very patient, they can do their best to reach an idea, to reach a goal. That is why Ukraine needs them. I would like to raise another issue which is cutting through. What we see in the east of Ukraine is this need for normality, because in contrast to the rest of Ukraine, the war has become the most traumatizing event. I would like to ask Peter, what in your opinion are the characteristics of this normalcy? What media can offer inhabitants of the east of Ukraine? Speaking of this normality, what do you mean by normality or normalcy? If other speakers want to add to that, please, you are welcome. Dear participants, dear viewers, if you have any questions, please do ask. Thank you. You must understand that what media can do, it has limitation, it has its limits. The media cannot magically change the situation in Donbas. It's important to understand two things. First, that the audience, these territories are not lost. There are lots of people who are open to contact. And we need to understand the role the media can play. How we can engage those audiences so they feel that their voices are heard. And we must understand what kind of service we can provide them. It seems to me that the media needs to transform into the direction of providing services. So what are the services that we can offer those people through the media so they are engaged into the life of the Ukrainian life? We are speaking of very practical things. How do we work with this nostalgia to peaceful life until 2014? It seems to me that different TV programs tell a lot about life and mass culture in the independent Ukraine. They can be very popular there.
We noticed in our focus groups that people are very attached to their memories connected with the television, music, pop culture, with the Ukrainian popular culture for the past 30 years. It's like, the possibility to start the conversation. Another event which was loud, it was Euro 2012, especially in the East, because it was about the international recognition and involvement of East and West and some cooperation. And this year we'll have the 10th anniversary in 2022. It's also another interesting topic, but I would like to ask Yaroslava first, because we give the term in our recommendation, which is recognition. But recognition is when the foreigners talk well about you. But as far as I understand, recognition is when people see themselves on the screen. And we noticed that people from the non-controlled territories of Ukraine, they don't see themselves on the screen. So how to work with this recognition? What is it? Yes, indeed. From the point of view of Euro 2012, why was it very relevant for our participants on the temporarily occupied territories? Because with nostalgia, they were reminiscing those events when many people arrived, and they see Ukraine as a normal country. And foreigners were very, they were very friendly, and they could see that finally this was the country that was recognized, where you can communicate with all the world, which is in contrast with today's feeling of being abandoned. So I think 2022 can be a good occasion to remind how the East was also part of this process of gaining recognition in Ukraine and internationally. On the screen, I previously spoke about the Olympiad and international sports competition and Euromaidan, but there was a consensus that people were very happy to mention when Ukrainian sportsmen or singers winning in these international competitions, to see on the screen that this is a unique country and it is winning. But going back to the topic of temporarily occupied territories and the role of media, indeed, there is lack of dignified representativeness of people on the temporarily occupied territory. You could feel this stereotype in the rest of the country that those were just passive, that people on the temporarily occupied territories, they take passively Russian propaganda and they have no feeling of agency. I think this stereotype is to be changed because it doesn't favor the feeling of normality and interdependence. We need to get this back, of the moment of humanity. Oksana paid attention to tolerance. And if to be more exact, how was it expressed in the sensitive subject? Tolerance. 2 examples, I always quote them. When we spoke about Bandera, and in the East we were told, yes, if they have Bandera there, let him be there. It's a quote out of context. We had other quotes. We also asked about Ukrainian or Russian language to be used for programs. The respondents of the Western Ukraine to do it in Ukrainian, but we understand that not everyone understands Ukrainian, that maybe you can do it in Russian as well. And that shows about readiness of people to leave past in the past and to move forward, and readiness to understand each other. And when we approach this humane level, they all try to take into account, or maybe it's just people wanted to show their better side. You have to understand that the opinion is not always shown in the behavior, but in all groups in the country there was a try of each respondent to understand what it's like for those living in another oblast or on that territory, which is nice. Of course, they were all blaming the politicians in this split up, but this tolerance and acceptance, which is a strong side of Ukraine, and it can be worked with. You also mentioned about the format of some entertaining journalism, but what about thematic? We saw how much people want to hear. So, see, the research was done in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of independence, and it said that, like, everything was destroyed in the mass media. But we said that not everything got destroyed. Some new businesses emerged, big enterprises emerged, and I remember one woman mentioned that she wanted her child not to see the plane. So it is important for them to see not big small business develop. And what other topics? And I see Alexei that wants to remind us 9 minutes from now we have to finish. Yes, I'm here and there's a reason for that. And indeed you have 9 more minutes. Please stick to the agenda. Thank you for reminding it, Alexei. Indeed, you partly mentioned about this, that times of gaining independence in the 90s often perceived or maybe are depicted by popular media as lost years, you know, like everything, when everything that was accumulated disappeared. But it's not like that in reality, and one of our recommendations was to take a look at those practices, businesses and institutions which emerged for this time, for 30 years. And there in these stories there's everything we are mentioning, stories about interdependence, about stability. By the way, stability or resilience, going back to the topic of myths, which thanks to this research we managed to debunk. Myth that Ukrainians are united by memories about bad times, but it's how they were surviving them, what they're remembering, like the experience they were gaining during it and how they moved on. And here I cannot help not to speak about the people who had to quit their profession, and somebody has grown professionally thanks to this and get some new knowledge. So it depends a lot upon the optics, I would say. One paradox thing, we now spoke about this inquiry for normality when young people on the non-controlled territories, they consume YouTube and the Russian content mostly. But they said that it was an interesting for me to see. For them, authority is Harry Styles singer and someone else. So they go there. That part of Russian media is something progressive and European, while Ukrainian media is something difficult about war and very negative. And very heavy about something that is abstract, yes. And that is why we can definitely say here that it's incorrect. Russia is perceived as something more progressive. And I'm asking Dennis to show this big difference that we can see between the older and younger generation, and from the point of view of the media that people said that they were consuming, which are the results. Well, I would like to say that the older generation is not a homogeneous group, but there are people who have nostalgia for Ukraine, and maybe they are in majority, but there are also people who associate themselves with Russia, and they all have their own ideas on the future of the region. As for the youth, in fact, they do not have the ideological coloring of what they find interesting. They just follow something that's most fun. So any fun content can be used to promote this audience. We have final remarks. So one more time, in what other way can journalists work with this? Yaroslava. It was a long project and we have learned a lot. Sometimes it's difficult to focus on some separate issues, but in fact, one of the conclusions that impressed me the most is the feeling of international recognition, because Ukraine has been mentioned by other countries, and then when we find out that Ukrainians are proud, they are seen as a separate culture, political reality. I think that internally Ukrainian media are to promote and emphasize on the figures Ukrainians can be proud of, which contribution some of those personalities made for Ukrainian history or for the international context. And I think we don't do it enough. So a lot what can be done in here, inside of the country, and not only. And the last question, it's for you, Peter. Could you please also conclude? It's about other researchers. It's important for this idea to also be voiced. Speaking about East, a lot mentioned about propaganda and disinformation. We have just said how we can get acquainted with this audience better, but we saw that some concerns that people have, they can be legitimate. So if we sum up, what would the advice be? How much can be achieved with the fight with fakes itself? And what can be done apart from this, apart from studying the audience? If we speak about the audience, How can we work with that audience that doesn't trust? You already mentioned the key word, trust. The word that we use quite often, but we don't really understand what we mean. Of course, we have to fight fakes and show where disinformation exists. But if it's a strategic reply, we have to fight the effects of these fakes. A lot of fakes are just trash. And it's hard to be distracted on some small ideas, but it's their effect and how to fight its effect. And this effect is very often aiming this to kill the feeling of subjectivity, so people would feel they live in chaos and everything is dangerous, and to kill the feeling of trust. Trust to what? Trust to democracy, I would say. The feeling that you can play an active role. That's what it is necessary to work with. Which role can media play in enhancing citizen activity? And many approaches can be here. Yeah, to think about this. The journalism is rethinking itself often for its life for several centuries. It's rethinking its goal. But the goal is always the same: how to enhance the public sphere. And our goal now has changed a bit. If before we had the goal to win the censorship and tell the truth, and it was enough, now it's not.
We need to understand our role in democratic processes. We need to understand what we can do. I think that's it. Thank you so much. We need to wrap up our discussion. Dear friend, thank you so much for taking part in it. Let me remind you that you can follow the link which you see on the website of Donbas Media Forum. And let me give it over to Oleksiy Matsuka, who will continue our discussion. Thank you so much for your work. And stay with us. We hope that our discussion was useful. Natalka, thank you so much. Dear colleagues, I was happy to see all of you online. I hope that we will see each other in person very soon. We will continue our conversation, our Donbas Media Forum 2021. At 16:10, we will start next panel discussion with quite an attractive title. Who, how, and does it really threaten free speech in Ukraine?
Обычный день, и мне начинают писать мои друзья в смс-очке: «Ты видела, что Порошенко написал?» Еще одно местечко стало украинским, место Жданевка. И у меня просто все опустилось. Я подумала: боже мой, что вы меня поздравляете? Вы не понимаете, что это такое? Конечно, связи с мамой нет. Я не выпускаю телефон. И в 4 часа дня она мне звонит: Алька, Ждановку обстреляли. Я звоню с кладбища. В Ждановке прекращается мобильная связь по всему городу, и они могут звонить только с кладбища, и они ходят туда. Потому что только там есть связь, там, где мертвые лежат. Там не было тихо, там была вся Ждановка. Там была вся Ждановка, они все на кладбище звонили своим родным. И мама мне рассказывает то, что говорит. Один человек сказал это, другой сказал это, третий сказал это, а четвертый сказал: знаешь, ДНР еще нет, пока не возвращайся. Загремело, мы все побежали прятаться. Оказался самый простой гром.
Конечно, жалобы у жителей прифронтовых территорий, они одни и те же. Потому что ситуация, в которой они находятся, кардинально не меняется, временами еще ухудшается. И жить в постоянном состоянии такой тревоги, когда непонятно, сегодня будет спокойно там, или не очень спокойно, это, конечно, очень влияет на людей. И поэтому одного раза, одной какой-то там встречи, это всегда очень мало. Вот. Кроме того, у нас не совсем принято и непонятно, зачем нужен психолог, какая от него польза, чем он может помочь. Но в Луганской области чаще всего люди жалуются на такой очень высокий уровень стресса. Тема такой профилактики, тема того, что вот происходит с этими людьми, это настолько важно. И когда это людям объясняешь, это уже очень такая большая психологическая помощь. Это поможет людям впоследствии самим учиться справляться со своими трудностями, сложностями без помощи психолога, когда они понимают процессы, которые в организме происходят, и как на них реагировать, и как с этим справляться. Скорее всего, сложнее будет тем, кто как-то не привык в своей жизни справляться был с трудностями, которые в какой-то такой рафинированной какой-то, обстановке рос. Не всем атошникам, грозит ПТСР, просто об этом так много как-то говорилось, просто нужен такой момент постепенной реинтеграции от того состояния, когда находился человек в экстремальном стрессе, к мирной жизни. У нас так принято, что человек вернулся, нужно тут срочно шашлыки закатывать, гостей приглашать, а человеку нужно как-то вернуться к самому себе, потому что тот опыт, который он пережил, тот опыт, который он получил, он уже стал чуть-чуть другим.
Я була волонтером, я дізналася, що мій знайомий в батальйоні Чернігів. І тоді, дякуючи одній волонтерці, я знайшла їм форми. Можеш його на вулиці покатати? Можу. Ну то давай його на вулицю виводь.
Я Софії не знав. Тільки знав, що ми коли приїхали в Чернігів голі босі, то нам прислали 5 комплектів форми такої новенької, літньої, хорошої. І то якась була така міфічна Софія, волонтер, яка нам то передала. На учебці нам дали постріляти з ПМа. Це була катастрофа, я взагалі був не готовий. Враховуючи те, що я не служив, автомат показали на малюнку. І сказали, стріляти ми вам тут з автомата не дамо, а поїдьте туди, там настріляєтесь. Так виглядало моє навчання перед тим.
Ми дуже багато переписувалися просто про життя. І він мені дуже імпонував, мені було дуже цікаво з ним переписувати. Він якийсь такий був. Це той момент, коли ти відчуваєш, що це востаннє, може бути, що ти з кимось спілкуєшся, і ти якось так все вивалюєш на чистоту. Ми приїхали, ми стояли на балконі розбомбленого будинку, гради били, він мені показував заріво, казав, дивись, як гарно. І це був, тоді ми почали зустрічатися. Тобто так.
Жена говорила о том, что она собиралась от него уходить, что понимает прекрасно, что это все очень опасно, потому что, собственно, у нас 3 детей. Она этому содействовала через командира, содействовала тому, что там отпустили 2 ребят. Через нее мы договаривались, забирали пленных, раненых. Мы друг другу не могли сделать никакой подлянки. У нее половина моих детей, образно говоря, у меня, то есть семья разрезанная пополам. То есть мы друг друга делать это просто было что-то нереально. То есть мы не могли бы этого сделать.
Ты нормально, согласен, на дороге, только говорит, не туда, чтобы вооруженный обстрел был совершен. Примерно в 17 часов 50 минут 3 автомобилей, в котором двигались представители подразделения батальона «Призрак», непосредственно сам мозговой погиб на месте, сам командир бригады «Призрак» погиб на месте от огнестрельных ранений. Его сопровождающие лица – охранник, водитель и пресс-секретарь.
Мне позвонили минут через 20, наверное, один из товарищей моих, который там остался, один из местных. Все. В общем, все трагично, прими соболезнования, все. Я позвонил ее отцу, сказал об этом, он поехал. В общем, она в руки оружие не брала. То, что она писала, да, это Кто-то скажет, что это даже хуже, потому что информационное оружие стреляет мощнее, чем стрелковое. Может быть. Но я смотрел, читал все, что она писала. Ну, в чем-то она была права. В чем-то я не могу с ней согласиться. Дедушка с бабушкой, они категорически не хотят приезжать сюда. Общаемся по скайпу вживую. Нет, старшая дочь живет со мной.
Вот.
Вон девка сидит. Младшим я не могу, они... Ну, самый младший еще только вот 9, только 2 дня назад исполнилось. Деме 11, то есть они еще... Это дети пока еще. Похоже, девочка.
Похоже, да.
Ну, правда, я ж... Не, ну слышишь, видеть детей вот таким вот макаром, ну как-то тут... Дедушка с бабушкой за это время ни разу не приезжали. И не приедут. То есть у них большая обида, то есть на Украину и такое, то есть они не хотят. Я туда поехать по понятным причинам тоже не могу.
Я говорю, мам, я к тебе приеду. Она говорит, приезжай. То есть она не понимала, что это может быть опасным, а потом я стала понимать, что, ого, если она не понимает, что это опасно для меня, это значит, наверное, она обижается, что я к ней не приезжаю. И никогда ей честно не сказала, мама, я боюсь к тебе приехать. А я еще так злилась, когда мне некоторые говорили, а что ты за время войны в Жановке не была? Да, я не была, я трусиха, я боюсь. Потому что это очень маленький город. И моей маме, я помню, она мне рассказывала, подходила женщина и говорила, а мы знаем, твоя дочка выступает против нашей ДНР.
У нас в селе разные люди. Нельзя было разговаривать, ну как, что ты хочешь сказать. Отголосовали, спрашивают, ну за кого, за кого? Так, за кого хотел, за того. Люди боятся. Лишнее не говорили. Есть такие, что да, ну, всякое было. На одной улице все разные. Мы вот на эту тему старались меньше разговаривать. Только так вышли, живые. Вот за бомбежки, сразу по крышам. Кого целый, кого не целый. Воронки эти фотографировались. Тут у нас одна, ну, она сама маленькая тетка. Воронка. Для нее она глубокая, для меня было меньше. Фотографировались, в воронку залезли. А сейчас за войной и врагов наживали, и перескандалили все между собой. У того свое мнение, у того свое мнение, и пошло-поехало. Гуманитарку тому дали, ну, тому не дали. Всем же не могут сразу всем дать. И пошло-поехало скандалить. Из-за ерунды, можно сказать. Вот сейчас дали на дрова, да. Кому дали, кому не дали. Уже начинается война и мир. Уже скандал. Ну так, подъехали 1+1. Она ко мне 3 раза приезжала. Спрашивала за референдум. А я говорю, ну, кто ходил? Мы же как бы послушные, как овцы. Сказали идти. Ну, говорю, кто ходил, кто не ходил. По телевизору показывали. Телевизор включал, поглядел. Ничего хорошего, да и легло. Украина перший, потом какой-то так Украина написано, домашний, да и написано домашний, потом ТЦВ, чи как, ТЦН, я уже не помню. Луганский водит. Это мне поменяли плату, так стали ловить, а то вообще что-то, они же там что-то делают, перекрывают, может, то полоски пойдут. Сейчас немного уже лучше. И вот смотрим, это передавали же Украина за пенсии. Добавлять будут только не нам. Может, по 9 гривен давали. Было и такое.
Я помню, как это случилось, когда мне позвонили, как он представился, работник пункта обогрева ДНР. Я звоню с телефона женщины, она только что умерла, приезжайте, забирайте. Как мне потом рассказали, женщине стало плохо, она вышла из автобуса. 9:25, 10:25 – это два времени, украинское время и российское время. Люди, которые помогли мне очень, 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 это были люди, которые давайте скажем, или симпатики, или пророссийские, которые там маму опознали в морге. Это вот как бы дом мамин, который остался, это собака, 2 кошки, это наш дом. Ну и как бы не только моя мама умерла в эту неделю, там еще, по-моему, я боюсь ошибиться с цифрой, до 10. Это потому что это были пенсионные дни, и это снова смерть моей мамы. Это не привид, это та реальность, почему моя мама вообще ехала, и почему там было так много людей, и почему она встала в 4:30 и, по моим подсчетам, в 11 по ихнему времени до сих пор не пересекла 0. Было очень холодно. Моя мама никогда не ела и никогда не пила, потому что там очень плохие туалеты. Ну да, и стояние. Это большое преступление, что Украина сделала с пенсионерами. Тех, кто слабые почему-то в нашем мире не особо, слушают, что ли. Я поняла, что вот юмор, спокойствие, дистанция – это то, что работает. 2 дня этот человек едет с маминым телом, попадает сюда. Все, мы ее хороним.
Через 400 метрів поверніть ліворуч на Люблінську вулицю.
Сейчас я координатор Центра документирования военных преступлений в Украинской сельской спилке по правам человека. Алло, привіт. Ще раз. Ну ми заходимо, зараз будемо підійматися до вас. Нас ждут в Музее гідності міста Львова, куда мы передадим видеозаписи людей, которые дают свидетельские показания.
I have with me Natalia Lihachova, head of the NGO Media Detector, Larissa Voloshina, journalist and TV host, our colleague, and Vadim Miski is with us via Zoom. I hope that Vadim is here with us. Good afternoon. So Vadim is member of the supervisory board of UAPBC and secretary of the Council for Freedom of Speech under the President of Ukraine. Thank you for joining us, Vadim. So, is there any threat for the free media in Ukraine? Is there free speech in Ukraine? And what is pressure? Within the past few weeks, we saw that we are not on the same page. What is pressure and what is not? Many people do not understand what is this. We don't always understand what is pressure, or what are gag orders, what are guidelines from above to the media. What is free speech? So this question is to Natalia first. Natalia, these past few weeks and discussions that we had between the authorities and Suspilne public broadcasting, is there a shared understanding on what free speech is? Is there a consensus in the media environment? Just a second, I'll take my mic. Good afternoon, everyone. The question is quite challenging because we came to a conclusion that in your situation with Suspilno, with servants of the people, the administration of the president, who were your opponents, there was no direct pressure. There was indirect pressure. I am more radical towards this situation. This is my personal opinion. As for pressure in itself, in my opinion, taking into account your situation, if someone refuses to go live, this is their right.
Ставити умови, що ми прийдемо.
But if they say, yes, we come there, however, we don't want to see this person or that person, this is pressure, definitely. Because these are representatives of the authorities. If those were experts, I can imagine a situation. I had something similar. I got to know who will be present in the studio. If I don't like someone, I'll say, no, I'm sorry, I cannot join you. And I don't even need to explain why. So the authorities are obliged to be more loyal to the media. This is stipulated in the documents of all international organizations. And it is also stipulated by the European Convention on Human Rights. Let's stop at that. Larissa, what's your opinion on that? What is pressure on media? I would like to say that independent journalism in any country is under a threat of pressure. But the question is, does it have tools to fight this, to maintain its standards, to carry out those tasks, to be within the limits that journalists define to themselves, and to carry out the tasks that journalists have in a contemporary democratic society? In my opinion, what provokes pressure, this is not understanding of, this is misunderstanding of the authorities and of the part of the media community of what freedom of speech is. Because freedom of speech is the right of the citizens. To us, it is also our obligation. First and foremost, that this is obligation, this is commitment of the state to make sure that people have the exercise their right to access to truthful information. We act as a tool. You must understand that. When we are told that you cannot say this or that, or you cannot invite some people, it doesn't mean that it means that we cannot guarantee this right of the citizens of Ukraine. When we are speaking of independent media, there is a misunderstanding. For example, if the media has an owner, it means that this media is not independent. However, that's not true. Independence is the freedom when journalists, a journalistic community, professional community, can perform their activities. In this area, unfortunately, even non-private, non-oligarchic media can do the same. They can also be dependent, but for other reasons. Because, for example, we are speaking of funding or non-funding, where the costs are allocated or not. Okay, that's clear. Now I have a question to Vadim. Larissa started tackling this topic about oligarch-owned media. And there are questions, because when our office at Suspilne declared that we felt this pressure, a lot of oligarch-owned media whose owners used this wave in their own political interest. So you understand what I mean, I guess? I'm not even saying that it was used by anti-Ukrainian forces in order to undermine our credibility, to say that decision of the RNBO were in favor of the Russian media. So in my opinion, it was a very complicated task to understand the question of fighting for the right of speech and how not to misuse it. You know, it seems to me that in any case there would be attempts to abuse the fight for the freedom of speech as element of political fight. There's nothing strange about that, because all politicians that are in the opposition, they always want to highlight infringement of someone's rights. Getting back to your previous topic that you raised, whether there is pressure, I would like to say that it is obvious that this pressure has changed. During the Medvedchuk times, we had these gag orders. We were told which topics are of the priority, and you couldn't cross the line. For example, you could show a panda in the end of the program. However, it was difficult to tackle political topics the way we wanted. However, now situation has changed. First, we have anonymous Telegram channels. We must understand that there are not only representatives of the authorities and not only Ukrainian political players. However, the aggressor country tries to spread disinformation narratives and stories through these Telegram channels, which influence both citizens of Ukraine and the media. What we noticed at the Council of the President's office, there is the practice when some people communicate on behalf of from different state institutions, people who are so-called self-proclaimed experts, who don't have to show their declarations, who do not pay taxes. Some of them don't even have certificates or diplomas. This practice is widespread. On the one hand, we can understand the logic why the situation is evolving in this direction. I'm part of the supervisory board of UAPBC. I know how it's difficult to employ a talented person. So this person must have relevant experience or, for example, relevant education, because the classifier of the professions is outdated. However, part of the problem lies within the fact that people are afraid to appoint people with a shady reputation. That is why they communicate as self-proclaimed experts. Then second, there are bloggers who openly voice those things which are not ready to be said by public officials. This practice is also widespread now. Unfortunately, sometimes it turns into some kind of informational wars. When a politician just sits on his high horse, looks very handsome, and his army of bloggers throws those different messages to his or her opponents. I think that most of you know the situation. That is why, of course, this pressure has changed. This pressure can be exercised by any authority on the media. But it doesn't mean that we cannot fight it. Even the fact that it is used by oligarch-owned media, it doesn't mean that this fight is destined to fail. It seems to me that we need to continue our fight. I'd like to add to that one type of pressure is so-called phone right or self-censorship of the owners of the media. An example of this is the situation with Pandora Papers. As for the Pandora, the fifth channel focused on this topic to criticize Zelensky. ICTV, Panchuk-owned channels told nothing about it. 1+1, Inter, and other people mentioned this scandal because it was an international research, and they also mentioned Zelensky, who was involved in it. I remember then 10 years ago, if our editorial office would reach out to offices asking to comment on that situation, I think that we would find people who will express their dissatisfaction with such policy. Now we reached out to different offices, editorial offices, and they said this or with that. Someone from the SCTV said that we were waiting for the reaction from another person. Key problem now is that on one hand there is this pressure. It has changed, as Vadim has rightly pointed. However, on the other hand, the media community is split apart, and it's very difficult to exercise counter pressure, as during the time of Yanukovych, when a lot of people who protested during the Kuchma times, even Telekritika and Detector, which is now Detector Media, collected signatures all over the country under the memorandum to fight the censorship. Now there are dozens, not hundreds of people. Why do you think that happened? Because it's difficult to prove? I often say that gag orders is something outdated, is something from the past. Technologies that Vadim tells us about, anonymous or not anonymous TV channels which belong to absolutely different actors. That, according to Mr. Podolyak, make part of the groups that brief the president or MPs of Ukraine. There are Telegram channels or bloggers that are loyal to the authorities. Thanks to those channels and bloggers, you can achieve anything, and it will be difficult to prove something because you cannot prove that these people are getting money from you as a public official. You cannot prove that you called those people. There are no gag orders as such. There are no verbal tasks set by, for example, an owner of a magazine to a journalist. At least it is very difficult to prove.
What is the reason there are so few people now who are ready to defend? Well, first of all, the situation has changed in general. If previously we said that media is the main mediator between politicians and the society, and that they bear a certain responsibility, even the oligarchic media, even independent media, but there was some line for spread of lies or disinformation. With the widespread of social media, bloggers are not responsible for anything. They can tell whatever, not just expressing their own peace of mind, but also under the source of facts, they can give total lies. And this destimulates the journalists and the society on account of what to do, because journalists do not feel the support of the society anymore, because the society, unfortunately, is not able to critically think to such extent to differentiate between the facts and someone else's peace of mind or lies. And that's how journalists disqualify their own profession. And secondly, the generation that was in order to be at the opposition, they went into politics, someone in PR, someone in business. So there was, especially after 2014, there was a shift on the television and media. But the new generation doesn't have muscles yet. And we know that the young ones are to be manipulated with, because they don't have money yet, they don't have their own houses, or they have to somehow stay in Kiev, and the owners use it, and it's difficult to motivate such people to speak openly. Remember the years of Yanukovych, TVI, all the team left the channel. But I remember Stop Censorship, where there were a lot of young people. We were all young back then. Maybe it's not directly connected with the age. I understand about your point about loyalty and age. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Larissa, what do you think? Why isn't there unity in media community? Maybe everybody sees it in a different way. Maybe indeed it's difficult to prove it. The thing is, apart from certain, limits and standards of the profession, that's what we say. What differs the journalism from bloggers? It's facts and viewpoints, and that's focused on the fact as the only argument in the conversation. But there is one more thing, and this differs journalism from bloggers. Of course, bloggers, they are emotional, they appeal to emotions, they are bright, and it's popularity. It's a competition between journalists and bloggers, where young journalists or inexperienced journalists or journalists who step away from the principles of the profession and think that a number of likes is more important than reputation. That's why they can do this. In my opinion, the question is, the media community inside itself has lost certain standards. Because when we say about positive bloggers, Mr. Podolak, 1 year ago, they explained they have collected a pool of such bloggers and they were going to cover. Yes, but this is a paid job, and these people had to be labeled, of their publications, to be labeled as advertisement in the mass media. But Fox News is not labeled that they are Trump oriented. Yes, but they are not hiding either. But here the person gives their opinion, for which they're working as press secretary, but they make it look like that it's their own independent peace of mind. But the question is, but the thing is, the community is shaking hands. Younger people who come into this profession, they understand their salary as journalists is like this. Their income of bloggers as bloggers could be several times higher. And that's why propaganda for the benefit of some politicians and selling something on Instagram is better. So they just start thinking, why do I stick to this clean profession if I can become a star and this is my cash? And then the media community, we all know very well what is happening. And we know who is cooperating and pretends to be independent. But I'm often told, do you have evidence? What is your evidence? What is your proof? No evidence for the court, but not to shake a hand. I don't need any proof not to handshake. A lot of my, people who live in Crimea who moved to the side of the Russia TV, whether they did it for money or not, it doesn't matter. The thing is that we have accepted this, that the order of things is like this. And when you often tell each other, we appeal, saying that there must be some law that will make a full stop. No, the full stop can be made by the renovation of the Institute of Reputation, which is our concern. And this culture of not shaking hands, of no handshake, I have been writing about this. As of 1990s, working in the newspaper Day, I said that we lack this culture of handshaking. Unfortunately, it didn't come to here. But we have the war also divided us a lot. In 2010, we were young, yes? You said there was Novoseltsev, a lot of those that you don't handshake today. Then we were all like one camp. But when the war started, someone thinks this is a civil war. Someone says there's no war there. Someone started getting more money. Someone thinks you had Katya Sergetskova. I was told, I didn't hear myself, but she was also speaking about this division, pro-Ukrainian plus pro-Logakik, independent and pro-Russian media. But independent, sorry, that's not pro-Ukrainian. I get this logics. So they are over this like fight. But a lot think, and me too, when there's a war with the external enemy, you cannot be in distance. So the level of pro-Ukraine nature shouldn't also cross some lines. So you can't lie just even for the interest of your country. As for keeping some information, that's where I can argue, but still standards must remain standards. Even when we covered the problem how the movement of anti-vaccinators was shown on the TV, a wonderful article, I'm advertising it because I think it's the role model of how you should analyze. He didn't only speak how many channels described it, but he also told how it was supposed to be done. You had to give them floor, but also explain what is fake, what is the conspiration theory. But the situation of war, it has divided our media community in real. I wanted to explain this part because there's also a certain mistake. The journalism should be above policy. Yes, it's the thesis why we are unbiased and we are over the war. But the charter says that the journalism to be over the policy and protect the right. The war is not politics. The war is a global and total violation of rights. It's an international crime, and you as a journalist, you cannot be over it. Above it. If someone in the street might think this is the civil conflict, but the journalist is to use facts, which are the international resolutions. It's a fact. So that's why I'm saying, Natalia, it's a confusion of notions, because in this post-truth period we lose limits and framework. We don't understand. We walk aimlessly where the truth is and what is not true. Very well. My question is for Vadim Miskey. I will go back to Earth and give you the example. And I'll explain why. Yesterday, this will be the question about trust to each other and to the journalism in general. Journalism, which quite often in Ukraine is not business. Media is not business. But they either have to work in the interest of the owner, the oligarch, or at least not to be in the way of the interest of big media holdings, TV channels, or big internet outlets. Yesterday, on a talk show, Savik Schuster, there was a story and the quote of the journalist from Skemi about new proof or evidence that Ruslan Demchenko, who's Deputy Secretary of Security Council Danilov, was the lobbyist of Kharkiv agreements. And he was called the person of Kozhary, or the person close to the regime of Yanukovych, and many questions was addressed him. And this information was announced by chief editor of Censor.net, Yuri Butusov, this information. So this is this information about Ruslan Demchenko and his background is a secret information. But today, in the social media, there were comments like this. Since it was said on the Akhmetov channel, this information can be either motivated somehow or beneficial to the owner of the channel, who's Akhmetov, and so on. And whole day I have been thinking, where is trust then? How to trust even the true information, even the secret of Polichinelle? And how can you speak about freedom of speech in the open secret? Are you asking this question? Because I have also the professional, deformity. When any information they get from the oligarchic media, I take as the one that is engaged. I have listened to the previous part of discussion, and I made notes of what I have to mention. The word trust was in several of lines of mine, so see, we coincide in this part. I wanted to start by saying that the research made by Internews Network for the past 5 years of media consumption in Ukraine show that people a lot less trust certain channels they're watching than watching them. So if 30% of people are watching some of the channels, then they trust 20% less to this channel. So they watch because it is shown to them, no big alternative they have. And during these 5 years, we know that this alternative has started appearing, Suspilne, for example, but is still in development. No powerful alternative. And that's why they're watching what they are shown. And in fact, it's all information, with the star icon, and it all is actually the same that Detector Media does research. It's not something that is propped up, but it's something that we can see from year to year, but a lot less people trust to it than watch this or that channel. And in general, in this situation, all citizens understand very well.
From time to time, I give lectures to students about how media environment in Ukraine works. I do a test. I asked first graders. I showed them the logo of TV channels, and all of them know who is owner of TV channels, 1+1, fifth channel. It's not a secret for the people. In my opinion, everyone understands. Probably people don't understand who owns key one channel or some of the less known channels. However, there is no secret. We all understand that an owner can influence what is told on TV. We at Detector Media try to see and analyze this systemic impact. Within the past few years, news stories, we analyze news stories every night, and we calculate mentions about different politicians. For example, if a politician is mentioned in news stories at different channels, we analyze whether this news was positive or negative. If we take a look, we have annual analysis like that. So we can easily see that, for example, a PFL, opposition party, Platform for Life, their politicians are mentioned from 70 to 90 times per day in night news stories. Then at Inter TV channel, about 600. There are about 600 mentions of these politicians, and 2/3 of them are positive. So this is clearly a violation of the standards. There are also problems which happen at other channels, so it comes as no surprise that owners of these TV channels spend a lot of money so they can make an impact on what these journalists will or will not say. If the reputation of a politician is to be reanimated, they will do just that. For example, now we see a kind of a parade of all the previous politicians at different TV channels, and it shows how biased the owners of the media are. When there is a conflict, a crisis with the opponents in the authorities, they can use their own media outlets as a tool in this war. We heard many times stories that media for oligarchs is a tool for fighting for their economic interest. Yes, that's true. As Ihor Kolomoisky said, the fact that he owns 1+1 makes him I feel myself safe because I own 1+1. Well, that's true, but it's much wider than just economic security or safety. We see that they use it as a tool in political game. It's not only about securing the investments. I would like to ask something similar to Natalia about this hybrid media community. Does it lead to hybrid media reality to audiences? Does the real reality becomes distorted? Of course. Almost all huge TV channels belong to oligarchs, and this is what makes the reality a hybrid as well. However, you also asked a question, your first question, whether we can trust something which we hear at oligarchs-owned TV channels. Vadim has said that no, you cannot do that, because that's true. Our research shows that even if you understand, if the TV channels of Akhmetov, there were Poroshenko, Avakov, Razumkov, we understand that Akhmetov wants to see those people on his TV channel. We understand that Lyashko attends almost every show at 24 Ukraine TV channel. We understand that this is what the owner wants. On the other hand, we understand that we cannot say that they do not tell a kernel of truth. You just need to take a look, you just need to verify information. Because, for example, if there was an investigation by Schemy, then I trust Schemy. However, it can be misused as just in a situation of when Suspilna was in a conflict with the administration, with the office of the president. So the situation was real, however, it was differently used by different opponents. Let us also remember the Revolution of Dignity. For Kolomoisky, it was convenient because he was in a quite tense relationship with Yanukovych, because Yanukovych thought that Kolomoisky supported Timoshenko during the election campaign. That is why Kolomoisky allowed journalists of his Tibet channel to tell the truth. So they were very revolutionary. However, I would like to say that in 2004 it was a journalist revolution. However, this time it wasn't a journalist revolution. The oligarch just allowed his journalists to take part in this quite inadequate covering of the events that were happening on Maidan. That is why, of course, you can watch those channels and not trust in anything. It's also a bad position because otherwise people will go into social media where anarchy reigns, where it is impossible to understand where to tell the truth from the lie. Some people say that Shari or Leshchenko do something. However, when you read, for example, Dark Knights or Joker Telegram channels, you don't understand who's behind that. Or, for example, other TV channels. Sometimes we understand who's behind that, but most people don't. That is why I wouldn't recommend to mistrust everyone. You just need to tell the truth from the lies. You need to verify it using other sources of information. You need to use the common sense to analyze this information. So here we have the question how we can do that, because we understand this. However, our audience might not have the opportunity to analyze. For me, yesterday it was interesting because we haven't heard information that Ruslan Demchenko now works at RNBO, but before that he works at the office of the President Poroshenko. Everything was known before, much earlier than when he started working at the Poroshenko's presidential administration. He was told about that. However, yesterday nobody told about that at TV Ukraine. We have this sieve, we have this separator. So what about our audience? Can they verify this information? this information might be distorted. It might become a hybrid. It might be distorted on this distorted and hybrid media market. So the question is that we must have information if we want to base our life on information. What we heard yesterday about Demchenko, this is nothing but we don't know whether it was true. You understand that a court decision was needed in order to blame Demchenko that he allegedly cooperates with Russians. Yesterday, they said that he was lobbying for the Kharkiv agreements. Kharkiv agreements. Do we have an investigation on this topic? What happened to those agreements? Who lobbied that? Who took the money for pushing those agreements into Ukrainian legal framework? Was there state treason, not the very fact of voting? Because any MP can say, I'm an artist, that's how I see it. I thought that it would be better. I failed. We need to prove that. We need to find evidence. Just as in the US, they recorded every fact of Trump's behavior. They analyzed whether it was a crime or not. Now we live in a society where we have very different opinions. When we say that our world is hybrid, information which is impossible to verify, and then we are talking about the post-truth world, where there is no truth and anything is possible. A lot of technologies create a situation when it's impossible to tell the truth from the lies, from the assumptions. However, any post-truth world, it's not the end of history, because post-truth gives birth to post-world. That is why post-laws. That is why when we have this law from 1997, now there are discussions whether this law corresponds to the current situation. This is what Putin does. He doesn't say that the Crimea wasn't occupied. He just says that it wasn't a crime. It's like a lawyer doesn't say that, for example, his client didn't kill someone, but he tries to prove that murder is not a crime. We are coming from the post-truth to the post-world, to post-law, when we need to understand what are the foundations. We as journalists need to force the authorities to respond to that. We need to see an investigation. We have seen all the information which came to no avail during the previous elections. Investigations and court cases, they became a show trials, a PR campaign. And this is the biggest threat, in my opinion, because we as journalists, we might know the truth, but people are not interested in that, because our audience, citizens of Ukraine, they have already lost understanding of what truth is. They cannot tell the truth from the lies. They don't see where lies. What you say, this is some kind of a catastrophic, very negative, pessimistic view. But what are the developments? It was obvious to those who lived during the annexation on the occupied territories. This discussion where the local population wanted to have Russia this or not, when this discussion was happening in families with friends and relatives, they just discussed what is good, what is bad. But back then I already understood that what we saw there was very important. Why people reacted like that, why society didn't react to it as to an existential threat. It doesn't matter. If a crime happens before your own eyes, you need to understand who you are, a victim, a bystander, or perpetrator. I can sympathize with other people, but I don't want to be a victim. this catastrophe was seen at the occupied territories, when the argument that this is a crime is no longer valid. They say these are Russians. However, when the army goes into uniforms without Russian insignia, they perpetrate a crime. No country will bear responsibility for what they have done. These are all dangerous things. People say that it will become better. We live in the world where everyone is positive, when everyone will have the right to say, I have my own opinion. It seems to me that it is a catastrophe. There might be very awful consequences. It might lead to suicidal approaches on behalf of the state. Giving your land to Russian tanks is just as given the opportunity to infection to propagate. These are suicidal behaviors. We as journalists must understand that the price of these questions, the price of our work is much bigger than we think. This is not about truth. This is about existence. The problem also is, I think that this investigation by Scheme, it provides a lot of facts, at least which relate to the lobbying of interests, lobbying of signing the Kharkiv agreement. However, it wasn't proved in court. And here we have this problem, that journalists cannot act as judges. However, they inform the society and the authorities that they need to respond. This system of response lacked when Poroshenko was the president of Ukraine and during the previous presidents of Ukraine, and it also lacks now. Any authorities doesn't only react, but they also start being silent about that.
Like on Trukhanov it was. The journalists showed whatever that was possible. Ukrainian Pravda filmed in which condition he was. And what do we have? We have nothing. Absence of response by the authorities to what media is writing about is also a problem. The West is protected from this because there they do have this response. And Trump, also, he got hurt also in many situations because they do have that culture. One more thing. It is a fundamental opinion, as Natalia said, when there is investigation, sufficient number of facts to begin the criminal investigation, and then the journalism starts covering this criminal investigation. The society, they don't understand. They react like this. Understand, don't understand. Approve, disapprove. But in reality, to save the situation globally, it is necessary to move in the framework of the legal procedures and to impose the opinion to the society that the legal state is protection for everyone. Okay, dear friends, it turned out that we have many questions from our audience. There are questions and comments. I shall read some of them for you to understand. This conversation is interactive and we all speak together. Yulia Khovansky. I would like to mention that in Ukraine there are journalists who are not to be handshaked because of separate media groups or engaged companies. They give they give the command them to attack, but they don't want to prove their patriotic moods to separate groups, and many questions can be also for them. So the question from Katerina. Looking at the sources of financing media, is it possible to support the Institute of Reputation in the media field? I guess I will give this question to Vadim. Vadim, please answer the last question. Is it possible in Ukraine to support the Institute of Reputation in media field, given the sources of funding of media? I think looking at the sources of financing media and their political engagement, this Institute of Reputation of Media Representatives work fine. For example, Suspilne, it's a specific case of Ukrainian radio when the manager says that there are no other popular talk radio stations to shape the market of radio presenters and producers of other audio genres for programs. So in fact, you can only bring them up from the scratch, create them from the scratch. And then there are those who went to work in the media market, work in News One, Zig, and other channels, engaged channels, and unfortunately you can't take them back. Now when Suspilne managed their problems more or less and can offer this journalist not to survive but to leave working at Suspilne, but unfortunately it turned out that these people who used to work and who have enough competence, they had nowhere to work, make money while Suspilne was developing. So you have to prepare them from the scratch. And there are many different institutions which teach and which have the journalists which are values oriented. It's the Kyiv Mohila Academy and the Institute of Journalism in Shevchenko University. So there are students who graduate from these places and they have values. Of course, it's going to be another change of generations, but that's how this Institute of Reputation works. And in my opinion, you have to have a crystal clear reputation to go to work on Suspilne. And this is the marker or indicator. And I know so many of those who will never be hired there, who work in decent channels, but because of the history of their work, background, and those political orders they worked on, they can never be hired to Suspilne. And I think it's a very good reputational marker. I also want to manage to discuss with you this because Larissa has already started speaking about the responsibility of politicians and that they go and speak to different media platforms and communicate. But as for our last discussion with the Office of the President on the pressure to our editorial office of the countdown, that's what I was interested in. It seems to me there was a small, replacement when the politicians could choose to go or not to go to the channel or to any programs. But that was not the question. Our question was whether the Office of the President and the management or press service of the party do they have the right to allow or not allow to deputies to go to the channel and express their position. Recently, I read the interview of Mikhailo Podolyak he gave to Babel, and he said that they are briefing people's deputies. It's a euphemism, in my opinion, saying briefing before they go on air. I don't know if you remember this. I cannot remember such practice of briefing, but I would say that they are preaching them. So, or instructing them. So what do you think it looks like when the people deputies get these briefings? But what does it look like if they're the subjects of the political process, but not just, some people who belong to some party where there is a party discipline and according to which they are briefed? It's a widespread practice, in fact. Party instructions, how to highlight this or that topic, what to say on this or other problem, it exists in all parties, I think. And these, internal gag papers, gag orders, they were published. And this is the reality you can agree or disagree with, but everybody has agreed with it, just like with the fact that the political force itself defines which channel to go to and what to say. Of course, it's not correct. It's wrong. Because indeed you say that even according to party lists, but it's not the dolls who pass, not not the Muppets, but the personalities. And we do not have the imperative mandate, and everyone is to vote in the way they think it's best. But as for the raised question by you and our today's situation, there was also a substitute of notions, because we understand this was the office of the president. But since there was no official certificate, and even the radio had to write that was unofficial representatives, but the president Zelensky, he differed from other candidates, promising that everything would be transparent according to the law. But now the system of undercover, of covering up everything, they unofficial do one thing and official inform another thing. It has become so obvious, this hypocrisy, and they easily manipulate it, that it's difficult to prove. And it's difficult to prove because it's all in the shadow. We are fighting the shadow business, but the shadow policy, it's flourishing. It has been flourishing with other presidents too, but it seems to me that that people believed this authority, hoping this is not going to happen. But it seems to me it's flourishing even more than before, even when we had Poroshenko. Because there the biggest issue was the corruption. Leshchenko could criticize Poroshenko being the member of faction, and they did not exclude him. And now, if somebody goes against the will of Zelensky, Razumkov or Burgmeister, they are just excluded from the party. I can say when Dubinsky is excluded from the party, but there is the direct grounds for it. These are sanctions by the USA. But when it's about thought possible to send the draft float for the Venice Commission, but what is wrong with that? So here's I think the fight inside of the party, and the interpretation, fault, and opinions differ, and it's a life and death game there, which ends in being excluded from the faction. Although for Poroshenko the situation was also very specific, and there were also its political interests. But unfortunately this practice is present for a long time in Ukraine, and it hasn't disappeared now. From what Larissa said, as I understand, we are speaking about no handshaking. We're talking about shaping social demand for truth, shaping social demand for the politician not to behave this way. By the way, I'm always giving an example. When I managed to communicate with one of the presenters of Hard Talk at BBC, and when I asked them, how do you manage? It was after some interview, very important interview with a British politician, and asked him, how did you manage to bring him in? How did you arrange this that he came to you? And then the presenter of Hard Talk said that he wouldn't dare not to come, because our politicians understand that. But our politicians, they dare. They can choose a hot bath instead of the opposition channel or Suspilne public broadcaster. So I think it is connected with the fact that the society is speaking on the position of losing, on the weak position. What is your vision? I lack, we lack horns, that the politicians would feel. If I walk in the street and I understand that the person who I meet there, that person can tell hi, but is not going to slap me on my face. That's the limit. And a lot of us remember our favorite about that fence or boundary set in Kardashev family. But us as post-colonial society, we don't understand this marker, what the state, this boundary of what the state can do and what can't do. By the way, as the voter, I see that it's unacceptable when my people's deputy is the hand raiser. But Razumkov, he's also the official, his speaker, and his boundary is the law that he has to act upon. The society doesn't understand the boundaries. It doesn't require these boundaries. The police officer doesn't have the right to do this, but I have to, do this or that. Well, for example, even if they stop me, they can't put me on the asphalt. So we have such things. So you're saying this is the post-colonial thing. Yes. It's between anarchy, chaos, and absolute agreement to any owning of us, just for us to have anxious salaries or just some bright future. It's all post-colonial because it's a transformation of post-Soviet myth. Like we will destroy classes, expropriation of the expropriators for everyone to be rich. And nobody had a question that expropriation, it's stealing. So why do we steal? And how will we be rich after this or live happily and freely? These are the consequences. But we will, overcome this.
When it happened to Trump, with accusations towards Trump before the election campaign, he was accused of cooperating with the Russians during the pre-election campaign. And there were no information about this Mueller investigation. Our Verkhovna Rada made a decision, adopted a decision to do something similar. The society didn't understand that they stole from us, that the Wagner Commission is not a commission, that we need to have independent prosecutors. So it seems to me that it's something childish. So what am I now to give it over for summing up this discussion? So who do you think is developing this demand in the society? To have politicians who are not puppets, who must to report to the audience that we set the moral and ethnical framework for the politicians and not vice versa. And especially with the majority, if they call themselves servants of the people. Who shapes this? Who develops this request? I agree with you, Miroslava, that we have a lot of problems. Society doesn't know where this limit is, where this red line is. I must agree with you. And we also must understand that Ukrainian society loves suffering. We suffer and suffer and suffer, and then boom, we explode. This patience, this long wait is also a disadvantage to us. Because on one hand, we live from one explosion to another explosion, from revolution to revolution, and on another hand, between these revolutions, between these explosions of anger, everything starts with civilized rules, with promises that everything will be open and transparent. However, it ends with corruption perpetrating all the levels of the authorities. It seems to me that the question is similar to the question related to the internal confidence in the society, confidence and trust in institutions. If there are institutions that we are ready to trust, for example, for us, this is public broadcaster, Suspilne, we know that no matter what, and no matter who is the president, Poroshenko or Zelensky, it will always be neutral and biased and truthful. This is the note, this is the camera tone that we can check information which we receive from different sources. Because sometimes it's interesting to take a look at the show, not only Countdown, but at other channels, because it's also interesting. But we need to review your program, Countdown, or news stories at Suspilne, and to be on the same page with what is happening. This institutional support to those institutions who do not cheat on the society is very important. This is exactly what we need to do. Thank you so much, Vadim. Thank you so much for your speeches. One more question. Alena Baraza writes, what about physical threats to journalists? The journalists must feel safe and secure. They must understand that law enforcement investigates crimes against them. We are all waiting for investigations of murders and assaults on our journalists. We are still waiting for the results. Those investigations and telling the names of those who ordered those crimes will be the marker that will persuade us that we are in safety. Vadim said that there is this Suspilne Movlення, Suspilne UAPBC as a tuning fork. So on one hand we need to promote it. On the other hand we need independent media to develop, because right now we don't have a lot of this independent media. One of the reasons is that small and medium enterprises are not ready to develop, to support development of the media, just to do it on a sustainable basis, to give the society the opportunity to grow and develop, to have these long-term perspectives for our children and grandchildren to live in a democratic society. That is why it is important to support regional and national media. Natalia Likhachova, chef editor of Detector Media, Larissa Voloshyna, journalist and TV host, and Vadim Miskyi, secretary of the supervisory board of UAPBC. These were our speakers today. We discussed the question whether there is a threat to Ukrainian media to the freedom of speech. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you for your attention, and see you later.
Руководитель нашей группы говорит: да, вы абсолютно правы, покажите, пожалуйста, нам вороночку. И он нас продолжает обкладывать, но ведет вокруг дома, заводит в огород, показывает нам вороночку. Говорит: да, вы абсолютно правы, вы не против, мы тут снимем, сфотографируемся. Да, конечно, фотографируйте. Мы сделали свою работу под этот фон постоянной грязи, развернулись и ушли. Вот меня на тот момент возможность продолжать коммуницировать с человеком, который агрессивно по отношению к тебе настроен, настолько восхитила, что я подумал, что я тоже так хочу. Совместно с прокуратурой мы сейчас уже делаем, то есть есть наработки, которые очень весомые. Мы опрашиваем свидетелей, мы собираем информацию из открытых источников. Те преступники, которые светятся в Украине, потом светятся в Сирии или светились ранее в Грузии, Абхазии. То есть это такая определенная система наемников, которые кадровые российские военные. Убивать людей — это их работа.
Потім просто в один момент Софія сказала, або ми одружимося, або ми розходимося. І я прийняв рішення, що треба одружуватися таки. Бо краще я вже не знайду.
Я розуміла, що це витрачає, я витрачаю дуже багато ресурсу, якогось морального. Але я розуміла, що мені дорога, близька людина. І я собі подумала, що якщо це буде тягнутися ще 10 років, там, чи скільки, чи там, не дай Бог, щось станеться, Я не хочу. В тому всьому стані ми одружилися, ну і я відповідно завагітніла після одруження там через півроку чи через рік. На тих всіх емоціях я ще пішла працювати, яке пов'язано з учасниками АТО, а тоді якраз смерті я теж це все пропускала через себе, бо мені було страшно, мені було образливо, мені було, як завжди, типу, за що? Я не про то думала. Я не була готова насправді до тої дитини. Я не була готова фізично і психологічно. Нормальна жінка вагітна, в якої тиск там 180 на 120, не буде ганяти з якимись паперами чи вирішувати якісь питання там, ну, на роботі, правда? Вона ляже в лікарні і буде лежати. Це УКУ, католицький університет. Мені пощастило тут познайомитися з хорошими психологами, які мені допомогли. Ми втратили першу дитину, коли я була на 8 місяці вагітності. От коли говорять про ПТСР, так, то я розумію, що після війни в мене, походу, ПТСРу не було. У мене ПТСР був після першої вагітності. Ну, не війна мені снилася, мені там снилися мертві діти, так? Ми про це не говорили дуже довго з Назаром. Ну, тобто ми це пережили, але ми не говорили про це. Є День пам'яті всіх ненароджених дітей. Всесвітній. Я тільки цього року в Фейсбуці змогла це написати. Цей пост про це все. Я насправді захоплююся дівчатами, які там воювали і зразу після війни родять. Я так не змогла перший раз.
Насправді адаптовуватися то треба було б вже по приїзду сюди, бо по приїзду сюди то я якийсь час певний, я просто людей не міг бачити. Для мене десь там в магазині черга або якийсь там в маршрутку зайти, де більше ніж там 2-3 чоловік. Це, навіть ти приходиш в банк щось оплатити, якусь дрібницю і бачиш, як люди там на касі сваряться, хто перший, хто перед ким займав, і хто там, а я то вже стояв, але я відійшов, мене не було, мені треба було покурити. Ти думаєш, Боже, за що ви люди сварите? Ну, типу, це такі дрібниці, які взагалі не варті уваги. Ну, багато такого дратувало.
Ми думали там ще поїхати десь, можливо, поїхати заробити гроші, доробити ремонт, більше підготуватися. Ми планували, але не зараз. А Ярема вирішив, що зараз якраз сам час. І так сталося. Класно сталося, я рада, що так сталося. Я чітко знаю, яким я хочу його виховати. Щасливим.
Я знаю, що він буде хорошою людиною.
І тут знову це питання. Я би дуже хотіла, щоб він ріс в Україні, але мені важко це уявити.
Литература. Вот литература. Это самый любимый. Да, особенно Асю. Мы дальше будем читать еще «Маленького принца». Я играла раньше на фортепиано, но сейчас я не играю, я сейчас пою.
Петь, нету петь. У нас не все в медучилище заканчивали. 10 класса у них не будет. Во-первых, у них в классе 4 человека аж. Сказали, не будет. И вот теперь что? Наверное, в интернат новый дар пойдет. Профессии там мужские. А куда? Вот куда ее отправишь? Творчество. Какое там творчество? Надо 10 классов ей запомнить. Как Вероника, она дитё еще. В сказки еще верит. Такая.
У меня мечта вырасти и как-нибудь поехать в Корею и уйти замуж за Миньонги. Миньонги. Они хоть и едят страну еду, но они очень добрые. Они очень красивые, не то
Мне
что
еще
наши.
нравится Чонгук.
Вот это мининги сейчас загрузится. Вот это мининги. Они поют. Вот они все. Их 7. Там еще есть Тэхён, Хосок, Джин и Намджун. Он такой нежный.
Вот это же вот все побитое, вон, видите там? А дощечки это Красный Крест поставил такие щиты, которые должны спасать от осколков. Как бы на уровне головы ребенка у нас такие щиты стоят в классных комнатах, он подоконник, он у нас весь побитый, в классных комнатах и здесь, потому что это как бы переход в бомбоубежище, но вы сами понимаете, что он очень опасный, этот переход. Чтобы попасть в наше бомбоубежище, нужно пройти здесь, а это очень опасно. Вон, посмотрите, видите, такой простенок между окон серый, цементом заделано. Это было прямое попадание. 1 сентября 2015 года дети вернулись в помещение школы. Совсем никто не нарушил дисциплину. Никто не улыбался, ни учителя, ни дети. Вообще этот год никто не улыбался. Вообще не было никаких проблем с дисциплиной. Вообще это ненормально. Я считаю, это ненормально. Дети растут, развиваются, они познают мир. Где-то шалят, конечно, где-то что-то трогают, где-то безобразничают. Для ребенка это нормально. Ну и поэтому, чтобы вернуть детей к нормальному состоянию, потребовалась работа психологов. Очень тяжело было проводить мероприятия, потому что дети не откликались на эти мероприятия. И люди, которые к нам приезжали, волонтеры, они тоже отмечали, что очень тяжело работать с нашими детьми, потому что расшевелить было очень тяжело.
А что вообще в счастье делаете?
Гуляем.
Где?
Петарды взрываем. Гуляем просто.
Где тут можно гулять?
Не знаю, на площади, в яме.
А что такое яма?
Да, футбольное поле.
Может, сходим на футбольное поле?
Ну, мы можем сходить сейчас на одно место, короче, типа, туда очень много снарядов прилетало, типа, там все разрушено. Типа, можем туда сходить. Играем в футбол, после футбола...
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Donbas Media Forum. Our panel now will be dedicated to a discussion with our colleagues. The topic is financial model for regional media. I have with me Olena Szczepak, co-founder of Cherkasy news agency 18000, Valery Garmash, one of the best media representatives of the East. He's editor-in-chief of the website 6262.com.ua, and Natalia Pakhachuk, head of innovation projects at CID Media Group. We also have with us Oleg Pastukhov, representative of the U.S. Embassy, who will on the questions of development of regional media. And we also have Tatiana Stepykina, program manager for East and South of Ukraine, Internews. Happy to see you, all of you here. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that our conversation will be very interesting, because talking about money is always interesting. I would also like to ask our audience to be active, to ask questions. If you have any, my colleagues will be happy to answer them. And of course, I will select the best questions. Before we start our discussion, I would like to say that I am seeing transformation which is happening at the regional level, which is much interest to many people, not only to those people who are interested in media consulting, media development, and others, and other colleagues as well. I see that regional media are more attractive. They have alternative sources of funding, and I hope that our colleagues will share their experience. Our audience will definitely find something useful. So my first question is to Olena. When we were preparing to this conversation, I asked you, can you please tell us how you managed to attract private money to support your activities, but to stay independent? Let me start from telling you about our media 18000. This is the postal code of postal index of our city. We were created in 2019. However, our team had worked before in another media that had an owner. However, the policy was quite adequate. Then it started changing, and we understood that it wasn't okay for us. So that is why we decided to found our own media. We started finding for investments because we didn't want to have an owner, businessman, or politician. We didn't want to have that. That is why we decided to found investments for this project. We have Cherkasy IT Cluster, an organization which unites 18 IT companies of our city. We reached out to them and told them about our goal, about our team. Our goal was to cover the local news in an unbiased manner. They believed in us, so they helped us develop our website, and they helped us with investments. This city cluster is still one of the key sources of money which we have. About 60% of our budget depends on them. But we also develop other investment sources. We're developing our commercial department. Before that, we tried to sell advertising ourselves, but we understood that we need a department who will do that, who will find advertisers. We are also developing a readers club. These are people from Cherkasy who donate small amounts of money and who help us stay afloat. And on top of that we also use grant money. We try to attract donors by creating interesting projects. 60% of your budget. IT cluster, local IT cluster supports you. You said that they believed in you. I mean, you personally or your idea. What was their approach? Did you have a pitch? Did they have a budget, or you just said we have a background, we have a team, and we proved it many times? That is why we are now looking. So how it happened in practical terms? How your colleagues can use a similar approach to attract investment? Can you please tell us? Can you provide us with a checklist or something like that? In our situation, part of the IT company knew about us. They followed our activities because, for example, on our team, the only investigators that investigative journalists that work in Cherkasy were our representatives. Of course, we had a pitch. It was presentation of our project. We presented our budget because back then we no longer had the opportunity to have a budget. That is why we said what kind of budget we need for the year to come. Now, every year we meet this IT cluster. We tell about our updated plan. We tell about our project. We share with them our experience, and they decide whether to continue their support. As of now, this cooperation goes on. I would like to say what was important to us. We didn't want them to intervene into our information policy. We told them about principles, about that we don't want to publish unmarked advertising. We do not promote politicians or other people. Our activities is open and transparent. However, it was also important to us to have the final say at the editorial office, taking into account our professional experience on the journalist principles that all of us know. This principle of cooperation with the cluster is still there. First and foremost, they help us because they see a kind of a social component. They want Cherkasy to have this media, because unfortunately it seems to me that today we are the only media in Cherkasy which is open, transparent, which reports on its source of money, which doesn't get money from politicians for unmarked advertising, and they value that. So it turns out that you have a pool of investors who look these investments as social, no return investment, and this is their contribution to development of social journalism in Cherkasy. But before I ask this question, I would like you to tell about yourself, about what Internews is doing in concrete terms for independent media, and in particular for the media in the east of Ukraine. Because Internews has been working in Ukraine for 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. This is a rare donor which is focused on development of free media. You are absolutely right. Internews works in Ukraine since 1992, and we support independent and professional media, open media, transparent media. And now we are implemented 5-year program to support Ukrainian free media funded by USAID, which is called Media Program in Ukraine. This is 5-year program which started in spring 2018. It will last until 2023. We provide institutional support to some organizations, media organizations, civil society organizations, which are our partners, which have been our partners for these 5 years. From time to time, we also have thematic contests, so-called small grants, which get selected, and then we support them. Then the donor decides whether to support them. So for the past 5 years, we have been developing in that direction. We have big partners and small partners who can work in the regions, or this might even be national media. However, these are the media that propose innovative projects, innovative ideas, which will have an impact. So in 2023, what are your expectations when, from your partners, when this process will finish? Our aim is to have all these organizations that are supported by us. We want them to become more resilient. For us, it is very important to help media develop themselves, so they do not depend on donor support. So our task is to take a media who at the beginning supports fully or partly from donor support, and to help them grow to the point where they can be fully independent, including financial independence. You're absolutely right. We want to develop their institutional resilience and financial independence, because donor support might end tomorrow. It might disappear or decrease. That is why we are explaining our partners that probably tomorrow you won't have this support. That is why you need to develop your models of financial sustainability and resilience, to introduce new ideas, and then start working. Thank you so much. We'll get back to that. And now a very important question to all this. But before that, I would like to present the case of my colleague Natalia. We've known each other with Natalia many years ago. We met at an accelerator. If you let me, can I tell the background? CID Media. Natalia invited me to the forum. There I presented to reading model as a new option to attract alternative money. And then they said, come and visit us. We'll see what we can do. Back then, Natalia was chief editor of one of the units. They developed very fast. They focused a lot on scaling up in the regions. I cannot tell you the exact numbers without your permission, but we all know that back then this unit wasn't the most resilient, I mean financially. However, I know that now this is a driver of growth because you have launched new innovation projects, and one of the key focuses is to attract money from the audience. I know that you have this great experience of collecting money from the audience. Can you please tell us what are the results of your activities and what can be your recommendations to us? How much time do I have? As much as you want. Thank you so much for the introduction. In 2019, we met. It was a very important year to us when we started diving deep into innovative things. I now see that a lot of colleagues at the innovative market only start understanding what is reader support. And we have rich experience, so that is why we can share our experience in this area. In 2019, at the forum, we discussed readers' model. That is why in 2020 we already knew what to do. Our editorial office works with crowdfunding instruments, tools, and you rightly pointed that we are quite successful in that. I think that part of our success is that
And success is there because a lot of work has been done before, and our editorial office, all its existence has been developing by the professional community. We're always invited the leading journalists and experts in order to, make this media forum and to have the information field of media community of our region. We have. I don't. Because we wanted to be not only Kiev and Lviv to be fragments of journalism. We want everyone to know that in Lutsk there's also good journalism, and we have lots of media and they are professionals. So in some way, very inorganic way, in several years around this region, there was the journalistic environment of friends. And so we have gathered the group, and also our readers and fans joined this group, and the environment of brand ambassadors was created. And in that environment, it turned out that there are many people who are really our fans and they're ready to promote us. And when pandemic happened, everybody had to stay in lockdown for a while, and they were, strangling from this, suffocating from the lack of communication and impressions. And we had a very active communication in this region. We were communicating with people what to do, share about our success and our failures. And we decided, let's go together. Let's take together a trip, because our editorial office didn't take business trips for a while, but now we cannot afford it because our income has reduced. So we suggested, let's organize the logistics, the guides. You will like it. It's going to be a good project because we will promote Volyn. And in parallel, this campaign started appearing, the national campaign. What is, there's a hashtag to travel Ukraine, in Ukraine. But we appeared a week or two earlier. We said you're just financing the bus and we do the rest. You will see how the journalist works, and we will do the hashtags about Volyn. People love this. And for the first time, we created content on the an account of readers, and we got a lot of reader content. And then during that lockdown in summer, we took 3 trips like this, and it turned out that people were ready to support the editorial office if you have a correct dialogue with them. And there was a small but very motivated environment that was supportive of us, not only in this expedition but also in other projects. And we just had to call them. And there was another outlet that we were launching, was also very valuable and emotional, that our audience liked. And when in the fall we decided to collect funds, which was also urged by the fund of Rebirth, and we understood that it was a good business plan, and we decided to try. So that's where the crowdfunding topic has become relevant, and we noticed that people were ready to co-create. They are ready to participate in life of media. They are curious they want the outlets to be independent, and they want them to exist. And most importantly, they want to be part of some big idea. I can tell you which methods we used because it will take a lot of time. But here the most important thing is that you created the new media from the scratch only thanks to the reader's support, right? If I'm not wrong. Or do you have also some additional investments? No, we created this outlet during the lockdown without resources. At first, I was in my free time at night, I was working on it because I had to also, relieve myself from stress. We had a lot of content developed for 5 years on the historic topic, and we have 30 sites, and we pulled it into separate historical materials. And why not to use this resource if we already paid for this resource when we created it? So we started just actualizing them in another circle, and that's when it was very in time, because people wanted something else. They wanted to get distracted, to go into another world where there was no fear and anxiety. At the same time, this topic was a very timely one. I have dreamt of such media, but I thought that we would need 2 years or 3 until we get some funds for it. But when we saw that people liked it, and that they have never had historical news, there were always comments, and this was a very intellectual audience. They were very demanding, and they didn't forgive our mistakes, and they always set us a very high level. And they said, why didn't you do this subject better? And they said, well, we didn't have funds. Now when we have money, we can do it better. And it was nice when some of them told that we have sent you 300 hryvnias, and we never regretted it. So the readers community helped us to create the authors community, because the money that we have gathered or collected, we spent on fees to the authors who were good in historic topics. We ordered materials to professional researchers, historians, and around this outlet there was a circle number 3, the professional one, who are our authors, who sometimes just present us with some materials. They just give it to us. And these circles in the water, but important thing to mention, so those founders who helped us once, we proceeded working with them, organizing different events, engaging them to new expeditions. For 2 seasons, we have had already 13 trips like this. And if to count it, it's up to 200 people who took trips. Some of them go more than once, and some of them only took 1 trip. But this tradition has become like a separate brand. There's a separate group up to 500 people who follow it, bring in you. No, so far we only are in Volyn. We go in Volyn, and it's our focus. We want to show Volyn that the residents of Volyn don't know about, and they like it, and that they are ready to support it. And people who don't read us come to us. We get acquainted with them in the bus and tell them that there is an outlet. You can subscribe to it, And after this trip, please, tag it somehow or write a comment. And those people who support us and go with us or read us, they also extend the reading circle. So this crowdfunding has become not just the tool of involvement of funds, but it has become the tool to extend our audience, the marketing tool, because if you are already preparing the campaign, you have to do it thoroughly, otherwise you won't be able to get money. So we are applying here many tools, and in fact we are trying them intuitively. Something works, something doesn't work. Like the recipe of the donut works, the people are ready to pay 50 hryvnias for a legendary recipe of the donut. So add your comment if you want this recipe, and then you can find out the secret ingredient. It's interactive. People love it. It's attention. It's communication, personal communication. And for media, it is very useful. Okay, dear colleagues, Oleg Pastukhov has joined us. He's expert U.S. Embassy Media Development Fund. Oleg, hello. Hello. Greetings. We have been just discussing with our colleagues how the independent media on the regional level to be more resilient, to be more sustainable to new challenges, and not to think about survival, but for us to have the opportunity to plan, at least for a midterm perspective. I wanted to ask you, we know that U.S. Embassy in Ukraine and the Media Development Fund for many years have been supporting different media initiatives. Do you have any interesting, useful projects right now, or did you have them in the past, or are you going to launch them in the future, which could be useful for the independent media, especially with the focus of the eastern region, and on the basis of which the financial model could be based? Of course we do. We have the competition that we have since 2000, and it's a general tender, and sometimes we also arrange the thematic and regional tenders, and for independent media, because the party or communal state media cannot participate in our tender. As for the program itself, it can be, we have certain priorities for our participants, and that is to increase the level of journalistic profession, education, which is very important, and also the student internship and scholarship in the state and regional media. And that is also training in the television studios on the base of the universities. And I have to say that there are at least 15 studios like this. I mean, the 15 universities have our studios, and even now similar projects are ongoing, like in Berdansk University that is modernizing radio studio now. Such projects are not only to procure the equipment for the TV or radio studio, it's also the scholarship for students and education. We always invite top trainers for such trainings, and students can work there, because we often urge these studios to work as production studios, and very often in regional cities like Zaporizhia, Berdansk, Mariupol, students become part of programs which broadcast on the local TV radio channels. Of course, the direction, it can be the favorable condition for the development of Ukrainian media. The media ethics support As an example, very recently we have financed the Commission on the Media Ethics, on our journalistic ethics, on certain programs. It can be the monitoring of violations, holding trainings on detection of disinformation, manipulation in media. And of course, we do not ignore the problem that is now relevant, that concerns the pandemic. It can be holding trainings for journalists on the local level, exchange of best practices and experience. It can be a series of thematic articles on COVID topic, or fake news about COVID, problem of disinformation, vaccination topic. So many, lots of programs that touch upon aspects of media surviving during in these difficult times. And we do not provide institutional support. We provide support only to certain projects which will fit in those priorities that I have just specified. The amount of grant can be up to $50,000, and from 1 to 12 months long. Of course, it's an open procedure. Those who work with us, they know we have a certain number of projects. We process them technically. So the Media Development Fund is checking these projects, those that are not per our profile. We understand you. And after this, all these projects that we have technically selected, they are submitted to the Commission, and then there's open voting after submission of the documents, and then the voting takes place, which defines the projects that are the winners.
Thank you so much. And now please tell us, as a donor and also as an expert in media development, what would you recommend our colleagues from the regional media for becoming financially independent? What they shall do? Are there any concrete recommendations on your behalf? Are there any innovative directions that will be used? The thing is that we cannot recommend or dictate which product that shall use, because often people call us and say, can you please tell us what would you fund now so we can create a project? So the thing is, it's not exactly what you... So let me put it in another way. What people shall do to become more independent? We can do what we can do. They can join a series of trainings where we can provide our experts, and they can propose their experts. It might be financial independence of the media, it might be promotion of advertising, how they can work with advertisers, how they can promote themselves in internet, on the radio, and so on and so forth. It depends on the media themselves. Of course, we take into account this if it corresponds to our priorities. Of course, they can take a look at our website. I won't focus on the priorities and the technical details because all this information is available on our website. As for your question, then I would recommend this way. Of course, taking part in trainings. I don't want to boast off because we always offer, we have the opportunity to provide top trainers to those who would like to join those trainers. For example, Andrei Kulikov. There are a lot of other trainers. Roman Zayets. As for the radio, there might be cases we recently had a training by Sonia Sotnik from Radio Rocks. It all depends on the expert which is needed. We do our best to provide a top trainer for a training. So it seems like your partners, in addition to financial support, can also use your expertise from your pool of experts. Not expertise, but as trainings, only trainings, right? For example, if they want to take part in a project to analyze media, to do a research, we can help. Of course, this will be Ukrainian trainers and Ukrainian experts. Thank you so much, Oleg. I know that you are limited in time. I would be very grateful if you rest with us until the end of the conversation. Probably you will have additional questions. Thank you so much. Valery, what about you? So Mr. Pastukhov has just said that people can reach out to us to request a training. We can help them with advertising, and you started your media as a business, and your first business model was related to working with advertisers in the city where you work. And then, as far as you know, you wanted to develop. You had a so-called development crisis. You started diversifying, and you're happy with the result. For example, because you had a lot of improvement. Can you please share this experience? Because last year we discussed monetization. However, your experience is unique. Last year, the situation since last year has changed much. The project started as a social project. This idea originated in 2016 in our city. After the Russian occupation, we were left without news outlets, and we needed to do something to that. It turned out that part of the media didn't work, and we needed to find a solution to let media experts and journalists to continue working from the city itself. So it was that was an idea. I promised that I would support this idea, that everything would be okay, and then when experts will come, I will I will do something new. In 1 year, we became media #1 in our city. In 2 years, we bought our own office and we started developing. Now this is a media holding which is called Make Sense. It includes 4 directions, 4 areas. The first one is the news platform itself with all additional social media. This is production studio. This is content agency, which promotes social topics through social media. And we also have a sales house, which is engaged in selling advertising on our platform and on many other platforms. It can cooperate with other companies which are located in our city, in Oblast, or all over Ukraine, because there are a lot of advertisers that we work with. So we diversified our activities and we scaled up what we could. But why that happened? They happened because we didn't approach our work as media. Media was part of our work. However, we had a full-scale business. And we had a set grant story. In our career, we only won 2 grants. They just asked them to win these grants, and we didn't know that it can be done like that. We started earning money not thanks to grants. I just didn't know that we could do it any other way. We needed to make money, and we started making money. For many years we are trying to change the situation. I am part of many projects. We have with MDF, a project with MDF. And what we do, we understand that content is important. By how this content is created, how it is distributed is also very important. We need to understand how how to make sure that we make enough money for distributing this content. We need to have support from all our partners. This is the key task that we still have today. By the way, right now I can tell you about that. Now we have new project with MDF for 12 months. We have gathered our experience with the past 3 years working with 69 organizations, 60 organizations. And now in Donetsk, Luhansk and Kherson Oblast, we are launching this project. This project will aim to tackle the situation. We will review work of all the media. As part of this project, there were 10 media. Will think of a business model that will work for them, and will find ways how to implement this monetization in real life. Yes, so this is a regional project in Donetsk, Luhansk and Kherson Oblast. For the next year, we will work with these organizations. All those who will be motivated enough to join this project. If you want, you can still join, because that would be an excellent project. We will change the media, which will help them learn and develop, because we all had short programs for 3 to 6 months. So here this project is aimed for 12 months. We join an organization and we continue working with them. And I think that we will be surprised with the results. Those organizations that work with us, those and all the others would like to join us. Oleg, if you are still with us, our colleague Andrei Dubchak asks if the US Embassy supports reporters, media who write about the conflict with the Russian Federation. Of course, we support them. We support reporters. We support any projects which write about the conflict in Donbas. And your grant program is also open on rolling basis. Yes, that's right. You're absolutely correct. It's you can still join in the hope that it will always be like this. Tatiana? So Valery has said something important. We started as a social project, but then we became financially successful. However, we know that in our market, there are a lot of organizations that are living off grant money. They are not self-sustaining. Where is this threshold where the donor says, okay, we are ready to support media that will need to become self-sustaining in a couple of years and only use 50 to 70% of our money? Do you have this criteria when selecting your partners? How do you avoid situations so people start thinking about being self-sustaining and thinking less that donors will save for them? This is a long story, I must say. Partners that we work with on a regular basis, big partner organizations. They get consultation support from us. We analyze their work. USAID doesn't have experts who evaluate the work of our project media program in Ukraine. We conduct an opinion polls among our partners about how this project is developing. We had an intermediary report recently. Recently, we have also carried out donor had an expert who carried out financial resilience, financial capacity for further development for all our partners. We do our best to make sure that this organization understand what they are capable of, what opportunities they have for diversification. However, we must say that there is a problem with motivation, with self-motivation. Some organizations don't believe that it is possible, especially those civil society organizations who have public missions. It is quite difficult for them to understand that media can be business organizations. That is why we always try to help them. Sometimes we coordinate it ourselves, or we hire external experts, but it all depends on the partner and whether they will be able to use it for their own benefit. Does it make sense to support those media who are doomed to continue using grant money, who cannot become sustainable without grant support? And I have several examples. We had research in 2020 and 2019, a model of financial support, or a financial model of independent media all across Europe, in Eastern, Western Europe, including Ukraine. And the biggest revelation for me was a Bulgarian media outlet. Our colleagues from this media outlet, they are self-sustained. They are supported with reader support. They do not sell advertising because they are investigative journalists. They were the only media all over Europe. They told us a story.
Before Bulgaria became member state, EU member state, we lived just like our other colleagues. Our market was supported by donors. And then when we became member state, all of these mechanisms stopped working, and the internal European internal financing mechanisms went in force, and we had a radical disappearance of independent media because money stopped coming. This was purely media project several decades ago, but it did happen. So I'm always afraid that this can happen in Ukraine, especially watching the stories of Afghanistan, where 74% of salaries of the officials was on account of American international aid. Thanks, 91% of budget was also aid. And I know that never media want to refuse donor money and start looking for money, just like the colleagues told about it. Could it be like the approach from both sides? We don't end up on the stage when really cool media gained independence and started producing good content, but then they had to reduce their activity or just to shut down because there was the question of money. We believe that independent media in Ukraine will remain, and then quantity will only increase. Our project is for 5 years. It's a 5-year project. And for 5 years, we give the signal to the Ukrainian independent media saying here are the opportunities, grant opportunities, big or smaller, depending on duration. They can use it as a trampoline to start their new business decisions and to develop their strategic component, to plan business models, to test these business models, and so on. We can't give a verdict and say this media will die or is already dying. The world is so changeable, and the media sphere is changing also very fast and often. Each media is to have the development plan for a year, for 3 years, and for 5 years. And for each of these plans, they have to have plan A, B, and C. Then it will be more or less constructive development plan. Okay, thank you. Yelena? Tell us, please, when you got your first funds from local IT cluster, was it 100% funds that supported your activity, right? And now you're on the level of 60%. Yes, and our goal is, I mean, the financing is the same, but the costs, the expenses of the editorial office, they are growing, because when we started, we were 3, and we were all working, a lot. And when we were only creating news, and there were no people who would create some publications, no people who could also do ads or develop the community of readers. So the team started growing. Last year, we started creating video content. Before this, we didn't have it, so we hired a separate editor who started working or producing video content, video interviews. We have created our own studio. We equipped it. Of course, those were additional costs, but we didn't take money for it. We have some basic support. We're grateful for it, but we understand that that's something that makes us, gives us the possibility to function. But we either use the these are contributions of the readers, or the advertising gives us some, money too. And I hope that our cluster will support us in the future too, but we can also develop other sources of financing. And you mentioned this Renaissance project. We also participate in it, and we know if we didn't submit for it, we wouldn't have such a urge to develop. Actually, we have additional motivation, because we know the more we collect, the more the donor will give us, and it will enable us to develop better. Okay, thank you. Yelena Danilova is asking, how do you find the balance between the good quality journalism and to justify the expectation of those who give money for media, whether it's a donor, the audience, or business? It's an important question. I would divide it into blocks. And let's start with the most obvious, business. Because donors and audience, I know that they are not super active to influence something. Okay, when you say word business, you're looking at me, because with you this component is the most developed. Sorry, I just know all your cases. So how do we avoid the situation with business? How do we make it that you could do good journalism, but your ad income doesn't suffer? But it's the answer and the question, are they in the same, domain? You just have to mention this condition. Nobody from business can have an impact on you. If they pay for some service, about some publication or content, that's all. That's where their participation ends. It would be strange if you came to some supermarket and you said, I want this and please replace it, and that's all. That happens too, of course, but that's weird. There are those who say, change the director. Well, maybe they have some reasons to say it, but if you bought half of supermarket, then maybe for you they would change their cashier. Well, but I doubt that when this is going to happen when even if it's 60%, because it's just part of some activity and it allows finance the right journalism. I mean, per standards. And that's all valuable. And if we initially have this possibility for business to support standards of journalism and discuss it in advancing that this is our mission. In our company, we have two missions. First mission is to help our readers. Second mission is to help business. And these two missions, they are always in parallel. We help business, and thanks to this, we have the possibility to help the readers. When you say when you speak about conditions, is it some ad policy? Well, clearly, that's an editorial policy, ad policy, and you use it all together when you pitch something. We go through it only when we start working with some company, and later on this company will have no questions because they will know these are the rules, but we just discuss them initially. We say that we cannot advertise this, and that we don't work 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we clearly outline things we won't do. Super. Okay, thank you. Do donors have expectations from media? Does it contradict to good quality journalism? Internews is no donor. It's a sub-grant organization that is implementing donor projects on financing of USAID. I think there is no conflict here between following the editorial policy and trying to earn money. If it's a professional media, they're going to do it professionally. There will be no problematic situations there. As for the situation that sometimes applicants think they have to submit propositions to satisfy expectations of donors or some project, this is the false strategy that it can lead to defeat. There should be project media. It has to be interesting, innovative, aimed at certain audience, to have the target audience and see how to achieve the results and how to analyze them. So we don't dictate our partners what to do and how to do it. Those are their projects, and if they are of good quality, these ideas, we just support them and do not interfere. Plus, you have a grant contract, right? Where everything is well regulated. No, we do not interfere in the editorial policy. And the partner is responsible for the project. If to sum up, can we say that when you submit, you should submit your project you want to implement as media, and donor will support it, and then there will be no conflict? Or just like my colleague asked, you will not have to justify anyone's expectations. Our program, there's the project description with clear objectives. First is to increase, to produce good quality content in the east of Ukraine. It's half of the media program of Ukraine project. Second objective is to increase demand of the public for quality information. Third is support of media reform. And fourth, support of the key media institutions. So any projects should be in compliance with these program objectives. And if we speak about some thematic tenders, then it's necessary to attentively read what kind of activities they can offer. And that's all. And they submit if it coincides with their strategy and activity. Okay, thank you. Natalia, how to balance expectations of the audience that gives you money and that good quality journalism that want to communicate some info. There is no conflict here because the audience that is funding the editorial office, they understand very well what it is necessary for, which values we have, and this is done by people who share those values, and they never okay, this has never happened to us that somebody would try to impose something. There could be some discussions, but on that part of the question I would like to draw attention to another thing: how to manage it all, because when there's an editorial office where the editor-in-chief is to manage it all, and here it's money from the readers and also the report to be prepared for the donor, or the ad didn't like the banner. So sooner or later there might be the crisis, managerial crisis. And our office, we distributed roles, labor distribution, when we took some responsibility or role from one of our colleagues, and we have distributed these roles. For example, I'm responsible for management of grant projects. I communicate with donors, prepare contracts, and so on. So my task is to bring such funds, donor funds and reader funds. So it's a big amount of work. That's why editor-in-chief has to be, we have to have the editor-in-chief who is in the content every day, and then the director who is in the process. And SID Media Group is a multi-brand editorial office. We have several outlets. It's just that ours is the most famous on the national level. And when we have distributed it, it was a bit creepy because we thought new salaries, where do we get money? But it's okay when we distributed this work. We increased the level of responsibility of our colleagues. It's also the possibility of advancement, another level of motivation. The managerial team just appeared inside of our office, and its team is able to do changes, and these changes are useful, and now we can involve investment as grants for development and develop readership support.
We want to do that because our editorial office remembers well what it is to have money from the audience, to sell our product to the audience. The newspaper closed because the market of printed media is dying off, and we went online. So it was just perfect when we had our reader, when we had a newspaper. There is a bigger print run if it is interested to the readers. As for online, we have 4 million viewers per year, but where are those money? We didn't manage to get a lot of money, to generate a lot of money from them. We understood that we needed to scale up. Crowdfunding is important. We want to talk to our readers about a more systemic support, because those founders, this is a club. It's not a fake, it's a virtual, real club. They know each other. We always try to talk to them. We congratulate each other on birthdays, so we are closely connected. We now see that a lot of people support us. Most of those people made a repeated contribution. So my vision is the following: those people who are with us, they are ready to support us on a regular basis, but we are a network. We have 30 small websites with different audience, and this audience doesn't support us yet. However, we haven't worked with this audience. why we didn't offer this partnership approach before. We were aware of those legends so that people are not ready to pay. Another legend is that people are ready to pay. It was also a myth that we debunked because this is the question of balance. How ready we are to develop this balance? How do we make it popular? In some cases we managed to do that, in some we didn't. If the editorial office chooses a diversified model of income, it all requires management. It requires more effort than just go at work and make news. You need to learn a lot, you need to do a lot. As for the Forum 2019, where we discussed readership models, I do remember that skepticism that reigned there. They said, so what are you telling to us? It's different from the US that you quote. And then the pandemic started and the world changed. Everyone went online. And there were spare money on the market. I just want to say that we all have those stereotypes. When someone tells me, even in our editorial office, some people say, I don't think that it will work. However, it does work. So you managed to attract money, right? Well, if you're interested, I can tell you more about that. When we started, we thought we have a lot of readers. They start every day reading our website. We see statistics that people browse our websites early in the morning and late at night. So we thought, wow, we were so popular. Then we set our readers, support our project, and the readers were like, money? Which money? So the question is to you. Our participant wants to ask, is your media as like a showcase for what you do? So this is a question to both of you. Rayon UA, this is a network of hyperlocal websites which highlights the life of the community. Now we work in 4 oblasts of Ukraine: Volyn, Zakarpattia, Rivne, and Lviv. All these media outlets have the task to develop the community where we work. Consequently, in most regions we have our own journalists. They are known, people know where these journalists live and work. We create a lot of content. Thanks to this content, we have 6 specialized editions which are dedicated to sports, culture, environment, and business. Because these topics have their own audience, we always attract new readers. And we also are read by people abroad, by Ukrainian diaspora or labor workers. We try to cater to them as well. As for the advertising, grants and readers, these are all resources to reach our goal. Valery? For us, our website is the showcase because we are communication experts. We know how to work with our audience due to contact, due to our marketing processes, because we need to understand how to tackle a particular issue. In this way, we can say, for example, we started working here in this way. This is the result that we reached. When a business organization comes to us and says, how will you help us develop our audience, our community, our marketing strategy? We say, if we manage to create the best media in our region, then most probably we will have enough expertise to do that for you. This is our showcase. We try to showcase our best cases, how to reach goals. What about that media is about catering to this society? Yevgeny asks, is this the showcase for your services, or is it a response for social responsibility? why do we think that this is something different? You can combine that. It seems to me that in our society, where's this situation when we said that something is black and something is white, and tertium non datur. We have a lot of interesting cases when people say about investigations. There was a project, Sila Pravdy, the power of truth. There was an investigation how often different judges make relevant decisions in car accident cases. It was our investigation. It seems like this was a situation where it is completely impossible to use partnership relations with someone. We offered 27 advertisers who wanted to support this project. So don't you think that, for example, producer of children car seats is bad in this case? This is both good for them and for us. This is their mission to produce and sell these car seats. Isn't it bad? I don't think so. I think it's good when business and media can unite to convey the truth. I think that's just great. That is perfect. And we do not need to say that on the one hand we have this mission and on the other hand we have business. Let's unite. It seems to me that it is, I think it's very good to unite. I think when we stand united, we can reach results better and faster. Dear participants, dear audience, please do ask questions because as you see, I am asking our speakers to answer them. Tatiana, my question is to you and to you, Valeria, as well. I have an impression that many media executives or some of our talents just grow to a certain point and then each of them starts to create their own media. In my experience, there were dozens or even hundreds. Each of them has audience of several 100,000 people each month. Don't you think that the market has enough money to afford that? You're speaking of the donor market. By the way, all of the donors are independent. Oh, all of this media are independent. Do donors have enough money for everyone? Wouldn't it be better to unite these media to medium-sized organizations so they can survive together? It's difficult to answer this question. Do you know how much money is spent per media by donors at all? No, we don't know the statistics, unfortunately. I haven't seen it at least. Probably it would be interesting to investigate to have the statistics. However, there are a lot of media. The competition is very high. And it seems to me that in any case, we will lack enough money. All donor organizations will lack money for all the needs of different media organizations or civil society organizations, especially those who are going to exist using donor funds. That is why we are for coalitions and different kinds of unions between media organizations, creation of different networks, and we especially welcome collaboration between the media players and non-traditional players. I mean, business structures, advertisers, agencies, associations. It seems to me that that's the solution. We need to find opportunities in this direction. It will only strengthen your project if you continue partnerships with non-traditional market players. So recently, we calculated the share of the market with you. Do you think it is enough for everyone, where every media can have a part of this pie without spending all the money at once and continue doing what they do? Let us face the facts. The demand will grow, the proposition will grow. To tell you the truth, contemporary market in local media almost doesn't exist. So market means when there is some kind of a demand and a share of proposition. However, it's not a fully fledged market. It's an emerging market. What we have for small companies. So this is what all regional media work with. I'm not talking of Lviv, Dnipro, Kharkiv or Kiev, because their situation is different. If we are speaking of local markets that work locally, there's no this advertising market. If the situation changes, the market start emerging and the situation will change. Oleg, if you are still with us, we have a question from our audience to you. When donors support a project, do they take into account the audience? Would they support a project aimed at Bakhmut or to a wider region? It depends what kind of media it is or what kind of competition it is. If it is a general competition at the level of all Ukraine, then probably that would be Bakhmut, because this is a region which is very important. It all depends on the quality of the project. This is first what we take into account. If the project is sustainable, if it is strong and resilient, most probably we will support it. If we see that the project will be executed at a very high level, then we will support this project in the first place. This is our key criteria. Thank you. Natalia, question to you. It's interesting to me to follow the strategy which you selected for yourself. For example, Rayon Story, which is supported by contributions of your readers or viewers. So, which is your aim? Do you want to only use readers' support? Or for how long do you think you will use this money? A Rayon Story is a precedent when a media outlet exists with the money by readers. Many people think that this money just falls to us from the open skies, but it's not right. Of course, that's not right.
It would be great if you could finance all 6 of ours. And in summer, we had the chance to create a club around the Eco Rayon outlet, and there was the idea to create the club of founders then, and then the club of the product. No, it should be good product first, and that if people like it, then they can participate. So you have to take care from this side first. You have to look for funds that can enable you create good product with a story. When we used our content, our internal resource, used it creatively and launched it one more time, and that's where we won. So we want to fund Kultura also on account of the readers, because Kultura is the weaker idea than Historia or history. It's almost 23%. I hope it's going to be 25 when we finish today. And we'll manage to do it when we move from crowdfunding situational mode to the systemic work. And also I have a secret dream. Not everybody supports in my editorial office to do the business region such a good project that will be transferred to paywall. Now we cannot do it because we do not have this level of content, but when we become the Volyn Forbes, we will have the reader who's going to pay for the content. And we are to think how to do it in the way. It's very ambitious. How do we make this? How do we create this product? Content is the king. My task is to find so many resources on the grant market which will allow us to create a good product and then to turn it into the reader's one. It's very difficult, and maybe we are just incapable to do it because we lack journalists. We are growing so fast that we don't manage to close all of the needs of the content production on the level that our audience wants. We have, our audience is now used to good content, that they don't forgive us mistakes anymore. They always want something better, and that's what urges us to develop. And to sum up, we grow too fast. We are just so much in our work. When we have an idea, we are implementing it right away. We have the principle, if there's an idea but it wasn't implemented in 48 hours, it's going to die. That's why we try to do it very fast. And this enthusiasm we've had now for 7 years. But I understand we are to think more about strategy, resources, to be constantly working on the professional development of the journalists. To keep them is not that easy. So we have our own media school, media forum, and we look for some resources for some sectoral things like the cultural journalism, ecological journalism with our partners. So the school for beginners, it's with you have to make a contribution, and the specialized school, those were donor funds. We got money from the market. We didn't earn money on it, but we managed to involve partners, trainers, and as a result, we got qualified journalists. Yes, all those needs for new resources, we closed with those people who went to those skills. So it's a systemic work. The forum will take place, it will be the 6th forum in 3 weeks. This school for 7 years. And they are like our brands created by our editorial office. Okay, thank you very much. Natalia, I wanted to ask you if analyzing the audience of the region Historia and those who donate, are these the same people, or men usually donate and women read more? Did you analyze the founders of region history have become most loyal readers and partners of the editorial office? So we know them all, and these are people who read region Rozhescha because they come from region Lutsk because they live there. Also, they find it interesting to go through history. So it's a mix. People who read us are very much involved. Well, age, desegregation by age, well, we had 200,000 in region history, but 300 people voted for it. So that's a correlation matter, the people who are ready and those who are not. So it's up to 15%, 0.15%, but they have funded it because the model is the editor, the producer, and common work of all in the editorial office and the pool of journalists. What is the average contribution? 200 hryvnias. Tatiana, I have a question for you. I have been listening to colleagues, and they all succeeded in attracting some alternative financial sources, and they can do their journalistic activity. But at the same time, I have a very capitalistic, view approach, but I know if you use correct approach, donor funds is always the source to launch something new. You can use it either as a social investment or launch the school, after which you will have new people who will help you make more money. Do you have new programs, or how can our colleagues from the east of Ukraine south of Ukraine regionally submit to get some support? Yes, of course there are. Next year we plan the media program Internews is going to announce 3 thematic tenders or competitions. First will be announced in February 2022. It's going to be the journalistic investigations and journalistic solutions, and this grants competition is going to define those journalists who could create the interesting content that will work on detection of the problem. And that's for south and east of Ukraine, especially those who represent partnership with the local public activists or NGOs or other creative collaborations from different sectors, not traditional players of media market. Second tender will be to support financial resilience of media. This is the second competition to support financial independence of media. Before this, we have supported 12 media in 2020. So next year, this competition or tender will be supported on the local changes in the east and south of Ukraine for them to develop more entrepreneurship potential, thinking about how they can invest in their ability to induce ad membership or to develop services needed for their audience. We shall consider the innovative approaches such as micro loans or events uniting the producers of content with the stakeholders and audience, or other ideas with some added value. And third, competition of projects will be on media literacy and critical thinking. We will announce it in August. It's going to be the competition of projects both online offline activity to increase efficiency of efforts fighting disinformation, which clearly who clearly understand which segment of the audience they want to cover and how to orient on it, supporting the after class activities in schools, assisting the journalistic skills development in schools, and suggesting unification of schools into networks for exchange of skills and resources. And here, the preference will be not only to the organizations from south, and we decided this is going to be Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Mykolaiv Oblast, but also Kirovograd and Chernihiv. And we are encouraging to submit your applications. Of course, we cannot teach how to write them well enough, but we can consult. When we announce a competition, we have the line where you can call and ask questions. As for the project itself and the budget itself, here we are for you to inform you and help you how to do this well enough. And for how long will this program last? On the support of funds attraction. Yeah, but for how long the project will last? Well, up to 6 months. But they can last longer depending upon the idea, the budget, and the reasoning. If this idea is well reasoned, that it should last longer than 6 months, then we can also support. Well, it's sufficient to launch something, check something, get some feedback, right? Valery, I have a question for you. You have achieved very good results in B2B segment, in my opinion, especially in your region, but I have never heard from you that you're planning to attract funds from the audience. Is there some concern behind it or some research, or do you still plan to do it? Well, this situation looks for me like these are beautiful 3 stories. Business, it's a story about collecting funds from the audience and then work with the cluster. I have many doubts that support from the readers is enough. I have many projects that get this support. There's a wonderful outline, Nana Chasi in Zaporozhye, Katya, who produces, she is this outlet. And it's a wonderful story. She asked to support her, and she was supported, and she managed to collect $100. So for how long will she live on $100? Well, from the point of view that understanding that you're doing something important, but it doesn't lead to financial stability. This is something you need to work with, and then there's a question: will these money be enough? And that is why now I would build my work in applying differentiated approach. Maybe some place I would work only with certain cluster or business in specific region, and somewhere I would work with the audience, and somewhere working with the donors. And also all of these things have to somehow administer and to build in the strategy of development of any media campaign. Here we go back to the same problem, that there's a big situation with what Natalia mentioned, but we don't have time to do it. We have to separate duties, and always the situation is connected when we have to select either content or trying to organize correctly. Unfortunately, that's how it happens. Thank you. We are running out of time, unfortunately. This conversation is so interesting and so many questions. I'll give 30 seconds to each of you to sum up. Maybe on the basis of your experience, you can advise something to our colleagues, and most importantly is to start with something. So there are 3 different cases in 3 different directions, and I will start with you, Elena. I think most importantly, for those who is only thinking about creating a project, not to be afraid, to understand to which value you have for the region, for the readers, to realize its value, not to be afraid, to already agree on the rules on the bank of the river with the business. Thank you. My tips for media who want to be resilient and successful, well, first of all, to the diversification of income, not to compromise your editorial policy and values, because 4 or 5 years later it will be the biggest value. And never ask your readers, never be afraid to ask your readers to help you, saying that you need this help a lot, because practice shows that the audience is ready to help and pay the media they trust. Natalia? A chair standing on the 4 legs is always better than the 3 ones, and we are to be capable to openly and critically perceive and see our weak points, our strong points, knowing which resource we really lack. And actually, maybe it's not only the funds that we lack, maybe sometimes it's the concept or human resources or ideas.
If you find these minus, we will find the plus, we will find the resource that we can use. It seems to me that we need to answer only one question. What do you want to achieve, and try to reach this goal? Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to my colleagues for such an interesting conversation. I hope that our audience also received a lot of useful information and data. And now, after our panel, we will proceed to closing of Donbas Media Forum. Please do stay with us. I will give the floor over to organizers of the event. I would like to add to this panel what we see now in Ukraine. This is just an excellent time for media organization. We are on the threshold of big transformations. If we use this opportunity, I think that everything will change for the better. We cannot think of a better time, and I'm very happy that our donors support that. I am happy that there are those people who are open to innovations, to experiments, big ideas. And we hope that the situation will change for the better. Dear participants, dear colleagues, I'm really happy for being with us. Thank you so much.
Donbas Media Forum був заснований журналістами-переселенцями у 2015 році. З 2015
From 2015, more than 2,000 participants attended this forum. What they call in Russia TV, we call propaganda. First online forum was viewed by 25,000 viewers. Speakers from more than 20 countries visited this.
Цього року запрошуємо обговорити тему «Спів та самоосвіта і регуляція. Нові етика і лексика».
Ми в ефірі.
Донбас Медіа Форум 2021. 5
And this forum was possible thanks to our team. We would like to thank our volunteers for their work during these 2 days. And of course, we must thank our organizations who supported us in organization of this event. This is U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, USAID, Victoria Marchenko in person, Internews, and Gillian McCormack, EU delegation to Ukraine, OSCE, coordinator in Ukraine, Liana Horovitska in person, a project East of Opportunities, Press Unlimited, as well as to our media partners and our beloved TV channel Dom, Nakipelo Project, Detector Media, Varosh, Novosti Donbasa, and of course to our partner Hromadske that hosted us here yesterday and today, who let us use their studio and made sure that everything is okay. Thank you so much. As for the numbers which were provided during these 2 days from these platforms that streamed all our videos, more than 100 participants visited us. Ukrainian national and regional media mentioned us. There are more than 150 mentions. These are preliminary numbers. 25,000 views we received, plus 6,000 views of the original discussion which happened beforehand. Now we see these numbers, about 25,000 views. We, of course, will update the statistics. We will take into account the comment and questions which we received from our viewers during these 2 days. Thank you so much. This year we had 14 events during these 2 days during Donbas Media Forum and 1 regional event in Kramatorsk. It was a virtual TV bridge between our regions of where we are present as Donbas Media Forum. As for the qualitative numbers, then today we discussed security. And it's easy to understand why, because Donbas it is very important to have safety and security in Donbas. We discuss the system of regulation of media, about self-regulation, about self-education and co-education. We discussed disinformation and propaganda, about how we as journalists can fight propaganda. How can we fight this negative phenomena? We also discussed draft law on media, co-regulation, and separate tracks during these 2 days were dedicated to different topics. All of them were dedicated to the non-adequate algorithm of social media and that they promote hate speech in social media. Sometimes it seems that we are located in some kind of a gray zone here when discussing such topics as media reputation, media funding, working in separate areas of Donbas. Sometimes it seems that we were in the white zone when we discussed successful stories on the government-controlled territories. We shared successful cases of communication of difficult topics, such as land reform, or for example vaccination, and so on and so forth. We were also in the white zone when discussing our expectations of positive changes in the media landscape in Ukraine. Sometimes it seemed that we were in the black zone when we discussed different problems, attacks, assaults, investigations, bias, hidden PR, those things which are not acceptable for our community. However, if you take a look at Donbas Media Forum 2021 as a whole, then it's not that black as white and gray as it seems at the beginning. In real life, our dimensions are not only based on black or white, or people who live in Donbas near the contact line, which is considered as a gray zone, but they are not gray people, and of course they continue living in those conditions where they are right now. Life of those people is reflected every day in our content. As a person who speaks about the war for the past 7 years and who speaks of people's sufferings, reintegration of the non-governmental control territories, I saw that there were a lot of different stories which were described by journalists in different forums and formats. That is why for me there's nothing black or white here, there's nothing gray here. Everything that is happening in our society, in our media community, this is not just about distribution, about splitting into pros and cons. This is about our life, which consists not only of advantages and disadvantages. It's very varied. It's not black and white. It's very bright. It's multicolored. Just as Donbas Media Forum, its 7th edition, which was based on the principle of diversity, inclusiveness, accessibility, of those ideas and topics that we are discussing today because of the pandemic for a wider audience. I do hope that we will meet here next year, or even faster we will organize some kind of an event to discuss new topics, to discuss wider topics for our audience, who will be able to positively impact changes in concrete lives of people in Donbas, especially on the non-governmental controlled areas. Thank you so much, dear team, dear employees, dear participants, and of course to our colleagues who continue their good work, their hard work in the east of Ukraine, in Crimea, and who prove that journalism and professional standards are not an empty sound for each and every of us. Thank you so much. Goodbye.